Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having an absolutely freaking beautiful day out here. It's still pretty hot, not gonna lie. It's colder today, so in hindsight, everything's absolutely gorgeous. Now, the bad news, it's hot as a motherfucker. It's hot as hell. It's still 90 out. I took a bong rip before stream, and the area that I keep my bong in is not air conditioned. So, like, I went to inhale, and I got a large breath of not so fresh air. Like an incredibly large breath of not so fresh air. It was not the greatest. I'm recovering now. I am sick of this heat. I miss going out. And after leaving my bong ski out on the porch, it became almost ice. It was beautiful. It was gorgeous. It was a nice, cold, tempered rip. Some of which was the finest in the world. Alright, Nightbot. We gotta teach you a lesson, brother. That promotion ended like a year ago. Hold on. Timers. Hold on. There we go. Excuse me. Now, Nightbot will stop fucking around. And hopefully we will bring some contribution. Boys, I hope you're having a beautiful day. Grenade. A snipe on the first in chat. Absolutely glorious to see. Leon's been off his game the past few days. He's got IRL going on. Nin, good day. Tuna, good day. Stragma, my lurkers out there. A beautiful day to you all, if I do say so myself. EBG struggling. Why? Because we're there? Or what's going on there? I'm not gonna lie. I don't know who we have on the Yolan side. Like, but it's not looking good for us. It's looking like we're gonna get absolutely fucking slaughtered. If I'm being completely a buck. Which, I'm down. I'm down. It'll just be a week until we re-relegate if we're in last. But even then, goddamn. Goddamn, boys. We might just be getting our asses absolutely slammed this week. How to get all your hero points? Do expansion hero point runs, more or less. So, like, there are routes, but every hero point that you get in an expansion will give you 10 hero points. It's way faster. Way faster. We did a few hero point runs as a guild early on, but there are a bunch of routes that you can go down, and I'm sure there are a lot of people that will still lead hero point runs, like daily for alts and shit. Excuse me. So that's what I'd recommend, is just like a traditional like expansion HP run route. That shit's easy. World vs. World. You absolutely can get your hero points through World vs. World. 1000%. Like, it's not bad. World vs. World is faster to get hero points. I don't believe World vs. World is faster than hero point runs. Because World vs. World is contingent on you actually getting pips, getting kills, like getting your skirmish crates. I don't think it is. It's not. World vs. World is an alternative to get hero points. But dedicated hero point trains, as far as I know, are the fastest, like, hero point per hour setup. Been slimming World vs. World and I've gotten 20. Yeah, no, that's literally 2 hero point challenges in any expansion. Which, most of the hero point challenges you just run through and then interact with them. Some things you have to kill, but even then, yeah, it's fast as hell. It's fast as hell. Yo, Armand, what up, brother? Guild Wars 2 now? Oh, yeah, dude. I've been here for a little under a month now. I thought you were hard stuck about. No. I went to WoW after the Death of Ashes for kind of like that consistency that it provided. Made it a couple months in WoW and then was like, this isn't for me. Not for my community. So, we went out and we did some exploration in a few in development products. Did some play testing once again. Nothing too crazy, getting ourselves, you know, fully involved or anything. But just some fun play testing shit. So, basically was doing that. Did a little bit more variety. And then when the Guild Wars 3 announcement hit, we're just like, alright, bet. Time to play Guild Wars 2 until Guild Wars 3 comes out. So the big thing about it is that it is, are there good fights on EBG, by the way, or are we just getting absolutely fucking slaughtered? Because, like, I'm down to come through in WVW. I just need to know what I'm getting myself into, and it's a 20-person queue. I'll be real. I don't really think there's much. So I'm not sure, but we might want to try to find something elsewhere. But yeah, so with WoW, it was one of those, like, I wanted to enjoy it. I wanted to see a future with it. But I just, the more I played it, the less I enjoyed it. And the more that we as a community played, the more we realized that it wasn't the right community fit for us either. We were just so limited in what we could do numbers-wise with everything. A lot of the content was, like, invalidated immediately. So, you know, it's one of those where, while from the outside looking in, seems like this really good thing. It's a 20-year content catalog, blah, 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 blah. But when you play something like WoW for a little while, you realize that every single expansion that they drop just leads to them invalidating a lot of their content catalog every time they release content. So it becomes this point of, like, is it actually a 20-year content catalog? It's not. Now, Guild Wars is actually, in every way, shape, form, a content catalog that spans its entire existence as a game. Guild Wars 2 in particular has not invalidated nearly any of its content, and has kept most of its content not only valid, but rewarding in a very reasonable manner. What is going on over here? I don't even know what we're getting into for this fight. All I know is that he has blocks, I have blocks, and this is going to probably be one of the most annoying fights that either of us could ever encounter. Just because I don't think he wants to die very easily. If I had to guess, I don't know how much stability he has. But something tells me he doesn't really want to die here. Something tells me I don't really want to die. I think he's going to be tankier than the 6 damage that I typically do to people. So we'll see how that end of things goes. But as of right now, I give neither side the advantage in this. Actually, maybe me, because I'll misplay at some point. But man, oh man, to be completely honest, this fight's about to be something. This fight's about to be most definitely something. I don't know. I don't know if either of us expect to win this. I think both of us just expect to, like, goober around for a little bit. I'm not really gonna get CC'd. I don't think he takes much damage from what I'm throwing his way. I don't think he takes any damage from what I'm throwing. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is one of those where it's like you take a build that's not meant to kill anyone, and then you take a build that's only meant to kill people. And you combine these, and what do you have? This absolute fucking mistake of a fight here, boys. I don't know. Maybe I can, like, revive? No, I can't res. That's so sad. I was hoping that I could res one of the NPCs that are down here, and then maybe get a little love from them. But even then, I don't really think that's gonna be the play. Sir Alwyn, what up, brother? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Happy 4th to you, big dog. It is truly a gorgeous one out here. I am, I don't really know what I'm doing, but we're doing something. I actually think if I defend this long enough, don't the NPCs have, like, a respawn timer? So eventually I'll be able to just kind of whittle him down as long as we don't die. Liquor has been acquired. Absolutely gorgeous, brother. I hope you're on track for a phenomenal day on your end. It is hot here, but just hot enough to not be an absolute nuisance day, or just cool enough to not be a nuisance day. So, you know, it's one of those beautiful carryovers where you're just kind of happy that it exists in the way that it does. Oh wait, we're unironically getting respawns. I've been holding this for so long. The respawns will do the damage that I cannot do myself, boys. We're actually so up. I just need to keep surviving, and I need to keep healing. As long as I keep healing, I will not let these lads die, nor will I die. I think he's got to try to kill, like, the NPCs. But I might have just held out long enough. This poor kindred spirit. And then he gets chased down. Man, you really hate to see that for him. I'm gonna be completely honest. I actually want to feel bad a little bit. Because this is not a fun way to go out, if I had to guess. I have my money on this being one of the most toxic ways to die. And I'm gonna be real, I don't blame him for hating every bit of this. Watch out for that wall, brother. You never know when that thing's gonna come in and slap the shit out of you. And we have even more stability now. Dog's gonna have to literally jump off the edge. Oh no. Dude, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was a goddamn tragedy. For him. Not me. For him. But bro, that's what happens when you take a build that literally does 0 damage and you try to kill it. I'm meant to live in these fights, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I plan on stopping that anytime soon. Tactivator Invulnerable Doliac. What the fuck is that? Made Mexican street corn and later it's glizzies and Modelo time. That sounds kind of nice. That sounds kind of nice. We didn't make anything too crazy, I'm not gonna lie. We have a lot of food in the fridge that we're trying to eat. So we didn't go too crazy. We do have like glizzies and sausages and stuff. But it's like, I don't know, we're probably just gonna watch some fireworks later on throughout the night. Cause those go kind of like, you know, those go kind of late night type shit. But I'll probably take like a 5-minute break from stream to just go out and be like, oh wow. Wow, that's cool. Other than that, like, we're gonna have some teriyaki chicken stir fry that I made a couple of days ago. We got some glass noodles recently, which apparently these are like some super weird glass noodle type shits that are like 95% water and 5% flour. And then they just make them into a noodle and they're actually like really good. I don't really understand what happened with them. But like it's a hydrating noodle or some bullshit like that. I don't really know. But we got those shits cheap as hell and they tasty. So I know those. Yeah, they're actually quite good. I'm not even gonna lie. I enjoy those shits quite a bit. So what's the new build in the title? I switched into Valor basically for PvP. So previously I had been using Honor, and through Honor I was getting, you know, endurance regen at the end of a dodge roll, lesser symbol of protection when I used a healing skill. I was getting end of your dodge roll healing allies, gain concentration, so a little bit more concentration and staff recharge. Who this? Whoops. Oh, what up, dog? How are you? What a dooski. Then I got Virtue Skill 2 grants passive and also regens endurance. And then symbols are improved and heal nearby allies. So there was still benefit coming out of that, but it wasn't benefiting really like the world versus world Zerg very heavily, you know? Some of this stuff may be great for like PvE, and honestly concentration's not bad, staff recharge rate isn't bad, endurance regen's not bad, but in world versus world, stability is king, and really any form of protection or damage reduction around that for a support is secondary. So with Valor switched in, gain Aegis when you're struck below the health threshold. So 50% HP, I get Aegis and I block the next incoming attack on a 30-second cooldown, okay? So once every 30 seconds I can pop that. Cure condition, this is cast Lesser Smite condition when you use a healing skill. So my healing skill is my shift 1. So basically that cures conditions. So 2 condies stripped. Gain protection when you block an incoming attack with Aegis. Grant Aegis, block the attack, get protection. Nice and tanky. Blocking an attack grants Aegis to nearby allies on a 15-second cooldown. Now, keep in mind, this isn't just blocking an attack with Aegis you apply yourself. If I have another Aegis in the group, or I apply my own Aegis, or I just get an Aegis from somewhere, block an attack, that's Aegis to nearby allies, okay? So that gives Aegis to up to 5 allies. Gain might when you block attacks, so what? Aegis you grant reduces the recharge time of Virtue Skill 3 when it blocks an attack. So, effectively with my skills, right? Excuse me. I have a lot of stability gen in the first place, right? I have protection. I have a lot of good. So, the big thing is that I provide Aegis on Protector Strike, which is my 3, to up to 5 allies. I provide Aegis on Shield of Judgment, which is my mouse 5, to up to 5 allies. So immediately there, that's 10 applications of Aegis to nearby allies, all of which are going to block an attack, and then that'll get me 10 seconds off of my Radiant Courage cooldown, okay? So, on top of that, Radiant Courage itself gives Aegis to 5 allies, and anytime that I block an attack within that 15-second, you know, if that 15-second timer is off cooldown, then I'm going to give Aegis to nearby allies. So, a lot of this is going to facilitate, A, more Aegis going out, right, which is blocking attacks, a little more Condi Cleanse, but the largest thing is that it's going to get my Radiant Courage off cooldown very quickly. So, it gives Aegis, Luminary's Blessing, which is reduced incoming strike damage, heal when this expires, resistance, non-damaging conditions currently on you are ineffective. So, any conditions that aren't doing damage, just ineffective. So basically just Condi strip everything with resistance. Condi strip, so to say. Unless that gets stripped. Then it's back on. But then you have stability, which, again, stability is king. Protection, which is 33% incoming damage reduction. Resolution, which is condition damage reduction. All in one singular package. Which is absolutely nuts. So getting that up more often is huge. It's going to help stability uptime. It's going to help protection uptime. It's just going to help everything. So for me, the adjustment is now going to come in getting repetitions today and trying to figure out, okay, well, how frequently can I actually, you know, get my R up, right? When I pop that, everybody's going to get Aegis, right? I go through, that hits a block, right? And then I go through and I give myself a Protector Strike. And then I go through and give a Shield of Judgment, right? Any of this shit is going to roll into cooldown reduction on Radiant Courage to the point where it could just be another shout instead of a virtue skill. So I start working that in with my Stand Your Ground, Feel My Wrath, my Valorous Stance, which is going to also give protection. And there's just, well, and stab. There's a lot within the kit that is pretty fucking stinky, if I'm being completely honest. And the largest thing that would be, you know, stopping the Lumi kit would probably be not having coolies up in time. What do we have here? We might have 2 turning on us. Yes. We prepare. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. The water fights! Oh, we gotta get out of that. We gotta get the hell out of those water fights. That is not going to be the play. I'll be completely real there. Alright, we get every bit of defensives out that we have. They're not gonna try to blast us in the water. And I'm not going to go in the water against them. Are they actually doing water damage? Wait. Whoa, wait. Oh, I fucked up! I went in the water! Wait. How... actually using stuff in water? God damn it, I need to get water weapons. Is there a way that I can use my non-water shit? Or is that just his, like, regular ability kit? We tagging? No, I'm in queue for EBG just trying to run around and get a camp, and I got fucking SEAL Team 6 pulling up on me. I don't really understand. I've never encountered that before. Usually, every single fight that I take in the water, everybody just has, like, spears and they don't want to work. Or they don't want to fight through that, because that shit's ass. But I've never seen a water bow before. Oh, Doc Rush, your Gale Shot bow abilities are the same underwater. Interesting. So, basically, all of their actual Gale Shot abilities, just all, like, on the right side. So he can just sit down there and throw out an ungodly amount of Like his actual Gale Shot abilities, like not his weapon abilities, but the actual Gale Shot ones. Excuse me. Do you think Guild Wars 2 is noob friendly? So I've never played it before and looked at starting today. Yeah, one of the more, if I'm being completely honest, one of the more noob friendly MMOs to get into, primarily because of the community. I'm gonna be completely honest, like horizontal progression means that you can make progress on your character doing anything in the game, from PvP, PvE, anything in between. There is very specifically a systemic design where you're supposed to be able to come in completely new, completely clueless, and still exist within Guild Wars. And that's a very big thing. Obviously, there's depth to the game where you can, and probably at some point will, end up trying to find your route of gameplay that you like to optimize things. And when you're trying to look at things like PvP on a higher end, right? There's a lot of complexity to PvP stuff. But the PvP itself also gives you a large opportunity. Hello, sir. Are we doing this again? Is this the same guy from last time? How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Gonna have to get the goddamn NPCs to kill him, but like, my guy, my dog. What can I do for you here? Because I'm gonna be real, I don't know that just you will be enough to win this. I don't really have the most, like, anything else to throw out here. But something tells me Big Dog over here is gonna be a little bit down bad in terms of his desire to actually win a fight. But maybe those other guys will pull up, because he is part of a, there was like a 2-stack, that last 2-stack that we fought that was like SEAL Team Dick with the Gale Shot. Those guys might pull up at some point, but I don't really think he's getting too far here, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. We're both sitting at 100% HP. I don't know what his goal set was here, but I'm gonna be real, I don't think this was it. I don't know exactly if this was what he was going for, but just weird out there conspiracy. I don't think this was it. Sir. I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna need to ask you to just run into this wall a couple of times for me. This poor kindred spirit, bro. He's trying to cook. I don't want to really, like, stop his shine. I'll never kill him? Yeah, and I don't think he'll ever kill us. I'm not quite sure, but, I don't think that this is one of those fights with a winner. You know what I mean? It's like a fist fight where everybody has those big, like, inflatable bopper gloves on, and then full headgear, and, like, you know, full everything gear. It's a little bit of a, how do I say this, like, everybody loses type shit. Wait, we might get him. Oh my god, the wall, boys! All it needs is a little bit of wall, baby! You're what up, Godspeed, how are you, brother? Alright, so anyways, that took a couple of seconds. God fucking damn it, I hate this. This is tank versus tank. Tanks, believe it or not, aren't really a large thing. Like, there are tanky classes, but everything is tanky if you're playing boons correctly. So, do not think of Guild Wars, especially Guild Wars 2, as a trinity structure, because it's not. Like, at all. People come in expecting this to be a trinity structure, and especially in PvP, it's not. Retail WoW, no. Nothing similar with Retail WoW. Guild Wars 2 is an entirely unique combat system, and I cannot get that through to you guys enough. This is single-handedly the most buff and debuff oriented combat system that exists in MMOs. There is no game that features such a severe emphasis on both putting out and maintaining buffs, but also having classes that can strip those buffs, right? That's what really makes it unique. So with fights like that, right, that one seemed to take a long time. But if one of us was a Necro, we would have stripped the buffs that he had put out and stacked up some damage over time, known as conditions, on him. And those conditions would have added up and ticked down, and we would have had a lot more damage off of that. Now, in terms of join squad, in terms of our buffs, we want ESO similar. Yeah, ESO is probably like the most similar run of it. And with like the ESO like Guild Wars 2 kind of crossover, the entire emphasis is within your groups. You want to maintain not only stability, right? So stability is something I talk about a lot. You'll hear us say like stab bot, and stability bots in PvP are effectively, I want to have the highest stability uptime possible. Now, you have supports, which are kind of like your buffers. You have healers, which are like, you know, your druids. Druids are kind of like your true healer. You want one of those in every group. Outside of that, I like seeing a lot of Loomies out here instead of a bunch of firebrands. That's nice. But outside of that, right, there are a lot of different types of supports and a lot of different suites of buffs that get put together, if that makes sense. Like a lot of different plate assemblies in food terms. So with Luminary, the class that I play, I have really great stability uptime, and then I also bring in things that impact like our action speed, like quickness. Quickness. Quickness is skills and actions are faster. Super speed is very zooming movement. I bring in protection, which is minus 33% incoming damage taken. Resolution, which reduces damage taken from dots or the, you know, the debuffs. I also strip off a lot of debuffs that allies have. So part of what can make people super tanky in these fights, especially the smaller scale fights, is that if we can get buffs up, we can keep buffs up, and we can maintain those buffs, we're going to be in a spot. Oh, I thought we were walking forward. That is entirely my bad. See, this is always the weird spot for me. It's like, at what point does the actual walk forward happen? Oh god. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Everything's fine. Literally everything is fine. Literally everything is fine. We ball, we ball. Everybody stay together, no! Get me up, we're back up. Everything's fine. And then I get back up again. Everything's fine. No! Bro, why aren't we moving? I'm very... We won that initial clash. We're sitting on that gate. So, like... The gate's not even the issue. If they push, they go through the gate. Right, but everything has a range. It's cheesy. But they just don't have to go near the gate. So, like... The actual interact with the gate is literally melee range. They just sat here. And just, like... Went like this. I'm just relaying the strat. No, I know. I'm just confused. I'm relaying my confusion. Let's not steal that one. Let's not steal that one. Pull you out of the ball heals. Yeah, so that's a big thing too. Well, first things first, I'm not even gonna lie. I did that to myself. So I went to target one of them and basically like relocate within my clump as they were pushing in. So I went to grab a target on one of them that was close and use my mouse 5 in my forge, which is a little shield, like a sword jump that gives Luminary Blessing. So I want to be able to keep that up for people, and then I can finish it off for a blindness. So I went to target one that was close to us, and I targeted one that may or may not have been in their back line, and then the panic set in, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta get back. That is one thing about Lumi. Basically, the easiest way to kill yourself. Step 1 is like let your stability slip down. Step 2 is do what I do and randomly jump into the enemy backline. Like, bro, I'm gonna be real. I was blasting that fight too. Like, that fight was going well until I started to get down, and then we lost the support and everything went bad. Everything went absolutely terrible. We just need to keep the support up. So anyways, he started blasting. Bro, deadass. So like, I jumped in and I'm just like, oh shit, at least I have my iframes. And then I get knocked as soon as I come out of an iframe. I get rezzed once. I try to get back in. And then I was like, ah shit. I'm down again, everything's bad. It was a less than ideal set of circumstances, to say the absolute least. The second down, was also, I think, when we started to lose just a little bit of our, you know, our progress. We lost a little bit of our pump, so to say. That was, I think, the unfortunate one. Because anything past that, if I can get back up, I can keep pumping heals out. It's just rough when we're down. I think our group hit cooldowns. Yeah, coolies are another big one. But even still, with 30 people, we should be able to rotate coolies. That's a big part of the movements as well. Knowing when you are going to run into coolies and then having a re-engage around that. Sometimes people just stay like too far in, or, you know, too in for too long, so to say. And that can lead to, like you said, losing coolies over the course of it. Getting into a spot where you just don't have the sustenance that you need within the fights anymore. But give me a large thing. Very large thing. Alright. Looks like they're gonna start to push in relatively soon. TM. Relatively soon. Oh, shit, boys. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, God. It's about to get hairy up in here. Where are all the fireworks coming from? Brother, it's like the 4th up in this bitch. Oh, that's not a good... That's not good for the boys. We just got entirely run over. Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. We saw them there for like 3 minutes. Did someone airship? Bro, I hear fireworks. It sounds like the 4th in here. But hear me out. We saw them for like a minute. We're sitting there while they were like, literally through 25% HP of the boss while they were sitting there. I feel like at some point we should acknowledge that green is large and we should probably not try to sit there and ego the boss in front of all of them. They did use airship. Wait, what's airship do? Airship is a tactic on Stone Mist aerial. What the fuck? Wait, is that the airship? Wait, what is that? AoE's the boss platform. Oh my god. Wait, so if you have Stone Mist, you can just call in an airship? Why did nobody in T4 ever do this? Is there like a mechanical skill check that you have to pass to call in the airship, or were people just stupid? Wait, that seems sick as fuck. Because in-game gold or something. I have a feeling people probably too broke. Wait, it costs money? What do you mean too broke? Click on the SMC map icon and check tactic. Wait, so build cannons, additional guards, storage expansions. Wait, are we fighting? Oh shit! Oh lord! Yo, shout out green. I'm gonna be real. They could have just ate my ass. Like just Kobayashi'd that shit. Literally just Nathan's hot dog eating contest, that bitch. Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Boys, we turn. No pussy, no pussy, no pussy, no pussy. Okay, we get it. I guess we get it. I think we could have taken that stand. I might be capping, but I feel like there's a good chance that we live that shit. I feel like... How many are there? Nah, on God, we live that. We live that. That's... We live that. I swear to Christ. I'm very good at judging what we live and don't. We live that. We had full heals. We had full support. Should have made a larger character to look over the gates. I think this is the largest I can have, right? Maybe like... Maybe... Oh. Maybe Pinar Norn would have been better, but like, I don't know, man. I'd rather play Booba Norn than Pinar Norn. Like, I can look at my own cock. What? Ah! I can look at my own cock whenever. I cannot look at a sweet pair of sweet pair of titties whenever. Actually, I can, but not from a 6'8" woman. My girlfriend's 5 feet, so this is like a whole new point of view for me, a whole new vantage point, so to say. It's a game changer, if I'm being completely honest. Boys, look, no pussy. We win. We win. We win. We win. Walk forward on the bridge. Walk forward on the bridge. Eat their ass. Eat their entire ass. We literally, yes, the commander's listening. Woo, baby, we dub key. Ow. All right, everybody dub key before me. Everybody else go in real quick, and then I will follow up. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Everybody walk forward. Papa's got you. We just walk forward. Do not stand on the Bridgie McChoke point. Everybody just key and trust. I am your new commander now. Everybody walking forward. I told you we fucking won, by the way. I literally told you we win that. But everybody's like, oh no, Dusty, you're crazy. I know what I can take. And I can take that many men, no problem, chat. I know my limits. Now, do I push those limits sometimes? Yes. But stretching your limits only allows you to take more in the long term. Oh, fuck, Red's here. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's a little bit of a game changer. Fortnite! Do you have stability? Ah, get fucked. Oh, I'll see you in hell, asshole. Is he still alive? Nope. Okay, cool. Cool. Chat, I'm not gonna lie. Fortniting people, some of the best shit in this game. Respect agreeing they could have made this into a hot dog eating contest. No, bro, I'm gonna be real. Y'all see what Joey Chestnut did today? Fucking 66 of those bangers. 66. My fucking goat. Joey Chestnut has probably consumed more hot dogs in his life than most porn stars have cock. Just keep that in perspective. Like, he is the consummate professional at all points in time. You take three-pointers made from most NBA players, Joey Chestnut outdoes it. You take hits from most MLB players, Joey Chestnut outdoes it. You take the winningest, most dominant performances from Tiger Woods, Wayne Gretzky, all of the greats. Joey Chestnut outdoes it. Joey Chestnut, unironically, may be one of the most dominant athletic specimens that this world has ever seen. And one of the, if not the largest outlier in terms of what humans are capable of doing. Keep in mind, he is eating against other top 0.0001% big backs and is destroying them. Like a motherfucker like me, I'm good for a few glizzies and then I'm tapping out. Like, granted, I don't really like throwing up much, and I can only assume they go into the bathroom and immediately hurl up like a mountain of glizzies. And if they don't, my God, that shit. 182 chicken wings in 30 minutes also. That's not impressive unless he's also taking the bones. You show me somebody that's taking down 182 chicken wings with bones in 30 minutes and you got my attention, buddy. But that meat's too pliable and bendy. It's, it doesn't have, listen, I'm not in here for some Weenie Hut Jr. wing eating contest, brother. I need to see the commitment. I need no leftovers whatsoever. With bone sounds like death. Wouldn't that theoretically be easier, though, to eat it? Because then you just, no. I feel like that'd be easier. And technically, Jello is just made out of bones. So once you digest it and it dissolves, you're just having Jello. So it's a dessert as well. I'm not exactly a dietitian, but I feel like there's some value in there. Now, I also feel like wing eating contests, do they do specificities of like flats versus drums versus other things? Because I feel like I could eat flats far quicker than I could eat drums. That may be blasphemous to some, but I feel like with flats, all you do is you take the joint in between the two bones, twist it, break the connective tissue, pull out the one bone, and then just, and then you're good. I feel like, granted, I guess you could do that with a drummy as well, but like a drummy's a little bit harder to fit in your mouth entirely. A bit hard to watch Joey though, because he like mama birds the food right up close to the cameras. Well, maybe if they didn't give him fucking like actual Kanye West concert levels of production, bro, they gave him like a walkout and shit. Like, I know everybody there is showing up to compete in the race for second place, But like, you imagine you show up to like, bro, it's the equivalent of like LeBron James showing up to the Nike Drew League. It's like, uh-oh. Our ass. Our ass! It's about to get eaten! Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy, 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 lordy. I do not know how I feels about this fight right now. We have a little bit of room to play. I stay on tag, I blast all heals that I have. I give them everything that I have. We get protection up. We get all of our Aegis up. I'm on tag still. This might be the end for us. But we're moving okay. We might have to drop down. I think tag's dead. No! No! It's all bad. It's all bad. I mean, we lived for a while there. I'm not gonna lie, we lived for a while. I just think we got a little split. And by a little split, I mean like we died in this entire rampart area. As soon as they came in, I think everybody just like, and hit the delta split. Instead of just finding tag and getting to tag. I think that's a lot of people's like, bad habit. Especially our people that are coming in from newer game or from other games that are newer to this game. We have this habit of like, damage comes in, delta split to get out of the damage. Instead of damage comes in, dive into your clump so you get all the, oh, excuse me. So you get all the heals. Need more cannon fodder? Bro, on God, I'm convinced Green let us win that bridge fight just so we'd have some confidence. It's like when you have those dogs that are supposed to be finding people in like rubble and shit, and somebody just pretends to be trapped on the rubble so the dog feels like it's doing a good job and doesn't get depressed. I feel like it's kind of like that. We're supposed to be, you know, putting up a good fight in WVW, and they came up and they were like, all right, guys, no support this time. No heals allowed. We got stability. We got offensives. We'll see how it goes. And listen, I will take it. I will absolutely take it. I'm just grateful to be here pressing my buttons. And the dog pees on the survivor. Yes, 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 exactly. Exactly. But listen, we won one fight. The law of content states that I just clipped that one fight. That's the only clip that makes it out today. And then I went undefeated. Nobody will see the losses. Nobody will know. #1 world versus world player ever to exist, never lost a fight, and you cannot prove it. Ain't content beautiful? Long tail. Bro, that's been our fights. I'm not even gonna lie. Golf rules? Bro, the montage rules. Listen, I could be a 22% three-point shooter, but as long as I've made 12 three-point shots in my career, I have a montage ready. I can get a YouTube short out. EBGs? Yes, 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 EBG right now. But there's also not necessarily a stack that's going. This is just a pub raid. So I wouldn't necessarily come in expecting it to be the, you know, the craziest, most organized. It seems very much like we're just, you know, pubbing it out, thugging it out type shit. So, fine with me. I'm just happy to be getting reps and grateful we have a commander in the first place. But definitely expect a little bit of chaos. Just a smidge. Oh, I don't know what the Q is. Oh, Q's only 5 right now, so that's not bad. But yeah, we are definitely getting our shit kicked in just a smidge over here. But I will say the fights are getting better. First fight that I showed up, everybody insta-died. Last fight that we took, it was actually kind of a longer standing fight, which is nice to have in the first place. I'm just grateful to see progression and stuff. That's a huge thing. Oh yeah, they have 12 in Discord. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Want to make up a funny strat for science, like luring enemy raid near a cliff and knock back them in water or something? I mean, shit, that does happen. The only thing is there's so many situationals, like, even with knockback stuff, we can't even guarantee knockbacks unless we get strips out so we get their stability off. We gotta play around it a little bit. But yes, at some point, we will absolutely dominate. Do you watch the greatest athlete of all time compete and dominate? Joey Chestnut? Yeah, fucking inspirational, dog. Actually inspirational. I wouldn't fucking miss it for the world. I was taking my morning shit, scrolling through Twitter, and I saw clips of greatness, bro. it inspired me to be more patriotic. It inspired me to be a better man. It inspired me to, shit, I hung up an American flag in the back of stream today because of Joey Chestnut. Not even because of the 4th. Fuck 250. Who cares about 250 years? If we're celebrating 250, that means we're not planning on making it to 300, so that's a bad sign. But you know what the good sign is? America dominates another sport. Hell yeah, brother. We're so up. Inspired me to add mustard to my Walmart order. Oh, don't order online on Walmart. Although I guess depending on what stores you have near you. But let me tell you what. We have Shaw's near us as like a Northeast chain. I want to say it's like Albertsons or some bullshit. But check to see if any of your more local grocery stores have apps. We, for example, are about to save, like, the last time we went to the store, it was $36, and we ended up spending $6. Outside of that, we have a $40 off 75 or more coupon that we're gonna spend the next time we go to the store. So that shit's huge. Personally,
Fixed. Focused.
I can't buy full price anything groceries anymore, bro. I can't do it. It's so impossibly overpriced. It's such a hard thing to actually, grasp and palate at this point. The prospect of spending that much money to buy things at, at retail price. Uh-oh, we gotta get back in here. Maybe we can wrap it back in around them. Oh, wait. Whoa, wait. If we can eat the tail a little bit, boys, we might be doing just enough. Uh-oh. I don't think we're doing just enough. I don't think we have literally anything. We might have just, yeah, we lost too many. If these guys came down here with tag, we might have actually had that. I'm not even gonna lie, that was a really good wrap by the tag. Like, our commander made a good move there, but half our raid just left us out to dry. That's part of the issue with pub tags, is like, even if the tag makes such a great play like that, we had such a good opportunity to get kills on their tail, and we actually secured some kills on their tail, but nobody stayed with them. It was kind of tragic. This tag's about 10 minutes. What's that? I missed the balloons? Oh, we still have the balloons, by the way. Like, the balloons are literally still up. They're just off to the side. It's kind of disgusting. They still haven't deflated. Oh, until they're done. That makes sense. That makes sense. I will say, though, like, that fight, they made a really good move. It's just hard to herd a bunch of, random people that aren't in comms. And I think that fight, they actually gave us an opportunity to win that. Like, we actually got kills, which I'll take comparatively to how some of the fights have been. Because there's definitely this element of, like, at least we're not getting rolled, is all I can say. Let's CS2 game. Can't remember what class I was even playing when I quit. What's that? Guild Wars? Personally, dog, I'm gonna be real, like, Guild Wars graphics might not be for everybody, especially since they're like a, watercolor light type thing. But I'm gonna be real, comparatively to a lot of MOs, the Guild Wars graphics, when you're in like an actual, like, solid graphic area, keep in mind I run on low a lot of the time too. But like, I don't think the graphics are that bad, especially considering something's, 13, 14 years old. There's a lot that I think, obviously it's not a 2025 game or 2026 game, but like, I think it holds up quite well, especially within the MMO world. Performance is great, game feel is phenomenal, abilities are typically quite responsive. I'm a game feel person over like a, a visuals person, just myself. And I've enjoyed the game feel a whole hell of a lot. That's a big graphics guy, it's not that bad. Yeah, I genuinely think, especially like if you run on high graphics and you're not worried about FPS or anything like that, and you're just throwing out chill content to throw out chill content, personally, I think the game can look just as fine as you needed to. It was a Revenant, apparently. Revs can be solid. I mean, you can conduit, which should be relatively solid. But revs are one of those where, depending on the mode, right, some things can either be the absolutely most insane, phenomenal, unstoppable class or spec, or it can be something that's like fringe wanted to maybe not even that wanted, which is a really interesting back and forth tab, you know what I mean? Where in a certain mode you just have this thing that's an untouchable god, and then another mode comes along and it's just like, all right, yeah, we don't want this at all in our group. It's weird. You, with Guild Wars, will almost definitely want to find yourself playing more than one thing, unless you do happen to find one of those just general universals that exist to solve all problems. But I feel as though a lot of those are typically support-based. Keep going, buddy. Keep going, buddy. Keep going, buddy. I gotcha. I gotcha. Everything's fine. Oh, everything's not fine. I might not be able to revive you now. I might have died for this. I'm not gonna lie. I tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, I think my entire clump just jumped down. That's not good. This is not good at all, if I do say so myself. I went back to help one, and I might have killed the entire group. We tried. It's because I got a little out of range on that heal going up the stairs. I need to learn my ranges a little bit better. I went to drop some buffs for him, and we would have been fine if my heal hit, like, coming up the stairs, but I got out of range when he went vertical. And I wasn't able to hit the save. I wasn't able to. I sold the bag. I could have saved it, though. I could have saved it. We were almost there. And if I saved that, then who knows? Maybe that would have been the big turn for this fight that really set us apart, my boys. That could have been the one to do it. Unfortunately, another round of failure, another round of sadness. What's the plan when this commander untags Streg? Do we have any other tags, like, elsewhere? Because I'm gonna be real, it looks like we don't. Pretty much every map seems to be not really going our way. At least Yolan's going well, but Commander Dusty, I don't pay enough attention. I'll be real. Like, I don't mind the shot calling and the movement and the coordination. It's more that I don't pay enough attention when I'm commanding to keep every single thing, you know, in line, because I talk to you guys too much. If I wanted to command in, like, T1 and, like, you know, lead in T1, I would have to ignore you guys so I could lock in every second of the fight. And, like, when we start sieging something, I wouldn't be able to talk to chat or anything. If I let somebody else throw their tag up and then I just run around with them, it makes my job so much easier, dude. I love it. Started desert, took a couple camps, and man, this cluster sense. Chat, we need people to go around and see what the other maps are looking like. No team, another bullet out of your mind. Cold stress can be whatever. No, I mean, it's not even that. Like, I personally have completely zero issue with that side of it. It's just that I talk to you guys too much. It's not even like bowled out of my mind or anything. If I was bowled out of my mind, I'd be bad at video games and I wouldn't be one of the best players in games that I play. Just respectfully, right? But I don't pay enough attention to call. So with this, it's open world. It's not instanced where it's like, okay, we take, you know, 5 minutes of a fight and then we're done. When I'm calling, I would need to be locked in, sending scouts around, coordinating with those scouts, understanding what our next movement is. In this, where it's all open world, it's unfortunately not just a matter of like, okay, we're gonna collapse top left in 3, 2, 1. Like, it is actually locked in all the time, like a battle royale, more than anything else. You're looking for pings around the map because you can see enemy pings with anywhere that you might have, you know, you might have radar. So if you have somebody looking at the map, you can see enemy zergs running through. You can see areas that are flipping, like nodes that are flipping. So that way you know the movements of other guilds and other entities. There's so much with calling on a high level here that goes beyond just the navigating fights, which is why, again, I have no problem navigating fights for us. That's not a problem at all. I don't really fucking care about that side of things. I know how the fights are going. I know how they function. It's just, I wouldn't give the respect to the group of ignoring you guys to be locked in all the time, because my job is to entertain you guys. My job that pays my bills isn't to ignore you guys and calm all the time for hours on end. So I'd either tag up for 20 minutes at a time, tag up and do a half-ass, or I just don't tag up at all unless there's no other choice. And then I just allow everyone to kind of, you know, exist off of that. Why do we have so many golems? What is happening here? Wait. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Yo, what up, Lotto? How are you, brother? Hope you're having a goddamn beautiful day. I am celebrating the 250th by turning into a firework. Our Zerg has been getting... not my Zerg. But this pub Zerg has been getting absolutely smacked. Now, the fights are getting better and we're giving them good fights now, but let me tell you. These T1 fights, people know how to play the game. Like, I'm gonna be real. You need to have proper compositions. You need to have people paying attention and looking out for things. Like, it is, you got super speed, my boy. That's actually tech with the golems. Holy shit. Do these kill faster? Oi! Oi! We got the red boys. My lads. My dudes. My guys. My guys. I would personally love it if y'all just, if y'all just kind of walk forward a little bit. I think we might be able to kill this considering it's about 12 people, boys. Perchance. Perchance. We get a little scrap going over here. They have more coming down. It looks like they just waypointed, so be careful. I don't think they're gonna go up and try to drop on us. We may unironically have too many people for that. And if they try to jump in here, we can just stack up around the corner and vibe. Maybe they decide to push in. Maybe. Okay. I guess we decided to push out, boys. We're up tremendous. Or are we? Or are we? Wait. Is our backline dying? How? Like, random question, but how? Everybody clear out so I can get some super speed on El Boddingtons. Because they're cooking. I feel like the bots are definitely worse than just having catapults, no? Because I feel like the bots were kind of slow. I don't know what the purpose of them is other than looking cool. But like, these shits were just slow as hell. I think we could have got in far faster with pretty much anything else. But maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm tripping a little bit. This is fucking absurd. All we have are like T-posing whirlwind bots. Forever better released in a full game, complete with no huge bugs, or it'll disappear forever. I mean, I'm gonna be real, brother. I think Forever has already surpassed the success that the developers expected, considering they're a very small development studio and they likely did not put a huge amount of money into it. So, like, they were not trying to make the Forever IP a super long-lasting IP within the gaming world. They wanted to make a couple bucks off Forever to help continue their, you know, their studio's existence. And then they wanted to roll that into more games. Like, they've already released another game in between Forever launching and now. Like, they've already dropped another one. So it's not like they're all in on Forever or nothing. It's like, guys, look out, by the way. You're gonna want to get the fuck out of here.
Time to let loose. I'm neither here nor there.
Because they might be... Uh-oh. This Richard guy is not having a fun time. Oh. Hello, my good man. It's an absolute pleasure to see you. I hope you're having a splendid one. I am here to stand on my tag and press every single one of my abilities as much as I possibly can. Uh-oh, this might be bad. This might be very bad. Although, maybe not if I can get back to tag. I just gotta get back to tag, and then we keep buffs up. Boys, look at us go. Hold on. Oh! Why didn't we walk in on that? We could have walked in on that. It's okay. Everything's fine. Everything's perfectly okay here. I believe in us so unbelievably much. And I think that we have never taken a loss before. Jesus Christ, boys. Liquid are doing it. Liquid are doing it! We're defying the odds! Oh my lord, we actually got kills. This is miraculous. Chat. Chat. We're doing it. Looks like most World vs. World maps are going pretty good for us. We're blue. We're in last. Now, time of day will be something that can determine, like, you know, who's actually in control of which map at which time and stuff. But let me tell you, we're getting our shit kicked in. I think part of it is that we, so far, have not seen a lot of guilds that have commanders and stuff that are, like, opening up to other guilds as well. It seems to be that there are a lot of, I don't really know, like, smaller groups, maybe? Or groups that, I don't know, how do I say this? Don't really emphasize playing with others or publicly as much. So I'm not quite sure what's been going on within our, you know, within our team. But it definitely feels like most of our groups that have gone out so far are just smaller groups that end up getting absolutely shredded anytime they run into, like, you know, the rest of the T1 Zergs. It's like we have to a certain extent, we have to be able to work together against groups that are as large as the groups that we're about to see. And I don't think we've done a good job of that so far, like, as a team. And I think that's probably, oh, fuck. This is very bad. I think we gotta get back over, because we got a red fight going on our back end. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. You hate to see that, genuinely, but we might be fine. I just gotta get out, never mind. Because as soon as I get there, the commander tag pulls away. Bro, we just ran from 7 people. We have like 3 times their numbers. What? Why didn't we do that in the first place? We never even had to go back. Well, now we need to watch our back, because we took too long and then gave them an option to get in. So now green's gonna eat our tail. Who's he tag? It's a random. That's been the biggest thing. Like I said, we can't really find which groups are the established groups to play off of, which guilds are the established ones that have tags and zergs and stuff. So we've been just trying to, like, yesterday we came in with our own group, which, you know, went okay. And then today we've been trying to formulate this group up, but no residents, there's no fall again. Oh no, it's not even all their fault, honestly. I think part of the fact is that whenever they try to go into a fight, half of our raid just doesn't stay with them in the first place. And then off of that, they end up losing their confidence in the fights. So there's a certain extent where, you know, when you're confident in the group that you're playing with, as you know, you go balls to the wall all the time. You just know that abilities are where they need to be when they need to be there. And when you're playing with, you know, newer players, it can be a little bit harder to have that confidence. When you're playing with people that you aren't familiar with, people won't be as quick to, like, trust the calls. The caller won't be as quick to trust the people. And they're doing what they can. It's just a certain element of, like, if he tells everybody push past the bridge to kill red there, if he's not confident as a caller that there are a lot of people that will actually push with him, it makes his job 10 times harder. So I think right there, he saw a green on the side, got a little scared, like, of the whole green-red sandwich, and then knowing that a lot of our clump hasn't really been following him the best, even when he's been making great calls, it makes it a little tough. Makes it a little tough. He's trying. Oh, yeah. All you can do is try with pub groups. And that's the thing. Like, as we have more experience playing with other pubs and stuff, we'll see a lot of improvement with it, right? We'll get more familiar with stuff. It's tough, though, especially once people start not following the calls. That's what makes it primarily, like, how do I say this? Unplayable. From a caller standpoint, right? You can make every call perfectly, but if you don't have, you know, a bunch of your people in comms, and then most of your people that aren't in comms aren't really paying attention, it gets tough once people start not following the calls. Or if people ever follow the calls in the first place, that should be considered a bonus. Because there's a certain element where even if people follow the calls early, if you lose a fight, people start to not trust the calls. So you have this, I think of it as an ongoing, like, reputation bar with your group as a caller. So picture it as like a satisfaction meter, right? Starts in the middle, completely neutral, and then every interaction that you have with your group either lowers the trust meter or raises the trust meter. As your trust meter goes up, you have more people that will trust your calls, follow your calls, and follow you into literally anywhere. As it goes down, you could say everybody go forward and people move backwards. And that's a big thing about it, especially when we're not like, that wasn't one of our groups, right? We just joined a random caller that was out there and brought some of our people. So that wasn't even one of our groups or anything like that. That was just, you know, like I said, completely neutral on the trust meter. And as that trust meter shapes up, that's when you'll figure out what's happening. So, representative of the Cat Guild is totally new versus returning. Oh, primarily new. I mean, and keep in mind, a lot of the returning players, the game's been out for 13 years. So a lot of our returning players aren't just like, oh, hey, I'm returning after, you know, a couple months off. It's like, I haven't played the game in 12 years, and I played 100 hours beforehand, and now I'm back. So that's like the big thing. A lot of returners, it can be very hard to even feel like a returner with how much is new. Return to VOE after not playing since shortly after EOD drop. We're doing what we did in Ashes. Yes, exactly. This is effectively the exact same learning curve with Ashes, except we have to catch up to the people that, you know, are ahead of us, if that makes sense. So there are a lot of people that have 13 years, 14 years almost of experience. And within that, we're still doing the same thing we did in Ashes, where we take in every single player. We don't turn down anybody that's interested. We stay in Zerg. Oh yeah, I think Streg's gonna tag up and lead for a little bit. So we'll see if we can pick up more people. I'm gonna go fill up my water real quick and grab a sweet tea, because I haven't had a sweet tea all day. And I really fuck with sweet tea. So I shall be right back. But yeah, what we're doing, like, what I need to remind people of is this isn't like a 6-day recipe for success. This is a 6-month recipe for success. Guild Wars 2 as a game is going to continue after Guild Wars 3 deploys, and it's going to get yearly expansions. So it's very likely that we pop back and forth to Guild Wars 2 as well, as things kind of like, you know, die down with 3 and the content cycle hits and we bounce back and forth. But we are, as a community, planning out, you know, 6, 12, 18 months of Guild Wars 2 in the future, bare minimum, and that's without Guild Wars 3 coming in, and with a lot of our organization not being there yet. We still have so much to learn, but we've been through this before multiple times, and when we go into World vs. World, and we start to notice that early on in the session, the fights are instant. We die in a second. And then later in the session, we have these scrappy fights where we can go back and forth. We can get some kills, we can get some reses, and the fights are actually a little drawn out. It's a nice thing to have. It's a very nice thing to have. It's progression, and that's what everything we're doing here is all about, and that's what it'll continue to be about. We don't only recruit players if they're the best players. We bring in everyone. So, all right, I gotta go get water real quick before Streg leaves without me. Be right back.
Strength, potency, power.
Fixed. Focused. Concentration.
So, I had a thought. Is there any logical reason why ArenaNet wouldn't change the colors for World vs. World to red, white, and blue instead of red, green, and blue for the 4th of July? Because the only thing that I can come up with is that they're goddamn communist bastards that support China, Russia, and the Martians coming and draining all our oil. Well, I change it for one insignificant holiday. Excuse me, sir, it's the 250th. Honestly, the entire game probably should have had a makeover for today. Everybody's character is draped in American flags. Every single ambient sound is replaced with an eagle screech. Every sound effect from an ability now sounds like a medieval cannon going off, because it is. Oh, our butt! Our ass! Oh, lordy, Strag, I'm with you, buddy. We're getting into it early, bud. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. These motherfuckers love the portal plays. I don't even know, like... I don't know how many times they can get us with the same thing. But I'm not even gonna lie. Their movement is nuts. Their movement's nuts. But yeah, no, honestly, so every ability replaced with a gun. If you're not using a gun on 4th of July for your class, you are now, buddy. You gotta go around fucking double pistols all the time. And you see somebody, you start blasting. You ask questions later, buddy. That is how ArenaNet should have celebrated the 4th of July. Instead, we got this communism, socialism, authoritarianism. What other isms are there? Disciplinarianism. 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 That one. Disciplinarianism. Disciplinarianism. I don't even know what that one means, but it's provocative. Plagiarism. Yes, they stole Guild Wars 2 from the Guild Wars 1 developers. Yes, literally never forget, dude. Guild Wars 2 plus Guild Wars 1 plus 6 more instances means Guild Wars 9, Guild Wars 9/11, they did it. Exactly. Terrorism, Emu. Terrorism. It starts with plagiarism. It ends with a much, much, much deeper discovery. And it all started because we understood that our last hope for American devs were goddamn un-American. My entire screen just goes like red, white, and blue, fucking eagle screeches and tanks and shit. Yo, we did see an inflatable tank. Like it was like a pool floaty that was up to a 250-pound adult, where you could effectively inflate it, throw it in a body of water, and then like the tank cannon that came out the front was basically a water gun. It was fucking absurd. That's a lot of adult. Honestly. Yeah. Yeah. Still enjoying the game? Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Other than the devs being goddamn commie bastards. No, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm having a ton of fun. We're going on a rant right now about how everything should have been 4th of July to fuck, you know? Eagle screeches everywhere, tanks for every mount, you know, fucking fighter jets and stuff to transport us around the world, bombs, oil. Really, if they made every objective in World vs. World an oil extraction platform, I see some freedom being delivered. I see just enough freedom. An American barbecue hating tofu eating. Wait. Tofu can be okay. Tofu can be okay. Also, Phoenix, thank you for the 275, dog. I appreciate you. How are the World vs. World fights? They're tier 1 World vs. World fights. Let me tell you what. We are learning. Every single fight, we are learning. And I will be completely a buck. I would rather have this than looking back on T4. Like, how sloppy we could be in fights and still win. With this group and the group that we just had before this, right? Strag's leading this little pug group around and seeing what we can do. But even before this, we were running around with a random commander. In T4, that group would have been just fine to go around and win some fights and actually get active. T1, we were getting poopied because groups over here, especially those that have been playing together for a little bit, they're coordinated. They have tactics, they have strats, they have, first things first, at square one, compositions within their raid, which is an incredibly important thing to have. You'll look at their groups and every group is cohesive and makes sense. And, you know, all the things are in the place they need to be in. And that's kind of what we're striving to get to. So, last month was our introduction to World vs. World, a welcome mat, so to say, to experience what it was going to be in the most unorganized levels. And what we didn't expect this month was to be thrown into tier 1. I don't really know how it happened. I think we just kind of got like the luck of the draw there, because we sure as hell weren't highly ranked. I'm gonna be completely real there. I'd love to say we're a T1 guild, but I'm also trying to be a little bit realistic about this, and I don't know quite how we got there, but I know that we got there somehow. So I'm assuming we just got like randomly placed in with the actual, you know, the good guilds, but as a result, we have a lot of learning to catch up on. We have a lot of things to do. Yo, Strag, move the Firebrand into our group, and then we actually give the Firebrand somebody else. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. You really hate to see that. Let's see. Reaper, Vert, Ritualist, Druid. Bro, we got a lot of strips and shit. I feel like the Mechanists are the odd ones out, though. And if we can get... Hear me out on this. Up. And then we take one of you, put them up there. Throw a support in that group. Okay. And then we have a Catalyst, which can also bring in a decent amount of support. So we'll take... We have 3 strips in this group. Lumi Gale Ritualist. We'll bring you out there. Okay. We can just start filling off of that now. Basically, we need more supports, as always. Yo, Wubby, happy 4th to you as well, brother. I appreciate you. What you getting up to today? I hope it is not too hot where you're at. Maine has been... Oh, that guy's moving! Holy shit. Wait, you guys saw how smooth he went between those walls? Okay, wait, that guy passed the driving test. I gotta be cautious with my walls against that one. That man will expose me for being a little lazy with them. Holy shit. The heat broke a little bit today. It's 99. Oh no. Oh no. Is that, oh god. Is that a normal thing? Or is that like a, the heat's not supposed to be 99? Okay, I'm gonna be real. Not the worst fight that we've taken so far, but I didn't really get protection up in the way that I should have. We got kind of jumped there. Bro, they love their engages. Those shits are jumpy. Like, is this... Are these stealth engages, portal engages, or both? Because they love this, and I also love it. I'm assuming it's just like stealthing in, right? These are portal engages. They're fucking cool. Like, I think they're counterable because everybody goes in and gets like, hey, right? I think they're deal withable, but against newer players, they clearly have an element of like, they have an element of like, oh shit, what's going on against new players? And you see the element where like a portal engage happens, and against unorganized groups or newer players, you'll immediately see, we've been talking about this a lot, but the new player instinct to delta split. And when you get engaged on, instead of clumping up like crazy, you spread in a lot of other games. And I think people are used to in PvP that I get hit, I spread, instead of I get hit, I find the tag and then find solace in that tag. Which, even trying to be aware of it myself, right? I know these things are going to happen, and even still, just the tens of thousands of hours in other combat systems where you're in trouble and you try to like peel your way out. It's such a weird thing to break, and playing supports help me break it a lot because I need to be in a good spot to support other people. But golly, man, it's definitely a big adjustment period for a lot of our people, but I think it'll get better. I definitely think more repetitions around it, and that's why I'm happy we're in T1 as well. We didn't see engages like this down in T4, which is where we joined. We went T4 last month, so we could get, you know, the new player experience. We could get our new players in and kind of organize and just see how it was going to be in the first place, with the hope that, hey, I didn't know about like the redistribution on a monthly basis. So our goal was to see if we could bring Tombs up. We joined Tombs and Draskier like over the time we were there, bring them out of T4. And we came in second last week, almost actually won, so that was cool. We actually saw our progression as a guild even within that. So honestly, it's best case scenario that we got moved up so we can fight against stuff like this, and it'll accelerate our growth now that we actually have the experience. But it's definitely going to be like a week of learning and adjusting to this. Everyone here in T1 has been super, how do I say this? Like cohesive and snappy with everything. Like you can see the experience diff coming in a whole hell of a lot more here than you could in the lower tiers, where it felt like we had a lot more forgiveness in these fights. And even with something like an engage, if we got caught out like that, the execution of kills and people going in with strips and the proper compositions were a little bit more rare when we looked at the state of, you know, T4, of course. So it's interesting to see the immediate jump up in like competitive nature. And it's definitely something that you're going to see a lot of like, this is counterable, why aren't you guys countering it? Why are you missing this counter? And it's honestly, it's just one of those that we have to play through and get the muscle memory down that we aren't going to get our shit cooked as soon as an engage comes in. There's an element where with proper comps, with proper support, and being able to tell what's going on, you can absolutely catch people. First week of new teams, matchups often are pretty unbalanced. The balance as the month goes on, as better teams will climb, worse teams will drop. Yeah, every week there's the relegation. So, I mean, it's likely that we end up going to T2. I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that we're probably not going to work our way up like crazy in T1, especially against the Zergs we're fighting. Now, part of it is I also think that we haven't yet seen a lot of, I don't know, we haven't seen a lot of guilds over here that have dedicated presences or like the alliance runs, right? It seems like a lot of the very strong runs that we're running into are alliances of multiple guilds, but I don't really know that we've encountered or even like heard of any happening over here. So it's one of those where it's like, all right, do we even have like the tools at our disposal to hop in like we did before and just kind of, you know, sidecar, so to say. Some groups don't like being in T1 or T4 since you end up fighting one team for multiple weeks in a row. Oh, interesting. So basically, if you're second or first in T1 because you stay there, people feel like you can almost get forced into a matchup and then it can get griefy type shit. And if you're just losing over and over to the same team, then it's like, okay, give me a new look. See, I could see that, but then there's also the element of like, if I'm number 2 to you, then I want to beat the shit out of you. Respectfully, of course. You know what I mean? Like, that's the route that I go with it. And for me, if we were number 2 and we were losing week over week, we'd be VOD reviewing, we'd be trying to figure out everything that we could do, every movement that we can make, when you know, what times are your weakest so we can get a squad of roamers going around and flipping camps. Like, that would be our entire goal as a community. We get obsessive over that shit. And the thing about us is we don't really go away at any point in time. I'm here. Papa's here. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. We turn. We turn. We turn. We turn. Everything's fine. Everything's not fine. Okay. Listen. We lasted longer that time. It may have been because people physically couldn't run away from my support. But we lasted longer that time. Also, nothing to do, alright? Hear me out. Every day is our day because we get to play PvP and learn from it. The thing about it is we went from, and keep in mind, also, Hollow, what up, brother? We went from, as a brand new community, joining T4 with the intent to get, you know, like skill fights, to them going, hey, guess what?
Might make
T1.
me right.
So, for us, there's an immediate level of, this week especially, we need to embrace this before relegation and get the most organized fights that we can without people mental booming about losing fights in a video game that literally doesn't matter. And we need to have everybody understand, while we're in T1, we have an opportunity to see the cleanest groups that we would be able to fight against. If there's a group that's been at the top of T1 and for whatever reason has stayed there through, like, you know, the monthly reforms and everything, that means that we are fighting against the best groups in World vs. World. And that's an opportunity where if you're a brand new basketball player and you get to play with NBA players and learn, embrace the opportunity, learn as much as you can. So even if relegation hits next week and we go back down to T2, we're going to find ourselves, Ice, thank you for following, dude, I appreciate you. We're going to find ourselves taking the knowledge that we got from T1, all of the engages that we're fighting against, all of the moments of, oh, hey, look, we're living a little bit longer. T2 fights, Doctor, thank you for following. T2 fights will be more forgiving, right, than T1 fights will. T3 fights, more forgiving than T2. And, oh, as we continue to work our way through everything, right, we will naturally find ourselves getting better in the first place. If we don't, we have a substantial problem. But every tier that we go to, the differences in playstyle will be something that we can learn from as a community. We can adjust our compositions, adjust our tactics, and do what, you know, we need to do to start to grow along the way. The biggest thing is people need to understand that, you know, we're a very new community. And as a new community, there is an absolute guarantee that you will be taking losses more often than you'll be taking wins. Whether it's a PvE community going into the hardest PvE in a game, you'll have to work up to that if you don't have people to carry you. Definitely on the PvP side with existing games as well. Now, if it was a brand new game with brand new systems, then that's one thing. But man, like, when you're looking at something that is truly in every aspect, you know, existing for years and years and years before you hop in, that's a large gap to close. And we're going to continue to do everything we can to close that gap, but it'll take us time. And we just, again, we need people to not mental boom in that time. We need people to look at fights, and first things first, get to the point where your muscle memory is to press your buttons and stay into the fights on tag. And then after that, it's evolving to efficiency. So, he had asked if I'd ever get Arc to see my stats. So, I personally believe at a certain point, the stats from Arc are absolutely phenomenal and valid. And I've actually been getting log reviews, or was getting log reviews, from some of the guilds we were running with in the past for our stacks, like last month. So those were a really helpful thing. And that is absolutely an advanced metric that helps a lot. My theory on Arc, and honestly it applies to, like, you know, I played a lot of sports as well. And I think from my time, you know, playing basketball and working youth camps and stuff like that, where I was teaching kids who genuinely had no idea how to even dribble a basketball yet, I couldn't just start with a, well, here's how you isolate your defender, attack their top foot, and then score off a dribble, you know? I couldn't go to the point of being too far ahead before we even got to a baseline. And I had to keep that in mind all the time. We tried, Strike. I ran into just at the end. But we have to keep in mind that with a lot of our players, it's genuinely at the point where we're like learning to dribble the basketball in our one hand without even having an offhand, right? And that's the big point that most of our players are at. It's like, okay, let's teach them how to dribble. Myself, I'm fortunate enough to be able to play the game 8 hours a day with, you know, hundreds of people that come through the stream on a daily basis and are acting as coaches and stuff. I get a lot of information fed. My growth has been kind of accelerated, but I'm still so far behind. And I think 95% of improvement in these fights can come without arc as a focus, because the 95% comes from being in a proper position and worrying about, am I on the tag at all times? Okay, once I'm on the tag, let's just start mashing abilities out there for new players and making sure that you're getting shit on cooldown and using the things that you are capable of using. Okay, now that you're mashing your abilities, let's tone it back. Let's see how you can get the most efficient usage out of your stability, the most efficient usage out of your strips if you're stripping, the most efficient usage out of your bombs if you're a DPS, right? And that's where art comes in, is like the step 3. It's like, I see that we are now as a raid at a point where, myself as well, where we are always on tag, where Streg is hitting me up and he's like, hey Dusty, everybody's been doing amazing. Feels like our movements when we're in guild content are really tight. There's like that level of it, and then I think we go to arc after that, you know what I mean? I feel like GVG, I learned the most important thing is just being as tight of a group as possible. Bingo. Bingo. And it's hard for people to get the muscle memory and the instinct to stay as tight as possible. When things go south, people want to spread and they want to fan out. And we have to rewire people's brains before we get people focusing on, oh, your group stability was 45%. It needs to be, you know, let's try to get that to a much higher number, 70% plus, right? Let's see how far we can push up your group stability. Your protection uptime was good, your stability uptime was good, but now we want to see you getting more cleanses. So let's talk about how to get your cleanse count up. And all of that comes later, right? For right now, it's like I said, very simply, stand on tag and just slam abilities out. Oh, wait. Where'd Streg go? Streg, what just happened? Ay, 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 ay. So anyways. Jackson on the left. Can he tag back up? Okay, he's good. He's good. Put yourself back in our group, Strike. That was an oopsie daisy. So, anyways. Two cellos? Wait. You noticed. Oh my god, we have an appreciator of the background music. It's fucking gorgeous. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Alive, thank you as well. Much love. But yeah, that's exactly like you're saying, Key. Once we get to the point, I know Ball, I appreciate you. It's a pleasure having you. Ball knower's always welcome. So with, you know, simply being able to operate on tag, there's the element of we need to have everybody comfortable with standing on tag no matter what. And then we also need to get comfortable with how our tag is moving. As we're in these fights, once people stand on the tag, that's great. But in an ideal scenario, everybody ends up on the tag through their natural movements. And what I mean by that is if you take a fight with a commander 5 times, you'll get comfortable with how they're gonna move. If you take a fight with a commander 500 times, you don't even have to hear that commander talk because you know where they're gonna move, how they're gonna move, when they're gonna move, and what their movement's going to be. And there is that massive element, right? Where as you become more comfortable with your commander, not only does it become easier to, you know, move yourself and find places to be, but you also find yourself not having to focus as much on just the specific tag, and your ball moves together, not from a reactionary standpoint of commander say go here, everybody processes and then follows, but anticipatory of I've fought enough, I know if they push right, my commander is going to want to crash into their tail left, and I will start that move as soon as the commander does. And when we think on the same level as Streg as players, or any raid thinks on the same level as their commander, and they're thinking what the commander's saying through experience and repetition, that's when everything syncs up. That's when you have, you know, in basketball terms, your really fast-paced offenses that always know where the extra pass is, where the one more is. If you are a 40% three-point shooter, is there a 44% three-point shooter that you can shot fake one more to in the corner and they have a higher percent look? That's basically the comfort that you get from playing with people over and over and over again. And we're new. It'll take time. But that's also, like you said, 90% of everything. And once we have that, that's when I'm going to go really deep into, excuse me, into arc DPS. and when I'm gonna have all of the actual like log reviews and shit, when I'm gonna start looking at our group compositions and who's outputting what for which group. Part of our problem with that is we don't even have static groups set up yet. So we have neither the composition nor the organization of that composition to actually get groups in place to start with. So there's the element that, you know, we still have a lot of progress to make before we even get there. Have you heard of Elite Insight yet? I have not. Sounds like I'd have to pay for it. Now I will say pretty much everything's a tax write-off, but sounds like a basketball training company that somebody that played in college would make. I'm not even gonna lie. I know of a basketball training company from one of my friends that played in college that's like really similarly named. What's Elite Insight? Is it just like more advanced metrics? Is there a replay system? Download OBS Studio and then record. There are add-ons that will go through and basically like Arc DPS is a damage meter add-on that I know a lot of people hate damage meters, but it can also compile stability, uptime, like uptime of different buffs, damage taken, healing done, all that shit. So for PvP aspects, it can be really useful considering all of the utilization of buffs. It can see how many debuffs somebody has stripped off, how many, buffs people strip off, like all of that shit. So there's a lot of information that comes from things like Arc DPS. It's just one of those, again, where I think it's super fine-tuning, and when we get to the point of that, we'll definitely employ those. Evo, thank you for following. But a lot of our players, myself included, really aren't at the point of needing that fine-tuning because we're still so coarse. You know, we're still so raw. So, join a small Roman guild and we just run as 3 or 4 of us having fun. See, that does sound fun. I will say, though, running around with 100 people that you also enjoy playing with sounds even more fun. There's an element where World vs. World also presents so much, and with our community, we, very simply put, people ask like, oh, Dusty, what's your guild do in the games that you play? And I'm like, everything. There's an entire game, we're gonna play the entire fucking game. Like, I pick away at fractals, I need to get my Lego gloves. I'll be working on map exploration and shit like that as I go throughout, you know, map completion. There's so much of Guild Wars to play, and we're gonna play all of that. We also bring in players that like every aspect of the games that we play for that specific reason. And we just, you know, try to enjoy our time over here. And I think as we continue to get more familiar with World vs. World, we'll also have little roaming groups that form up. We'll have our, you know, our daily Zerg groups that get going where we can run around and try to put some big points on the board. But one thing I was saying earlier is like, once we get more consistent with World vs. World and our timings and whatnot, we're also going to rest with me. Where are we going? But we'll also know when the time slots are that we have to basically go in and have small roaming groups going around capping camps, just flipping things on the map. And then when we bring in the big Zerg for gameplay, right? So there's just so much that you can do within World vs. World exclusively for content. Outside of that, we got the rest of the game to play too. I'm doing a raid on Sunday. I should probably be doing weekly raids. It's been brought to my attention that PvP tournaments, like the SPVP tournaments, are an insane generator of gold because effectively nobody signs up for those anymore. So it's like, there's so much to do. It's starting to be the World vs. World player that people don't enjoy having around. And by that sense, you mean ratting?
Lend me your keen insight.
Or something worse than ratting. Because, I'll be real, we need a couple of rats. I don't care for camping bases or camps or anything. Oh yeah, yeah, listen, there's still a role for that, and hear me out. If we're running around with a big Zerg, we could still use the information from people that are just going around smacking the shit out of everybody and scouting to know where their Zerg movements are and how many, you know, people they have in their groups and shit. That's all stuff that when you're looking at an entire persistent map, the role that you play also helps the role that like big groups like this want to play, where they go around and cap shit. And if you're on the, you know, the east side of the map and you tell us that there's a huge Zerg east side and you're going to keep running into them to keep them entertained, and we go west side and start flipping shit, and we go directly for something that's going to cut off waypoint access, that can be a big play. That can help us get something secured just off of you running around and nuking people. And that's kind of cool with World vs. World. There are so many different ways, excuse me, that you can continue to play the game. Don't think you need to pay for it. Python program for World War that allows you to parse multiple ArcDPS logs and combine them to give you a very detailed summary. Interesting. So, with the logs,
Nothing can bring me
does that just compile like every log around you type shit? And then put it into one like super log?
serious.
Because that would be quite nice to have at least one of, if I'm being honest. I think meters are overly hidden for no reason. When they're one of the best ways to improve your personal self when you're ready for that. I think part of the reason why meters get a lot of hate is because the prevalence of WoW and the structure of WoW. So, meters in WoW are treated far differently than meters in Guild Wars. And they're presented... Damn it. They're also presented far differently in WoW than they are in Guild Wars. So, as a new player in Guild Wars, the community was very, like, very careful to mention, like, hey, Dusty, we use meters over here, but it's not like that. You know, it's not like WoW's meters. And in WoW, a lot of the time, meters are meant to effectively not improve yourself, but to pocket watch other people. And effectively within that, a lot of the culture of meters and the information in WoW is meant not to improve oneself, but to bring down others. And it's almost come to this, you know, you do still have your use cases where, especially within high tier, you know, high tier communities, meters are absolutely used for good and for learning. There is a ton of, okay, Green's here. There is a ton of valid information that comes from meters at all points in time. But in things like WoW, first things first, if you're a new player hopping into WoW, there's immediately the, oh my god, what's your UI add-on? What's your meter add-on? What are your, I mean, it's less bad now, but the war on add-ons is easing up as it goes. It's like, what are your weak aura profiles? What's this profile? What's that profile, right? And there's a creative suite of add-ons that you will want to download just to get started in something like WoW. And to compare that over here, you don't really need any of the add-ons that are presented even through the, you know, the supported add-ons with Guild Wars, because a creative suite of the game has grown to accommodate all of the actual player needs. And a lot of the add-ons that are present are simply quality of life instead of necessities. Then on top of that, you have cultural differences within the communities themselves. So Guild Wars is an extremely consistent long-term community, which, same thing with WoW. Guild Wars has operated by maintaining players, minimizing fall off, and capitalizing on new players coming in and staying with the title, and always having a return point for any players that do leave. WoW capitalizes on a completely different structure where it's not necessarily FOMO based, but it comes out in a lot of these phases where each phase invalidates your previous phase, and there's always that extra step to grind for on a vertical level. And those differences within the cultures of the games also differentiate how people are going to treat the game. With Guild Wars, you come in and people don't seem to be in a rush. It's like visiting that town where everybody's walking around the town instead of driving and blaring their horn, and everybody's walking and waving to each other, and they're like, hey, hope you're having a good day, dude. It's a slower pace. It's a little bit slower way of life. And I think that's reflected in how the community treats add-on usage, how they treat meters, how they treat bringing in new players. And of course, there are always people that are douche canoes, no matter what you do. But I think the Guild Wars community itself is very unique in the MMO scene right now, where they are so built around not making anybody feel like an idiot for not having something, but they present it as a, hey, if you're looking to, you know, have a little bit more information for yourself to improve off of, this is a really good tool. And it's not like a, oh my god, you're not playing with this, you have to have this. I think Guild Wars 2 community is also just a lot more chill and olds. MMOs in general are old as fuck, man. I'm gonna be real. And, like, I played WoW with my community after Ashes died, right? Ashes of Creation was an old community. A lot of players. PvP scenes tend to be a bit younger for obvious reasons. But even then, MMOs as a whole, MMOs are the oldest, you know, average age of your consumer for any of the major genres. And that's part of the reason why MMOs have been so down bad for a while. It's primarily that a lot of MMOs have not done the best to attract new players. They are kind of just bringing players in that have bounced around other MMOs. And there hasn't been something that's broken into the newer generation heavily. Even WoW, it had such a large market share of players at its peak that even though that's fallen off, they still have millions upon millions upon millions of active players. Now, this may be controversial to some, but I thoroughly believe that the MMO that had the largest break-in for the next generation of gamers was New World. Now, its launch obviously picked up a ton of momentum. Nearly 1 million concurrent players and millions of copies sold is a huge deal for even a semi-modern MMO. New World wasn't ready to launch. When the lights shined the brightest, New World went blind. And that's definitely something where, you know, a large ball was dropped many times, and that ball was made of very delicate glass and it shattered. And RIP New World, I will severely miss you. But there has to be a mix of modern game feel, skill-based, smooth combat systems and movement that are accessible with a low floor. Something as simple as when we look at New World's combat system, you can be absolutely amazing at New World's combat system, or you could approach it from the baseline level of, haha, I put reticle on, and then I press button, right? And with that, I think it's a big thing to have that multifaceted area within your PvP. Oh, we got a res. Green Stalking House? I mean, hear me out. Probably nobody else is fighting them, and I think we're the only people that are going around, like, actively trying to cap anything. Now, I will say, I died inside of you. You're giving me a kiss right now, Strug. It looks like you're comforting me. Listen, I tried. I stayed with you, buddy. I stayed with you. But basically, like, we're the only group, I think, that will actually fight them, if that makes sense. Part of what happened last night was people were so shocked that we actually stayed around to fight when we had our full guild group. Multiple communities reached out and they were like, Dusty, we are so happy to have somebody that'll actually fight. We will help you learn. Please ask us if you have any questions. I've already been sent builds, information on like comps, everything. And a lot of people really, especially in T1, right? There are communities that will entirely avoid tier 1 because they don't want to, A, fight the best communities, B, they don't want to get involved with potentially being second or first in tier 1 and getting stuck. So there's the element with that where if we simply like go back in and fight, obviously in the first place they're farming bags, but also they're probably happy as shit to just have content where people aren't immediately dipping off the map and going somewhere else, and there are people that are actually running back in. So that's the largest thing, I think. We'll get a lot of fights whenever we want them because we're probably one of the few guilds that are as new as we are that will fight whoever and then just keep running back and trying to learn, which is, I think, one of our strengths. But what kind of Guardian build is this? So I play a Luminary. Luminary, thank you for the call. I appreciate you. I play a Luminary, and Luminary is very supporty in the way that I play it. You can also build a DPS Luminary, but my entire emphasis is putting out a bunch of stability, which stops us from being CC'd, protection and resolution, which reduce damage coming in by 33%. I put out some decent healing along the way. I strip a good amount of debuffs off of people. So I'm basically a buffer, protector, healer combination, so to say. Thunder, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. So I bring a lot of value to groups, not from a standpoint of like, I'm going to kill people. Well, I guess if I don't press my abilities, I will. However, there's the element of if you don't have enough supports within your group, in Guild Wars 2, especially with this large scale, your groups will just fall over. And sometimes, even with enough supports, your group will just fall over. So, for me, I really enjoy the dynamicism that support brings in these really fast-paced fights, you know? There's always so much that you can do to impact the fight. Sometimes you need a little bit more healing as an oh shit scenario. Sometimes you need to maybe throw out a CC, which we have a wall that can strip 10 instances of CC or of stability. So there's this element of everyone take port. I think they're going in. I'm not quite sure. Where we go? What is? Are we going to Borderland? I'm in Gurney 2, but I'm returning after 9 years, so I'm kind of clueless. Don't worry, buddy. I just started less than a month ago. We can be clueless together, and we'll help each other catch up. So, also, if I missed your guys' questions, by the way, during the apps, please feel free to repost anything that you might be wondering about. I'm more than happy to go back. Sometimes I get lost in the sauce a little bit, and questions can get pushed off screen. So, if I ever miss anything, just hit me with that shit again. But in terms of Guardian stuff, Lumi is very diverse in itself. Luminary itself has a couple paste amount. Oh god, yeah, you got to here. Luminary itself has like the support build that I'm running, right? This is a full support build. It can also be a hybrid build or just a full DPS build. Even with a DPS build, you'll be pretty tanky. But I think support is so incredibly important within PvP in this combat system. Also, it's pretty useful in PvE because we can put out Alacrity in PvE, which is cooldown reduction, 25% for the entire group all the time, so we just buff in PvE as well. Outside of that, you have Firebrand, which is another supporty type beat. Firebrand does have a little bit of damage potential too. I'd say probably like with a full support build, Firebrand has more like damage utility than Illumi would, at least in World vs. World stuff. But if you're looking for raw damage and you're looking to get into World vs. World especially, Dragon Hunter is nice. Dragon Hunter has a lot of area control, and one thing you'll notice with a lot of the PvP, like World vs. World especially, is that you are going to be fighting in a lot of close quarters. You have fights that happen entirely stacked around, you know, the commander tag. So our goal is to stick on top of our commander as much as possible and put out a lot of, you know, vicinity-based AoE buffs and healing and shit like that. And as we, you know, get better around that, right? We share a lot of buffs. A lot of AoE stuff only targets 5-ish people if it's offensive. So you have this AoE sharing, you have this buff sharing, and it's very beneficial to play in a stack. Now, you also have things like Dragon Hunter that just immediately say, fuck your entire stack. I drop traps, traps go grrr, and then they spin. And that's a large game changer. A lot of people don't like that. Dragon Hunter can fucking slap. So I definitely think you're making a solid choice there for DPS if you're looking to get into PvP. Specifically, stabs just important as healing. Oh yeah, absolutely. Keep in mind with a Luminary, right? This build in particular too is helping a lot with stability uptime. So up until yesterday, I actually wasn't running the Valor side of the build, which effectively more or less what Valor does for me is put out Aegis on allies a lot. And then anytime an ally blocks with an Aegis that I put out, my R gets cooldown reduction. So I pop my R, which is normally like a 45-second cooldown. And then off of that, I can put out a bunch of Aegis. And then that'll help the cooldown shorten up on that quite a bit. And as I'm, you know, in fights and everybody's constantly blocking, that's going to speed up the cooldown far faster than this. But I can effectively put out, you know, 15-20 seconds of cooldown reduction off that quite easily in a fight, get it right on par with my shouts. So I just have another huge stability uptime. On top of that, when I bring in Mace, Mace gives very good protection uptime. Very good. Protection's 33% reduced strike damage taken. And then I put up resolution as well for debuff damage taken, like Condi damage taken. Fucking huge. The fact that I can put out stability, I can put out protection, resolution, and I still have some offensive buffs on top of that, and I bring in some healing. Dude, it's so fucking huge. Is there a GS Shield of One-Hander build? So, like, in terms of DPS, you could Willbender and do that if you really, like, if you wanted to break that out on a Willbender. Willbender is kind of like Blue Thief is what a lot of people call it. It's very assassin-y. And I played Willbender when I first came in, especially for smaller scale PvP. I wanted to, you know, I wanted to learn the way of movement and whatnot. So when I came in, I was playing that little assassin-y, a lot of teleports, a lot of movement and whatnot. I was running Greatsword and double one-handed sword, so I was dual wielding one-handed swords. Very good damage, pretty solid sustain as well. But Greatsword's one of the top weapons for power DH. Ooh. Wait, because you keep the pull? build meta very important, or do people experiment a lot? People always experiment. Now, metas exist, but everyone also has, I'll be honest, like a slightly different version of their meta. And in PvP especially, metas are always relative to what people are running and the counters to other things. So in terms of builds, a lot of what you'll see for meta recommendations come from, years of experience and usage of that, but also the whole like mathematical side of, okay, well, this class puts out this buff, this class puts out this buff, this class does healing, this class does this class does that. You can kind of piece things together and check off a lot of things in a checklist with certain compositions. But what Guild Wars 2 does a really good job of is a lot of different base classes have multiple different like specializations and builds that you can play that bring in far more variance than you would think. So it's not like a traditional game where warrior is just ooga booga all the time. You have warrior support builds that you can bring in. You have a lot of different ways to play your warrior as well that can vary from just the ooga booga to also playing very finessey. It's actually really well done in terms of the variance. So with Guardian, for example, right? Even within Luminary, the build that I'm playing right now, there's this battle back and forth with supports of like some people like Luminary more, some people like Firebrand more just because of different uptimes and whatnot. But there's so much that you can bring to the table with different builds. But because Paragon is still very Ooga Booga on Warrior. Yeah, still very Ooga Booga, but it's also like, it's Ooga Booga with your pinky out. It's like Ooga Booga standing there and shipping champagne at a fine function. It's like Ooga Booga in a suit. It's less Ooga Booga than traditional. It's Ooga Booga but on the damage white. Yes, yes. It's Ooga Booga with a splash of culture. That's exactly what I'm saying. Ooga Booga with an 800 credit score is, I think, where I would put Paragon. It's quite nice. Tracer 2 does so much damage and has a very short cooldown. Spin to win. That's spin to win, right? Is getting drunk at the corporate party. Yes, but you had to get invited to the corporate party in the first place. Yeah? Yeah, spin's nice. Because you can also just combo field that bad boy, and I'm assuming in World vs. World you always get your combo fields, right? Like, literally all the time. Thanks to viewers like me. Okay, that's cool. So you effectively just wait for an in, and then you just go in and slam down your spin to win. Now, when you combo field it, they're the little, like, projectile thingies that come off of it that cleanse. Do those do any damage? Or are those just the little, like, Condi strip cleanses? What's going on here? Are we having a green response? Cleanse World's just cleanse? Okay, cool. Cool. Well, that makes it... Ellie. How many fucking catapults do we need? My dogs? Alright, someone came up a little short there. I don't know which one of y'all that was. But one of you guys is going to definitely need a mastery. Is it Waldo? I think it's Waldo. Oh shit! Hold on! Hold on. Sir, I'm gonna need y'all to fuck off. This is a closed event. Please. For the love of God. For the love of God. This is a gated community. I must ask you to fucking relax a little bit. My goat. My dude. My guy. Fortnite. I love that shit so much. Like, I fucking love Wall on Guardian Staff. It is one of my favorite abilities in this entire game. And I just feel like it is so fucking disrespectful. You just wait for somebody to not have stability, and then you tie their shoelaces together. The animation is disrespectful. The fall is disrespectful. The damage you take after is disrespectful. I adore it, if I'm being completely honest. One of the highlights of my day being able to drop that. Ayo, chill. Daddy, chill. What's your beef? Why try to burst? Sir, you're gonna hurt yourself. You gotta be a little cautious out there. I need 30 more HP, found a train? Oh, let's fucking go. Yeah, hero trains are fast as hell, brother. Like, those things actually fucking zoom you up. Well, Ursa has become my favorite attack on Tempest. So, does staff typically just give walls? Like, in general, just whatever version of wall it may be? Sir. Sir. Is that a Tempest? Or what is that? Because he just kind of like comes in and does the whole little like lotus thingy. Like the whole flower blossom thing. And then I think it bursts a lot, but I'm not sure how much. Druid? I don't know. It's a very like, it's a very angry class. Flowers would be Druid. Okay, so maybe that's Strike dropping heals when he jumps. What was the thing that we were just fighting that kept jumping on my ass? Do druids do DPS in like any high level or not? Not sure, wasn't paying attention. Hold on, I'll go over here and then I'll do it again. Watch. Hold on. Chrono? Is it Chrono? Hi! Hello, friend. Oh, that was an illusion. I can't even make friendly relations with illusions. Chrono, that pink flower ability is Chronomancer. Thank you, Iggy. I hope you're doing well. Okay, that makes sense. This guy. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Chill! Chill! You're not gonna get the kill, brother. Golly. I don't understand the fucking demand on that. It's Mesmer Spear. Okay, that makes sense. Is Spear, like... Would we consider Spear an S-tier weapon for World vs. World? Because it feels like there's, like, a lot of Spear usage. Like, a lot. Spear AoE pump. Yeah, I feel like I see a lot of Spear. Spear is pretty much meta across all classes, DPS-wise. So, like, say just hypothetically, power DH. Great sword and what? Spear? Use a spear. Fucking bitch. Oh god, it's all spear, baby. It's all spear all the way. Okay. So like, warrior. All of the warrior variants. Spear. There's right, of course. Right. But spear's like, spear's strong. Interesting. And spear you also have to unlock through which expansion for land spear? Not sure, but Untamed, for example, hammer spear. It's Jethier? Okay, cool. God fucking damn it, man. Okay, so I will definitely have to familiarize myself with the spear. Spear making DPS so good is the exact reason I'm a support. Right. So I mean, I have what's going on down here? What are you hoodlums getting up to? I feel like that might be a debate, but I'm gonna go help. I'm gonna just bail a couple of people out real quick. Jesus Christ. You can always Ooga Booga GS Hammer Guardian. Isn't that Core Guardian where you just telestomp with like a hammer CC or something? And you CC a ton of people around you? I think that's entirely telestomp, right? Because that does sound... Hear me out. If I ever decided to just play Ooga Booga Brain Dead DPS, that does sound like it would be fun. But I need to play things that I feel like I'm having a really huge impact on, and maybe I would on that. But like, support really scratches an itch when I'm getting into these fights, and it feels like Fortnite. Sir. Mend, come back to me. Mend, no. All right, hold on. No! Everything's terrible. I tried. You ran away from me. I tried my best. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to save you. Carry on your legacy of greatness. Unfortunately, I couldn't catch you, dog. Been using dual axes and bow. The fuck do you do with those? On what, Alchemist? What are you playing? Gage is Ooga Booga Brain Dead. It feels and still does an insane amount of stuff. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I also can't necessarily like Ooga Booga Brain Dead stuff. I need to feel like I'm active in the fights, or I just get bored. Now, hear me out. Tele-stomping something and watching it go into the nether is a phenomenal feeling. But I also like setting up those tele-stomps a lot, because you do still need some support mixed in with your tele-stomps. That's why I like playing Elementalist after playing Druid. It feels like you're always doing something. I do feel like Elementalist is kind of known for that. You are always doing something. Will 1000% agree with you there. Even though like Lumi isn't necessarily regarded as your highest APM or anything like that, it just feels like there's so many small scenarios with our buffs and our uptimes and how we can utilize our walls versus our shield pushback and everything in between there. It presents diversity in fights, which I think is a huge thing. Just a feeling of I can do whatever I want to do to impact this fight in a meaningful way. Is nice. Love being a Condy Soul Beast. 10k bleeding ticks is fun. Jesus Christ. What do you mean 10k bleeding ticks? Like if they don't strip, you can just keep stacking up in intensity? Is there a cap on the intensity? Or does it just keep going with every reapplication? Plus is literally stacked. Okay, hear me out. My question, by the way, is who the fuck decided internally and where did they hear that Druid was underperforming in PvP? Like in SPVP, I get it. Because, like, supporting an SPVP is contingent on a few different things, right? But man, oh man, Druid is about to be God. Like, just undoubtedly, it's gonna be God. Seems life will block out the sun come balance patch. We are doubling our Druid demand. Thank you, darling. Immediately. Like, everyone that I have ordered, I need 2 of them. Already gone in ZVZ fights? And it got better. When we were watching it, already transcendent and it's getting buffed. Bro, that's what I'm saying. We were watching the dev stream, and I was like, I might be a new player, but Druid being the winner of this patch seems a little bit fucking weird to me. I don't really know, like, of course from a PvP standpoint, right? But I don't know exactly how everybody's thoughts on it are. But it feels like Druid was already by far the best healer that there is. A necessary one of in every single group. And it's getting buffed to shit? In what world? In what world? So, I mean, your group comp is still going to be, it's a Druid, a Troubadour, and then a Lumi or a Firebrand. And then you just slap in strip DPS, CC DPS, whatever you want your DPS combo to be, and then you ball. Druid's not gonna SPV and fall behind PvE, so they're just doing a blanket buff. And then they'll probably go back and tune world versus world stuff as if it's an outlier. Was it really that bad in SPVP? Is it just because of how, you know, how different the fights shape up over there? They have less of an opportunity to actually, like, work properly, like the movement and shit? I think range runs a Druid specialization. Yeah, that's what we're yapping about. Yeah. Blotto. Also, if you're thinking about boosting a Druid, I would. Is it good or bad? No, I like it. It's delicious. I was crunching the noodles because I'm curious about them. What do you make? We had like some leftover teriyaki chicken stir fry. And we found on sale
I've got the target.
these like glass noodles that I don't remember exactly what they're called. But like they're these noodles that are, I guess, super low calorie, and they're like 95% water and then 5% of a flour from some plant. I don't really know what it is, but microfiber noodles. Shirataki, that one. That one. And they're almost like...
History is mine.
It's not like there's a bite through to them. But it's like almost this... Not crunchy, because they're definitely not crunchy.
I've got the target.
It's almost like a zucchini noodle. To a certain extent. I'll go back and get more. They are really good. Maybe we could find like a bulk thing on Amazon or some bullshit. Cause like, they do slap. I'm not even gonna lie. And you worry about your calories and shit, so I don't fucking care about that, but. Are those the glass noodles? Yeah, they're like shirataki, like super thin glass noodles. And then we just mix that in with the teriyaki chicken stir fry, because that had like teriyaki chicken that marinated for a day, peppers, onion, what the fuck else, water chestnuts, shit like that. Actually, we're out of onion. Peppers, water chestnuts, what else, some other bullshit in it as well, but texture I couldn't get into them. Wanted to like them. I'm not like the largest texture person. The texture has to be really weird for me to get like stranged out by it. And like, the texture is interesting. Like, hear me out. It is. It's got a bite through, almost like a veggie noodle. Which is a really, I don't know, how do I say it? Like a really peculiar feeling. Oh yeah, we're going in on this, boys. We're walking them down. They call me Mr. Walk 'em Down because I walk them down, chap. We are so up. We just go forward and we blast. We might be able to take this. It helps that we have like double their numbers. But we walk them down, boys. We walk them down. I'm liking how this one's going a little bit more. This might be more our speed, lads. Watch our back, by the way. Don't overextend too much, because they're just gonna waypoint and then eat our booty. So we should probably just go back and capture. Oh, excuse me. It's like pulled pork. Pulled pork weirds me out. Pulled pork weirds you out? What do you mean pulled pork weirds you out? Pulled meat in general. Like the stringiness of it? How do you feel about things like fish that are flaky?
There. Target identified.
Do you like noodles in general? Or do you not fuck with noodles? I love noodles. What? How do you feel about fish? Like if you were eating like salmon or some bullshit and it flakes, does that bother you? Love fish, love salmon. How do you feel about trains?
Stand your ground.
Would you say you're very fascinated by them? Would you say they make you feel like clapping every time they go by you? Because I think I might know this. I think I understand the problem that you're going through. I've seen it somewhere before. I'm not a huge texture guy, but I know a few lads who are, and let me tell you, them dogs be loving trains. Loving trains. Trains, planes, and locomotion in general. Do we get that wall down yet? Because I get what we're working on here. But like, made some country style ribs last night that fell off the bone. Oh, dude. I have ribs in my freezer right now that we got on sale and then froze that I'm gonna take out at some point, thaw, and usually, I don't know how y'all do your ribs. I do a little dry Ribinski, bake them with the dry Ribinski, let it get a little crust, and then I slap. And I know, Dusty, you're still not smoking ribs in 2026. I don't have a smoker. I have to work with what I have. I try to throw a tree branch in my oven when I do it. But let them cook to like 70-75% of temp. And then I slam up the heat. Slap sauce on those bitches. Caramelize the sauce. 3 layers. Pull them out. Pull the bone out. Nut. Just fucking nut. It's so good. I wish I had a smoker. But I also don't have, like, the time or effort to smoke meat. I'm here too much. Although I was talking about recently, in 2-ish years we might be trying to build a house. And I'm thinking, when we do, I'm gonna do like a gazebo area basically that's like wired in to the stream setup, so I can switch the cameras out there, and then during the streams I can show you guys my meat. I can go out and I can make sure my meat's wet and juicy for you guys, and then I could slap my meat on camera for you. I feel like that'd be a nice little stream intermission, because it's like, I already take my smoke breaks, but during that time you're usually lonely. So I figure if I take a little break, and then after a couple of minutes the camera transitions and I'm showing you all my meat, then that might get you through it a little bit better. I'm not entirely certain. Open and feedback though. I will say. Up the stairs. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No worries, Strike. I'm here. Listen, I'm eating dinner, and I'm here. I swear to God. I'm talking to chat, I'm eating dinner, and I'm still one of the only ones that paid attention. Do you have a VC? We do, yes. Yes. Strag usually doesn't have to type too much. Keep in mind, this isn't a guild group for us. This is just a pug group that we overtook. This isn't like our official guild run or anything like that. We were in a pug group with a different commander, and then that commander tagged down. So Strag was like, fuck it, I'll tag up for a little bit and run it so we can get some reps in. So, less of a guild group, more the remnants of a pug group that once existed. Drew would be closest thing to the same role. Paragon's just worse, true. Largest differentiator is the invuln, right? Because True brings group invuln, Paragon is just more of like a traditional Ooga Booga buffer. Barrier replace Spectre, but Spectre is like 1 in 20. I feel like if you're running like a support heavy comp where you're running a force support, but that doesn't really make sense. I saw in T4 some weird shit though, where some comps were like, oh yeah, we bring in, you know, a 1/3 and a half support, and they'd run Paragons, and I'm like, okay, that seems like it could probably be a little more useful elsewhere, but I don't know enough to question it. But I feel like you can't really replace Troob, and then Lumi Firebrand are both so good. Druid's actual god tier. You're sure as fuck not replacing Druid. Would it be kind of like the same scenario as a Spellbreaker? Where you can run a Spellbreaker if you have nothing else in that role, but you're far better off with other forms of strip and shit. What's your EBGQ? 1. Is it different for every race? Or every team? Spellbreaker is pretty top tier DPS right now. Oh, is it? Bro, I feel like I'm learning so much in T1 that T4 told me was just absolute ass. I'm not even gonna lie, I'm having to rewire my brain. But I like it. I'm not really guilty about Paragon, but we have different views. I know some people in T4 were like swearing up and down about Paragons. No one should have told you Spellbreaker's ass this one. Bro, between people saying Spellbreaker less sought after than some other things, and also people trying to spread the propaganda that Lumi can't keep up with Firebrand's stability uptime, there's been so much where I'm just like, I say it and chat's like, what the fuck? It's interesting how after 13 years, everybody seems to think they have the right answer, but it's always a different answer. It's a really interesting phenomenon, but, you know, it is what it is. We love to see that shit. People are probably on the Ranger because your pets also count as targets for enemy abilities. Interesting. Having a druid plus pet and untamed plus pet allows for major target capping. Yep. I had heard... Oh, thank you. Goodness me. I had heard a lot of untamed hype recently. And so that does make sense. So, do they not do pets for targeting in the same way that they do buffs and heals? Where it prioritizes players first and then spills out to pets after? Because honestly, that's kind of tech if they don't. That shit makes sense. I wouldn't even blame them. I don't believe so. That's sick. So you basically stack a shitload of pets up, and then if you have a bunch of pets, say 20% of your raid, actually, if you're running double Ranger DPS in every group, it'd be 40%. So you would have an extra, we'll say across 10 subgroups, 2 bodies per group, 20 bodies. So you're just going to be quite a sizable amount tankier off of that as an entire group with effectively 0 input. We can't really go at the back here, but I think that we can push. Strag, I'm with you. I'm here, buddy. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Everything's fine, Strag. Everybody will realize soon. Everybody will follow up. Hold on. Everything's fine. I believe. I believe. We're chilling, Strag. Don't you worry, buddy. Don't you worry, old pal. I push with you. You won't die here. I swear to God you would have died, by the way. I don't think anybody else had any interest in loving you whatsoever. And I did. I did, Strike. I was always here for you. One lures on push. Somebody stand cap, but... Alright.
Stand your ground.
Yeah. They don't want the smoke. You can't even... Brother, chill. Chill. Okay, yeah, they're out. Good shit, Stragma. We actually did it. Somebody's scared of us, and all it took was you and I just running forward and praying that the rest of the fucking group followed. And it actually happened. Spellbreaker is probably better than Untamed in every way, except the fact that it doesn't have a pet. Right. But similar roles, yeah. Strip, CC, DPS, kind of like all in one. Oh, what's the big thing that Untamed brings in, other than pet? Oh, dude, I ate so fast. They both play the strip DPS role. What percentage of groups would you guys typically say in a comp runs a strip DPS and then a regular DPS versus like, you know, something that brings in CC or just a double DPS? Do you typically try to have a strip in every group or is it every other group? Because I feel like more strips are always better. Like if you can have a strip in every group, then that just seems like a foolproof thing, right? Because buffs are so impactful. But I also feel like there's a point where you could almost overstrip and then not have enough just pure follow-up. So I've been trying to feel out what people like for their comps, just like percentage-wise. Do Lumi Troop Druid strip DPS CPS? Right, that's kind of where I've always thought as well, like a strip in every fucking group. And honestly, if we end up having 2 strips in a group, not the worst problem to have. So much reapplication, especially with groups running double support and a healer. Yeah. I absolutely agree. It almost, and I say this a lot, but like the emphasis on buffs and debuffs within this game is more than I have ever encountered before in any other game. And it seems like the reapplication and protection of buffs versus strips constantly going out to get through to the important buffs is really like the largest thing that matters over anything else. People just passively die in this game because of how much AoE there is. But if you don't have strips, people aren't gonna fucking die at all because they're just gonna be beefed the hell up. It's interesting. Interesting. Makes it fun to learn though. I will absolutely say that side of it. There's this element of we can win any fight as long as we have our buffs up and get a strip and a dump off before they do. It's almost like this 3-2-1 draw, and then you go in, you get a strip, you get a dump, you get some kills, you reset, you go in, and then you do it again. And I think that's of course an oversimplification of it. But when we get people in that mentality, right? We build, we push, we strip, we dump, we back, we build, we push, we strip, we dump, we back. That is the big thing that will start delivering us a lot of success in these fights that we just don't have right now, that clean level of engage. Where when we were fighting the big green stack, right? They'd jump in, all of your boons immediately went to hell, and then they blasted. And as a result, all of our people felt squishy as shit and just instantly died. Now, there's definitely this element of like, what's going on? Look at Rolls Royce's most stacked team in the history of this game. Even the Warriors lost games. Every super team in the history of ever has lost games. The New England Patriots went undefeated in the regular season just to lose in the Super Bowl. You never know when it's gonna fall apart. But we're probably, I don't know if this guy knows, but like, we're probably going to dive regardless. I don't necessarily think that it's going to be a whole, like, we have to tank to go down a tier. I think we could legitimately try our hardest forever, and we would still lose. If I'm being real. What is PPT? Also, please don't PPT. Who is this guy? Who is that? Chimerica. Chat, what's this guy bitching about? Cause like, I don't really know what that guy's bitching about in the first place. So it makes you happy? Well, I do. I'm just curious what he's bitching about. You don't want you to take objectives to make you sanity one. Right, well, we're gonna lose anyways. I know that might be a crazy mentality to have, but like, hear me out. If I know I'm gonna die, I'm going out swinging.
Defense, then
I'm gonna get every goddamn fight that I can. But what's he mean by also please don't PPT? Don't let some sweaty vet tell you to stop playing. Okay, hear me out. Again, I have no idea who this guy is, but if he were actually sweaty, instead of trying to, like, avoid teams because they're good, he would be fighting and trying to get better and prove that he's actually sweaty. This isn't a sweaty mentality of don't play the game so we can avoid these guys. This is a bitch-made mentality. I'll just throw that out there. I don't mind stepping on some toes. But, like, if you're playing a PvP game and you're scared to play against the best players in the game, then you are a bitch. And you're not actually a PvPer, you are scared of pixels on a screen because your ego is too delicate to lose in a game that you're not playing professionally, not getting any money from, and are taking on as a hobby out of the freedom of your ability to do so. The only time that standing should ever matter is if you are actually running a franchise where you're being compensated with draft picks depending on your placement. That will impact the organization that you're playing with in future years. But brother, it's pixels on a fucking screen. And I'm gonna be real, like, I have far more reason to worry about wanting to fight or not fight. Relegation. We get relegation anyways. The thing is, it doesn't matter if we fight because this guy knows we're gonna lose in the first place. Like, basically what the dude's bitching about isn't like, oh my god, we're too good, we're gonna shit on them, we need to get out for competition. Like, this man's saying, oh, we're gonna lose anyways, so instead of going out and just fighting with everything we have and getting the information that we can for our relegation, let's just avoid them in the first place and sacrifice the entire opportunity to learn against what this person said, and I quote, is the most stacked team in the history of this game. If that's truly your mentality, then you should want to get reps against the most stacked team in the history of this game and understand how to beat them and pick their brain about why you're falling apart or what builds they're running differently or what comps. And like, that's how you close the gap between yourself and those stacked teams. And you might not expect to win first interaction, but there's progress that can be made. And I think the second people that claim to be PvPers become afraid of PvP, like, it just goes to show that they're not actual PvPers, if I'm being honest. I talk about PvP as requiring blind confidence, especially if you want to learn to compete on the top end. And it's because sports also requires blind confidence. Every basketball court that I ever walked onto, I was the singular best player on that court, even if I wasn't. But I was telling myself I damn sure was. Every time that I, shot, I told myself that I was going to make that shot. It was never a bad shot attempt if I was taking the shot, because I was the best shooter on the court, even if I wasn't. If I'm in PvP, I'm the best goddamn Lumi in the game right now. I've never misplayed in my fucking life. Most experienced players are like, Dusty, use your abilities, you got 7 things on cooldown. Fuck you, I'm better. And then after this fight, we'll talk. It's this. In PvP to learn, you have to have this blind level of like, I can take on any challenge and nobody's gonna scare me off, right? And when you get that, you truly start to embrace, I died? Okay, brush yourself off, get up and do it again. It's a fucking pixel on a screen. It's not like I die and my viewers go down and people unsubscribe and they're like, oh my god, the raid dust season died. Holy shit, he's not actually the goat of all luminaries. How could he let anybody die? How could he lose a fight? My go. He wouldn't do that. I guarantee any streamer in here has won and lost fights on stream, and our streams are still going. Like, it's not the end of the world, but mage fighting against a tank 50 times is a learning experience. Yeah, and even if you're not winning, you're still learning. If I get the opportunity to play basketball against one of the best basketball players in the world, they're going to cook me constantly. Constantly, right? And with that, if they're blocking every shot attempt, I fucked up. I overstayed my welcome. If they're blocking every shot attempt that I put up, if I physically cannot do shit, right? I can be like, oh wait, why are you able to keep up with me? Well, because you're slow and white. Okay, well, why else? Well, because you're not attacking my front foot, in the way that you should be. So you get me off balance, you establish a step on my back foot, and then cross over to my front foot and force me to open my hips, and then you have a half second while I open my hips to transition through. That's a high-level basketball feedback that you wouldn't get from, somebody that's a bad player. And you just need to embrace that. Every fight, it's like, oh shit, why'd we die? I've VOD reviewed the hell out of this. I'm not even gonna lie. I was thinking about my build in the shower before stream. I was deadass, like, I was dick out, bare ass naked, hand on the wall of the shower, letting the water run over my face, thinking about how my new build was going to help my stability uptime and how I was going to be an actual demon. I was like, bro, I was dead ass like into this shit. I had just done my hair, like washed my hair. I was in thought. I was like, so basically, I have a 15-second internal cooldown on some of my application, right? So I need to make sure that I'm blocking every 15 seconds. So that's another internal timer. Every time I block or an ally blocks off of my Aegis, that's gonna reduce my cooldown. So then I'm doing the math on like, okay, how many blocks can I physically pump out? And how much is that gonna lower my cooldown? And then I'm doing the math and I'm like, okay, well, I can basically get this cooldown down to the point of my shouts. So then I might not need to use a stand your ground going into fights. I may want to lead into fights with, instead of stand your ground, Radiant Courage and a Feel My Wrath. And then save stand your ground as the follow-up because that's going to give stab and rezo, but off of that, Radiant Courage is giving a lot more and it's a longer cooldown. So I'm like, I changed my build up a little bit and oi! Ye cunt!
You're finished.
Ah! Motherfucker! Jesus Christ. Great word. Thank you for following, dude. I appreciate you. Golly, scared the shit out of me, if I do say so myself. Bro, it never changes. You just see a motherfucker pop up on your screen, that shit scares you. Like, you know it's coming and it still gets you. I don't fucking get it. Oh, so was that just that one guy? Unironically, was that just one guy? Spend a lot of time simulating my golf swing in my kitchen, I get it. Yeah, you should get a sim. Yo, Sharon, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. You should fully invest a golf sims out. Literally, I was mid-dumb on the toilet thinking about my Elementalist gameplay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. I got into one of those, like, my gameplay could be better. The same way that I think about, or used to think about when I was playing college basketball and shit. Basketball, right? I'd go into thought about a game. And I'm like, man, I could have hit this shot. I could have made this play. How can I get myself in a better position to make that play next time, right? And I'm running these things through in my head. It's the same shit that I do over here. But apparently, motherfucker that was bitching in map chat is too busy shaking in his goddamn boots over some pixels because some people beat him in the game before. So he doesn't even want to actually play the game. Bro, I don't get it. So, do people genuinely just like not play World vs. World for the entire week? Because they feel like they're going to get cooked? Is that actually the mentality? Because I'm very... Yes. That is unironically the most bitch-made shit that I've ever heard. What? That happens a lot. That happens more often than you think. See, I kind of, like, had a feeling. Because last night, our first night in T1, right? We came in with a guild group, and we had like 35 people in the guild group. Our first fight that we took, we instantly melted. Our last fight of the night, we actually lived for like 30 seconds. It was actually a really good fight. As soon as I got off stream, I got multiple DMs from communities in T1 that were like, Dusty, I just want to say it was so fun to have somebody to actually fight against that didn't immediately leave when they took a fight. I was like, the fuck do you mean, dog? Is it really like that bad over here? Where people lose, like, I saw in T4 a lot where random commanders would like pub tag up and then they'd lose a fight and then they'd untag and just be like, yeah, it sucks. And I get that because pub commanders, like, pub manning will make any person want to jump off a bridge. But realistically, weak mentals are something I didn't expect. You do fractals or only World vs. World? I do some fractals well. I do a good mix of everything. There's so much content within Guild Wars, and I try to make sure I'm doing a mix of everything that I can along the way. I'll do some fractals today as well. I'm actually almost through my quick plays to get my gloves, which is great. That's been a fucking grind. I think I have like 100 agony res now. Yeah, I got 104 agony res now, so I'm getting actually kind of massive. But dude, there's just so much to do. I stream 8 to 10 hours a day, and I still don't have enough time to do everything. So yeah, I try to keep up on all that stuff. It's just, if I had 24 hours a day to play, then I might actually be able to keep up. Get my come from, at the same issue for GVG. Some 90% of the guilds wouldn't show up for the match against us. Oh god. Yeah, that's tragic. I will say, like, we played Ashes of Creation as a community before this. It was a fully open world game that was in development where you could literally declare a war on another guild within the open world. So only one layer of the world, if somebody was in the spot that you wanted, you could declare a war on them and then just enable the PvP during the duration of that war. There were so many instances of guilds just full logging out to avoid... Actually, I can show you guys a clip. Hold on. I can literally show you guys a clip. So basically, wait, no, it's been too long. It's been too long. You hate to see it. The clip's gone. There's a famous Ashes clip where basically a guild was like about to take a huge loss. And they had holed themselves up in the top floor of a castle area. And instead of taking a final, like, last stand and fighting it out, knowing that they were about to get got, they all just logged out. Only thing is, there was somebody that was recording their POV that was from, you know, the side that was attacking them. We were getting ready to breach up the castle and, you know, see what we could do. And one of the people in the guild that we were helping got a POV of all of the people in large guild, just 3, 2, 1 logging out all at once. It was so fucking crazy to witness. So genuinely crazy. But yeah, people will go to extreme lengths to avoid actual competition. It's kind of a shame. But New World also had a little bit of that, I will say. There were very much elements of my guild can't lose. So I will do anything that I can to either avoid the content in the first place or avoid, you know, using my own guild within that content. It's a really weird thing, but New World had a huge issue with fly-in accounts where people would effectively like make and level dummy accounts and then just fly in, you know, experienced players for their wars on those accounts, let them log in, let them pilot the account type shit. AGS didn't police a single thing about it. I would run fly-in wars on stream like 5-10 times a week usually, just because there were, you know, accounts, servers that my account would be locked up on for the night. I'd do a war, then people would want me to hop over and merc in a war for them. So I'd just get an account to play on. They'd shoot me login info. We'd all account share that shit. It was crazy what happened over there. But people being afraid of competition in PvP games, Fortnite, is always just such a strange thing for me. Sad related of Ashes, the guys make it metaphor god complex, secret pieces of thing, 20 games wasn't good enough for him anymore. I mean, I kind of think there are some assumptions being made there. I think with Ashes, the worst part about it is that the guy who was making it wasn't a businessman at his core and didn't have, you know, all of the tools to run a business on the scale that Ashes of Creation ended up being. There was, you know, genuinely a verified discussion between them and Riot Games about the acquiring of Ashes of Creation and Intrepid Studios as a whole. Like, there was something valid there, but I think with Ashes of Creation, you had the ultimate biting off more than you can chew and stuff like that, you know? I think that's kind of the large crux of it all that fucked it. Because I'm gonna be real, like, people that think Steven was making Ashes so he could play an MMO, dog didn't have time to play an MMO. Like, he had a lot more going on, especially with everything going on in the court case, than I'm gonna make this to play it. But that's also completely different discussion. The Chinese Gold Farmers knows part of it in multiple MMOs for other MMOs. I mean, that's a completely different topic entirely. That doesn't necessarily imply that he did anything for a god complex with Ashes. I think at the end of the day, Ashes had a lot of things that, you know, clearly didn't go right in the way that they could have. But I also think the largest issue was the fact that there wasn't enough well-intended business acumen that had stacked up with Ashes of Creation that would allow Intrepid Studios to operate as a large game developer in the way that it wanted to. you have to be, you have to be able to source money, make money, run a business, regardless of what the intent of that business is. But, you know, it's not gonna take a period. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have their critiques, and those that played games with him before have, you know, more personal run-ins than I do. Personally, I did like the, how do I say this? I liked the long-term goals with the systems of Ashes, but I think their scope was too condensed, if that makes sense. Like, I liked his creative direction, wanting to bring in a true open world game that feels alive and rewards player-to-player everything. I really did appreciate that, and that was one of the things that really hooked me on Ashes, was the feeling that the world was alive and we as players were, you know, doing it together. And that, like you said, the on-paper version of the game, I really did, you know, enjoy and appreciate Steven's creative direction with it. And even when I was, you know, I was a daily Ashes content creator, man, I was in there like swimwear. And one thing that I always said was, you know, if Steven were able to just creatively direct that game, you know, you go back in time and it's Steven Sharif, the creative director, and then somebody else, the founder, CEO, and everything else of Intrepid Studios, say it's like fucking Mark Cuban or something, then that business probably doesn't go under, because you have a creative lead that's able to be creative, and then you have a business lead that's able to handle the business. And combining those two things, I think for any human being with a business of that scale is just too much. I mean, I worked in retail management with far less than 200 employees and wanted to off myself multiple times over the course of that in game, of course. But like the stressors that come with people management is incredibly difficult, especially if you're trying to focus on, how do I say this? You're trying to focus on your creative side. I think people's creativity is often stifled by responsibility. And when you get into a mindset of, I've got to get this done, 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 you can't let your mind wander, and you can't let yourself experience true creativity that's done in moments of inspiration that are capitalized on. And I really, you know, with Ashes, I have a fond appreciation for the people that had the aha moments to even come up with the system set that makes Ashes what it was when it was alive. I just wish that the business side had more well-intended business support and less of a private equity-esque, you know, business foundation. But that's also related to so many choices down the road. It's just, it's one of those situations with Ashes where you look at it and you're like, man, pretty much any other timeline, they might have been able to get to launch and just kind of bullshit it together, you know, fake it till you make it to the extreme. And in another timeline, and, you know, maybe like 80 out of 100 timelines, shit, that might have made it, but not this one. When I say someone to make Ashes will succeed, I think someone will carry on the desire to make a player-driven, fully social MMO. I don't think it'll be Ashes, though. I think Ashes will absolutely serve as a testament to how hard game development truly is, and how when everything on the outside looks like it's going smooth, it can all be falling apart on the inside. I think it'll be used in sales courses to really talk about how you can appeal to people on the sales front, because genuinely I think Steven was one of the greatest salesmen in game development. I think he knew how to, and I say that, by the way, not as an insult, but he knew how to market something to players that were fiending for something. And that was a big part of Ashes, was that he was like, I know what you guys want. You want this, and Daddy's gonna give it to you. And that got a lot of people excited about Ashes. And that confidence that it was delivered with was the confidence that you almost like couldn't help but believe in a little bit. And I think the, you know, the packaging of the game, the on paper of the game, the desire of the game, that was all there. But what you need to actually make the game wasn't there. It's like I could start up my own professional basketball league, and I could tell people, hey, if you win a championship, you get this much money. If you get through the regular season in first place, you get this much. Only thing is, if I don't have the business acumen to get venues assigned for my entire professional basketball league, where are we gonna play? Ash just didn't have the venue set up. Like, they didn't have the foundation of these are the, you know, infrastructural things that will hold our entire growing business. And here's how we'll deliver it, reach these deliverables. They were just like, fuck it, deliverables. Buzzwords. Dope ass game concept. And listen, I still appreciate that, but I definitely don't think it made it easier for them, to be honest. Ash was a scam, just managed so badly it seemed like one. Oh god, if it were a scam, it would be the worst scam in human history. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. Anybody that thinks a scam would involve, you know, $100+ million of funding from investors, 200 developers, granted, the Intrepid team, even if it were a full, you know, ill-intended scam, still would not have likely been in on that just as a whole thing. But yeah, a lot of people throw out the, you know, scam game thing a lot, especially when I was streaming it, something I got pretty much every single day. And I always had to remind people, like, for a scam that, you know, my access costs $250 for, which, yeah, pricey as shit, I will say. I also pay 100 to 120 bucks every 2 weeks for weed. Some people would say that's too pricey in their budget. I make it work in mine, right? Spending is spending. I got over 3,000 hours of enjoyment out of Ashes of Creation, even from a gameplay standpoint, and that's not even bringing up the whole, like, I stream, literally paid my bills. Like, just from a gamer standpoint, I got like 3,000 plus hours out of that bad boy. I have an immense appreciation for, like, what was here while it was here. And it definitely ain't work out, but shit, you know how many television shows have been canceled, how many movie series have come to an end, how many artists have stopped creating music. I enjoyed the music while it was being played. I really enjoyed it. And there were some missed notes. There were some song choices where you're like, the fuck is this? But hey man, I got a lot of enjoyment out of that discography. What was this game? But the game I feel like was going to be in early access. Hell forever if it did continue. That is, I think, my largest critique of Ashes of Creation on a gameplay side. Can you invite me to cats? Absolutely. Basically, my largest critique was that I felt like the, you know, the vision of the game should have been simplified for a 1.0 launch and then built upon in expansions, personally. I think, if I'm being completely upfront, the game would have been perfectly functional with a 1.0 launch that didn't include boats, sailing, second continent, you know, families, religions, 4 different types of settlements. God, what else? What else? Secondary classes could have been an expansion. Boats? Yeah, the boats. Just everything, right? The crate revamp could have come in later on. Granted, the crate revamp was something that they did have to get done, you know, sooner rather than later just to get that shit taken care of. But I still think there's so much instance content also could have been later on. So one thing I talked about while we were streaming Ashes, they could have just dropped the game, 1 continent, right? No instancing, fully open world. And then their first expansion a year after could have been the Explorer expansion, or they come up with some name for the other continent, right? And then they use that other continent name type shit. But the Exploration expansion, they bring in boats a year after 1.0 launch. They bring in a second continent for you to utilize those boats to actually get to. They bring in more trade routes and, you know, gameplay around that. And as a result of that expansion, you now have far more playable area to go off of, right? Ow, that kind of hurt. And instead of that, they had this entirely ambitious 1.0 goal where it was seemingly almost never going to get out of that pre-1.0, like you guys have said. There's a huge element where if they had simplified, right, and just kind of trimmed the scope a wee bit, maybe what was taking them... I got you, Stragma? Maybe what was taking them an immense amount of time to shore up because there were so many moving pieces would have instead taken months less, and off of that, they would have been able to get a product out to their players. And then just built off that, you know? You're watching old Ashes content. Dusty had aura that needs to be dusted off. This Strix. I've never heard anybody other than Strix talk about the Aura Guild with all caps. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is for Steven if he brought back Ashes or put it in a game? Depends on involvement. So, like, me personally, I don't just play a game because of, like, who it's made by or anything like that. Nor would that really be enough to drag me to a game. If I were, say, hypothetically, we'll go with what I think would be the most realistic scenario. 2030, court case just hypothetically comes out and rules that Steven was completely innocent, did nothing wrong, and everything just, you know, went his way. Say, hypothetically, he then gets hired as a creative role within another studio, working under somebody. That wouldn't inherently be enough for me to be like, oh my god, this game's doomed, this studio's dead, because again, as a creative person, I think he does have a solid creative mind. I think, you know, he has experienced games more than, honestly, a lot of people that are interested in the high business end of game development have. And from a creative standpoint, I genuinely don't think he's the worst option that could come in to give creative guidance on a game's direction. If Steven were involved with business stuff, then I'd be like, no, I'm good. I'm good. It's like, you know, if you're walking down the street and you run into a scenario where you need somebody to yap for an hour, you might call me. You might be like, hey, it's Dusty time, right? This is his role. If there's a bomb on the street and that needs to be defused, you're not going to be like, hey, let me call DustyWhy. That's not my role. That's not my specialty. Then, Moyne, how are you, brother? What else when you say project? So much your name. The people think of that name when they think of that project. Also, to almost a flaw, the game cannot continue without Steven because of that, Mr. Throwaway. I absolutely agree. And Ashes without Steven is not Ashes. And even if another company were to come in and acquire Ashes right now through the court case, that would not be Ashes of Creation. It wouldn't be the same. Ashes of Creation was, you know, relatively... God, this is what Team Muggsy wanted so bad for so long.
There. Target identified.
Oh, excuse me. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Investors launched. Lawsuit accusing Sharif for concerning $140 million fraud. League Financial. Yeah, what's this? ChatGPT. Spending tens of thousands to spend on high Magic the Gathering trading cards, profit shares, personal real estate, allegations which Sharif vehemently defied as categorically false. Yeah, we've been following the court case very heavily. Yeah, I say everything I say with full knowledge of the court case. But keep in mind, investors launched lawsuits accusing Steven Sharif of, you know, 140 plus million in fraud. Steven Sharif countered that with a lawsuit of his own, saying that the investors executed basically a conversion of their, you know, their equity in the company, their percentage of ownership, to debt for the company. So they effectively said, hey, we're giving up our equity, but we want to get paid, which created debt for the company. But according to Steven, they didn't actually give up their equity and continued voting after manufacturing that debt for the company, and then tried to use the whole Steven generated this much debt as a way to get the company from him and get them to be able to foreclose on the company as the investors. So every story has two sides. And keep in mind, just to address that from the counter, right? Not to pick a side or anything, but because that is ChatGPT. League financial ledgers allege that millions in company funds were diverted towards a lavish personal lifestyle, including tens of thousands spent on high-end Magic the Gathering cards. The Magic the Gathering cards were not high-end Magic the Gathering cards. Every Friday night, Intrepid Studios used to hold game nights for its developers, where they would frequently do, you know, drafts. Keep in mind as well, with $140 million plus in debt, even assuming that is true, if you're spending, we'll say, $10,000 on Magic the Gathering cards over 10 years of existence of a company, that's $1,000 a year, which is how much of the total net operating budget of the company. That's what percentage of one of your singular employees' paychecks. That's such a small dip in everything. The real estate stuff is also contested. There's a whole thing where Steven alleges that Robert Dawson, who's one of the investors who also owns a bank, by the way, effectively got Steven into a mortgage situation where his home was remortgaged under Dawson's bank, and then allegedly raised his interest rates like fucking crazy and threatened to evict Steven from his home. The court case is literally it's interesting as fuck to follow because every single allegation is the most dramatic of like he is stealing all of your money and then they're trying to kill me and strong arm me. Like it's actually a Hollywood movie level of allegations all the time. So Magic Gathering, private chefs. So there was a private chef that was hired, but the private chef worked for one singular pay period and then wasn't paid again. So that wasn't like a repeat thing or anything like that. Yeah, other than that, like there are really bad allegations. So like the allegations on, oh God, the allegations on both sides are fucking heinous, bro. I'm gonna be real, like, and the way that I've described the court case as a whole, it's not really one of those old Western duels with guns where you kind of have, you know, a walk away in a 3, 2, 1, draw, right? It's not that. It's a knife fight. Everybody's stabbing everybody. Texas Steven begging for more money was wild. I mean, what would you do if you had a business that was dependent on it? And hundreds of people who were dependent on it? Like, from the outside in, sure, it's easy to just be like, oh my God, I can't believe he texted these people begging for money. Why doesn't he just go fundraise from somebody else? On the business side, a round of fundraising is something that you have to literally have many filings for. It is an entire legal process to raise funds. There's a lot of a process that goes into that. Seek small business funding like every other startup. To seek small business funding, you have to have open, you know, credit availability, and you have to be able to get approved to that without over leveraging yourself. And Steven was already guaranteeing so many loans that he was unable to get loans from other places, which is partly why he had to remortgage his home, in his words, through Robert Dawson's bank. So he wasn't at a point where he could seek out more personal small funding to guarantee. That's also like why he went kind of the hard money route through the investors, was because he was leveraged out. That's the entire presence of Commerce West Bank in the allegations as well. So basically, Commerce West Bank was a senior secured lender, the one that was to get paid first, and they wouldn't give him anything else. His bank was secured through their, or was financed through their, not his bank, sorry. His home was financed through that bank, and off of that, he wasn't able to take out any more with that bank or do anything with that bank because of it. So he had to go to his investors to try to get more money by offering them more equity. And then his allegation is that they basically said, we'll give you the money for the equity, and then converted their equity to debt without actually giving up their equity. So with the $140 million in debt that Intrepid Studios was supposed to take on, that would legally have, in the court allegations, made Steven the, you know, majority owner of Intrepid Studios again and given him the voting rights back. However, percentage ownership and voting rights were allegedly retained from the even after the execution of, you know, equity to debt type shit. So that's where it gets like really interesting. New AOC trauma? Nah, more of like a catch up basically than anything else. Why do you do LLC over proprietary? So if that happens, it's not connected to your personal finance. You realize an LLC only goes so far in preventing you as a person from being brought up in any suit, right? Just because you have an LLC doesn't mean you can't personally be named in any suits, right? Intrepid Studios literally was an LLC, but this is a personal battle over the rights to Intrepid Studios, which was a company that had equity exchanged through different owners. So the battle is over the LLC on a personal level. It's like they're fighting for Intrepid Studios, which is the owner of Ashes of Creation. So like an LLC wouldn't have done anything. It goes deep. Yes. So the whole thing is like under the umbrella of Intrepid. It ended up being Steven as the face, and then Steven brought in these investors basically with basically hard money loans, more or less. And it's not actually hard money, but to just put it in a simple way. So effectively, Steven brings in these creditors, where he's guaranteeing the, you know, the loans and lines of credit with his own, you know, his own net worth, his assets, his money, all of that. So that's where his fully funded claim came from. The only thing is, the investors and the creditors were there from very early on, and they said that they didn't want to be brought up publicly, basically. They wanted to be behind the scenes. So they were all under the Intrepid Studios banner. And a lot of the funding that came to Intrepid Studios was, hey, we'll give you this much money, but we want this % share in the company. So that way we can make financial decisions and make sure the company is going from the investor side, right? Off of that, money was raised, but equity was delivered. So effectively, under Intrepid Studios, right? Both sides under Intrepid, there's this custody battle. It's my 50% versus all of your 50%. And Steven wasn't the majority owner for a while. So Steven's allegations effectively are along the lines of over time, they withheld funding with the exception of, you know, Steven signing shitty deals. One of them, I don't even remember the exact numbers, but it was some heinous amount of equity for a very, very, very low amount of money. Like, we're talking double digits equity for like $10 or something. I don't remember the exact numbers because it's been months. But yeah, it was this crazy thing. And Steven basically alleges with his case that the investors would withhold funding unless Steven would sign this. So effectively, the LLC controls Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation is the cash cow. So they're fighting over in Ashes of Creation. But first, they have to figure out who actually is the majority owner of Intrepid and who is in control of Intrepid and who makes the decisions for Intrepid. So Steven alleges that the investors had this whole, you know, we give you money, you give me % of the company. But then at a certain point, they said, hey, our money, or sorry, our % of the company, we want to cash that out. Except they didn't cash it out, is the big thing. That's Steven's big allegation. And then the investors are like, hey, no, this was all debt that he accumulated. And he's saying, oh no, this is debt that was basically like artificially manufactured by these people to make the company more foreclosable. So first they have to figure out who controls Intrepid Studios. Then they have to figure out what to do with the IP after the fact. And they have to sort out how the ownership stakes with Intrepid Studios go, who gets paid, what happens with former employees, all that stuff. You play and support Lumi? I am indeed. But even with that, there are so many legal loopholes that they have to jump through, like the receiver, the person that the court appoints to oversee the IP, while everybody fights over it to make sure that it doesn't get sold off for cheap. They are having a multi-month-long battle to decide who watches the IP while they battle in court. So the entire time, this hasn't even, like, progressed at all. Like, the court case hasn't progressed a singular fucking bit. It's still just a fight over the receiver. It's crazy. Damage to this probably cooked 95% of what they could have gotten, literally fighting over crumbs. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, there's... The only reason that they're fighting right now, in my personal opinion, is no longer over Ashes of Creation. It's over, I hope I don't have to pay these people hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, this, to me, is, even if you are a very rich person, they're looking at $100+ million of debt on one way or the other. And with a business that large, a court could always rule that damages exceed a very large amount of money. A very large amount. And at this point in time, this is a fight to say, I don't know the money, he does. That's it. That's my entire synopsis on this. It's just some rich people wanting to protect their riches, which again, I don't blame them. I get it. But I think they're also trying to market it like parents that are divorced. It's like, hey, your mom's a cunt, but I love you. And then they go over to their moms and it's like, hey, your dad's a self-centered asshole, but your mom loves you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll take care of you, honey. It's literally that. Like, the investors are saying mom's a cunt. And then mom's saying the investors are manipulative, abusive assholes. And it's just like, okay, well, both of you were probably pretty toxic in this relationship. So maybe if we could just use our words to talk this out, then we could be up a game. You guys could be up hundreds of millions of dollars, and we could all just be happy once again. But nope, nope. Now I love ArenaNet. Now Uncle ArenaNet's taking care of all of us. And Uncle ArenaNet has a pool with a water slide and a trampoline. And he has a comfy couch and a recliner in his living room. Not these kitchen chairs. All in ArenaNet to the moon. I can't all in ArenaNet. I'm all inning Ouster. I think best outcome would have been selling to Riot. I mean, it depends. is the best outcome. Like, are we talking best outcome for us as players, or are we talking best outcome for the people who started the business? Because at that point, it's like, you start a business, you could sell the business, but you also believe in the business to grow more. What do, you know, as players? Yeah, I mean, honestly, it did fit in with a very righty game, you know, outside of the box cost shit. But free to play, no pay to win, microtransactions, and cosmetics and shit, without just trying to drain every single penny from the player base. I mean, on paper, again, I say this to where some people will say that I'm absolutely crazy. Hear me out. Ashes on paper was one of the best MMOs ever conceived. Only problem is, off of paper, it was not what it was supposed to be. When you looked at Ashes on paper as a here's what it's going to be, or here's what it was supposed to be, that shit was like the second coming of Jesus for MMO players. It had something for everybody in the scope, but when you tried to implement that scope, it was just too damn big. It was just too top heavy. They just couldn't pull it all together. Yo, green boys, can we take like a 3-minute break? I have a bowl that smells like teriyaki under me, and I also need to go smoke a bowl. I gotta take care of 2 bowls here. Hold on, Strike, don't fight yet. Actually, regroup. We should go to the waypoint and get people back here, because we just capped the camp, so we're good. I'm gonna regroup at the waypoint. Bitch. I'm gonna regroup at the waypoint, and then we'll bring everybody back in. I'll be right back, boys. We're back. Bo Angles.
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
I appreciate you, brother. I'll be right back. Oh, why does my ass hurt? Good day. I returned. Okay, so I got a couple of questions to catch up on. I make mental notes whenever I miss questions from chat while I'm ranting about something, because let me tell you, the rants get going. So somebody asked what build I play in PvE. Also Lumi. So I did when I first came in. I've been here for a little under a month now. And when I first came in, I was learning Willbender because it's very assassin-y, very in-outy. Where is my... Oh, wait. I was standing right in front of it. My bad. Anyways, very assassin-y, very fun to play, very teleporty, very stompy. Willbender was very fun. But when I switched to Lumi, I kind of had enough information to understand the importance of support within this game. And I'm gonna be real, Lumi checks every single box that I could want to build to check. And it even has DPS variants. But for me, I really like playing a role within groups that brings an incredible amount of usefulness. And for me, support roles typically do that to the highest degree. So when I look at, when I look at Lumi, even in PvE, I play roughly the same build, except I go Alacrity based for my buffs. So Alacrity, when you keep that up on your group, it's a 25% cooldown reduction for everyone. It's incredibly large. So I play like supporty and healy in a lot of the group content that we do. Funny enough though, since I run toughness on my gear, I actually kind of end up tanking sometimes as well. It's a whole strange thing, but I play very supporty everywhere. Now I will say a lot of my viewers are kind of shocked to see me on something that's support based. A lot of them see me as like Ooga Booga melee player, because in New World I played a bruiser, which was Great Axe and Warhammer, and in Ashes I played a tank. But what they don't realize is I really loved the supporty element of those classes. The fact that we were core catalysts in making sure people died through various means. Onward! Eat their ass! Oh wait, wrong thing. Fortnite? Oh, no Fortnite. That's a goddamn shame. Onward! Run forward! So, I really like, personally, the facilitator roles. And in Dota, which I spent a lot of time playing, I always played... I really like things that were roamy, but also things that were initiating. That I could start a fight on, and I could get information for the team on, and I could make sure that we were going to, come out on top of that. Based on setting us up for success, making sure the kills happened. So for me, I like to be able to either serve up kills on a silver platter to everybody else, and deliver a person on your screen that is primed for killing, or I like to make sure that you're at no risk of dying while you're going about your killing. And if I can do one of those two things, then man, I'm happy. And what Lumi does so extremely well is presenting opportunities for us to go find kills elsewhere, keeping people alive and turning fights where I will see, we get jumped. My health is dropping, the raid's health is dropping. I throw a heal combo out and I see, 7 people jump back up to full, right? I get some splash over. I get some heals that are going out, some regen that kicks out, and out of nowhere I heal my group and then 2 people outside of my group, and the entire pace of the fight is more confident. There's just something that appeals so much to playing support, especially over here, that I've never really been able to shake. Now, are you lost? My dog? Huh. That was a fucking bold route to take. Could have just like swam around or something, dog. And take the infusion out. /E, yes. Should I tell him how as well? Wait, Niv, you're in here, right? Cause you can take an infusion out and an upgrade out. Basically, oh sorry, DustyWhy. Oh, we're still up. Excuse me. Anyways, so basically, you can either go into the Wizard's Vault, Astral Rewards, and then you have your upgrade extractors. And then you can also get by the... Is it right next to the Mystic Forge, bitch? I want to say it's right next to the Mystic Forge, bitch. That you can get the infusion extractors. They're like 10 silver a piece or some bullshit like that. They're very cheap. Very cheap. Playing an Ooga Booga tank where you can't ever die is always fun. Like... Do I enjoy playing tanky things that are just inherently tanky? Or do I enjoy things that create active tankiness? And when I look at that, I feel like I enjoy things the most when I am actively creating my tankiness. Like my big windows of beef being timed up at my discretion. Love that shit. Absolutely fucking love it. So, yo, Nivy, what up, dude? Cinders, what up? Should be in the fractal area. So, the Mystic Forge, I don't know if you have passes, but I have, like, the Mistlock Sanctuary pass. And I think I want to say it's the Mystic Forge NPC. Chat, Mystic Forge NPC for infusion extractors? Or am I on ayahuasca? I had to get a few infusions out of my shit recently, which is why I'm pretty confident in it, but I'm not 100% confident. I'm not gonna lie. I'm nowhere near 100%. However, I'm pretty sure. I'm relatively willing to lock it in. I will say, all things considered, we've run into that one big Zerg, and we ran into a large Zerg last night as well. I feel like the Borderlands maps have been kind of chill. Granted, it's the 4th of July. Also, though, it's not dark anywhere yet, so nobody's gonna be doing, like, fireworks and shit. Maybe people will be barbecuing with their family or some bullshit, but, like, fuck your families. Play World vs. World. In theory, that's why I want to like Mesmer, because their survivability is just linked to your distortion timing, but I'm not that good. Yo, honestly, hear me out. Any form of support, like, I'm playing, like I said, I play support Lumi. When I turn a fight, it gives me that entire feeling of like, oh shit, I am the catalyst. I am the reason these people are alive in the first place. And it's so nice. It's that thrill of like, when I was in Ash as a creation, I had a big tank HP combo where I could pop an ability that increased my healing taken and my health pool. Then I'd pop a heal that was a percentage of my health, so it got more off of that second ability, double dipped it. And then I would pop like a dash to an ally to give them a shield off of a percentage of my health. And then I would also pop a little banner in the area that gave a shield that was a percentage of my health. So I kind of had those like big tanky beefy combos, right? I feel as though with Lumi, we give that to the entire team. The suite of buffs that we bring in with like...
I chose you.
Sir? Like, I'm gonna be real, dog. That was brave. Like, I think that was, like, honorable or some shit. I don't really know, like, what your fucking goal was, but, like, that was cool. I respect the shit out of that. I just don't think it worked, but, like, I fuck with it. He ain't gained anything from just sitting back there not going in. But, like, he pulled me with fucking gusto, bro. I swear to God. Then you got this little asshole over here. I swear to God, bro, you let me get my participation points and I'm gonna come eat that booty. I swear to fucking... Oh, okay, it's over. Super speed. Good day, sirs. Fortnite. Oh. We should really build this part of the wall up so he can't do that. God fucking damn it. We just felt like too many weapon swaps to learn compared to everything else. Yo, so hear me out. Good Lumi players, close your ears for a second. The trick to Lumi as a brand new player is that every single one of your abilities do something beneficial. So while you're completely clueless and you're slowly learning your weapon swaps and shit, bro, just press stuff. No matter what you press, it's beneficial in some way on a Lumi. There is not a single dead button. So if you're first things first, alive, second thing, pressing abilities, you're better than 80% of Lumies. I'ma just straight up give you that advice right now. If that's what's intimidating you, give yourself a couple of weeks to learn. I switched to Lumi 2 weeks in, so I've now been playing for 200 hours total, roughly. I'm at 207 right now, just under total. 28 days. I traveled for a few days, so probably like 24, 25 days total. So I'd say I'm probably at like 10 or 11 days, you know, played worth of Lumi, roughly 80 hours. I am at the point now where I have no problem being transparent. I have passed the point of just spam all your abilities and be alive. And I'm at the point of let me try to get the most out of my abilities. So now I'm looking at how can I keep my stability up on the highest effective uptime? How can I get the most out of my heals? How can I get the most out of my CC breaks? When can I pop my, you know, my personal quickness to get the most out of that and pop that in meaningful time so I can just blast casts out at a higher rate, right? There's a lot now that I'm working on in terms of efficiency and how I can get the most out of each ability cast, where it took me genuinely a few days to just straight up, I told myself, I'm not even gonna worry about my second weapon. And I think, first things first, if you're learning Lumi, again, good players, close your ears. Just pick one weapon and focus on the weapon, right? Play your Forge as your second weapon to start, and I'm talking for like your first few hours. And just say, I'm gonna play, for example, my staff. And then I'll have my Forge be my second set of, you know, my second set of weapons. Off of that, once you feel comfortable with what your Forge does, and you understand that you're equipping an individual weapon every time you use your Forge, and that changes your attack, which that takes a few minutes, then you're like, oh, okay, cool. Well, I'll start to work in my second weapon. So if you're using staff, you want to get used to your 3 into your 2, because that's going to cleanse some stuff. Your mouse 5 is a little heal, but the big thing there is might. That's a really good thing to pop quickness on because your cast time is so long on it. Off of that, your wall is one of the strongest CCs in the game because it affects up to 10 targets. So once you get comfortable there, you start to go, oh, okay, well, what do I have over here? Oh, so I have a heal, a regen. That's great. And then I have protection and Aegis. Protection and Aegis. And then I have a heal, and that absorbs projectiles. Jesus Christ. And that's a knockback. So a good CC as well. So you look at your mace, or whatever you run in your offhand, and then slowly start incorporating that. But you can literally just start off focusing one weapon, and then your Forge, if you want to check out Lumi, mash buttons, and then go from there, learn a little bit as you go. That's genuinely how I did it. I went in my first day on Lumi in SPVP, and I had zero idea what I was doing, but I followed around a DPS, and I pressed buttons, and I said, I have never had more fun in Guild Wars 2 than I'm having right now. So don't let the swaps or anything get to you there. Honestly, Lumi's not that bad. Because a lot of swaps, 2 of them heal, 2 of them are damage, and if I could give you a crash course right now, ready? Mouse 5, be careful in PvP. It jumps you forward. I fucked up in one of our fights earlier at the start of stream. I targeted the wrong person and jumped directly into an enemy backline and died. And then got rezzed and died again. Careful with that one. Other than that, you really can't go wrong. Defensive and a heal. This one's a heal as well when you're in Forge, and then this one's AoE spinny hammer. So, I have a new question. Is there a way to have free cam where you can look back without your character turning and slowing down? Yes, yes. Options, and then it is use free camera under camera right here. So general options, scroll down a little over halfway, camera, and then use free camera here. So then you can left click drag, and then you're good there. There's also a setting that you'll like that's called about face. So about face, if you just use it normally, will make your character immediately 180 like so. But if you hold left click in about face, then it will turn your character to the, you know, the camera opposite direction basically. And then you can play off of that. So about face is very useful for a lot of snappy movements. It's something that feels a little unnatural at first, but I've been trying to work it in a little bit more here and there. It genuinely is nice to save a little bit, like even if you're flicking right, about face is just really nice turn radius, and you can just hold, if you really want to, hold right click, and then you can just like hold left click, about face, hold left click, about face. Uh-oh, I might have killed myself about facing. Sorry. Daddy, chill. Golly, I was showing off about face stuff. I was trying to explain that you can left click about face, and then you can right click to turn back, and then you can left click about face, and then you can right click to turn back. So pretty snappy. Are you guys hanging on World vs. World for a while? Was gonna jump in after dinner? I mean, that's up to Strag. I've just been hanging out smacking shit. Yeah, of course, of course. I've been hanging out smacking shit all day. I just kind of like... I told myself yesterday that I had to do fractals before I got into WVW. And I'm not even gonna lie. I got into World vs. World before I finished all the frackies that I needed to. Same thing today. Uh-oh. You goddamn bastards. Are they trying to... They just try to blast me through the door, or what's going on here? Because I'm over here trying to build like a responsible human being. And for whatever reason, they keep trying to touch us in the butt. And I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that at all. But yeah, yeah, movement wise, like, it's a little weird to get used to About Face, but About Face is so good once you get in there. Also, Cinders, how are you looking Firebrand so far? Because we honestly could never have enough right now. We need more Firebrands, we need more Loomies. I'm on some new Loomie tech, which I actually think is pretty fucking stinky. Like, I think this is some good ass Loomie stuff. And I was taught it literally yesterday by people that I was fighting against. It's kind of funny how that whole thing works out. But effectively, I have far higher uptime on my Virtue 3, which is Aegis, resistance, stability, protection, resolution. Like, it's just massive. So I have very, very, very high uptime on that now, thanks to pumping out Aegis for people and then getting cooldown reduction on my 3 every time somebody with Aegis blocks an attack. It's quite nice. So I just pump out Aegis. Everybody blocks. That comes off cooldown faster, and that's a form of Aegis too. It's just, it's so beautiful. 13 small cheese from just having a boat little World vs. World at SPP to do for like 3 Legos. Whoa, wait. Are these actually small achieves? Or like, what do you mean? Because if these are actually small achieves, then I might have to get active over there, Doc. I don't want to go too far forward too early, but hear me out. That's all I have left. Oh, so. Oh shit, wait, how many achieves did it take total? We got green on our butt. Careful. Where's Strugma? Okay. Careful on our tail. I'm gonna wall behind that. And just keep us chilling. And then everybody gets their Aegis. And then everybody takes their Aegis and they block with it to reduce my cooldown, please and thank you. Because I'm not gonna lie, Radiant Courage is fucking stinky. Like, with this new build, I actually play Radiant Courage the same way that I was playing my Stand Your Ground, and I play it in place of Stand Your Ground, and I play Stand Your Ground as my secondary, which is kind of nutty that I'm going to have just that much stability ready at all points in time. But hey, man, I'll fucking take it. Genuinely, I got nothing against that. This new master used for Endless Summer is 72. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, yeah. Wait, and that's separating you between 3 legendaries, you said? How are you getting 3? You just did a whole batch of achievements all at once? God damn. How long would you say that took? Just like total hours? Just see currency. Fucking hell. That's methodical as fuck. If I'm being... Who dropped the ballista? Yo, that's actually crazy. Ay. Somebody came in with the meanest ballista the world has ever seen. Dalspot Jorno, what you up to, my boy? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful one. Are you... I'm assuming you're celebrating America today, right? Up in Canada? I don't really know why you guys wouldn't. Seems kind of fucked up if you don't. So, happy America Day to you, brother. When's your guys' America Day? Surely you have one, right? I'm just chilling PvP for a while. They took like 6 weeks.
There. Target identified.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Like, a week being 7 days where you're at? Or like, are your weeks in metric? Some machines are just flat out time gated. Right. Do you think if I ask ArenaNet really nicely, they'd give me the achieves? Fortnite. My bad. My bad, that's all. Bro, fuck. That's crazy. 6 weeks? Oh my lordy. Alright, well. I know that I have some gameplay ahead of me. Sorry. Pop us home, guys. Don't worry. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We have nothing to fear. Absolutely nothing to worry about. Oh wait, they're per. Holy shit. This is per sit. No, sorry.
I appreciate the help.
That's my bad. That's. I'm sorry, chat. You guys shouldn't have to deal with that shit. You guys shouldn't have to go through that. I don't really understand why I do that to you. That's my bad. Democrat Grandparents Day, for belated Father's Day, and Canada Day barbecue. Yo, Canada Day sounds so lit. What do you guys do for Canada Day? Just like random acts of kindness? Because I feel like you guys probably go around and like clean the country and like, I don't know, hold doors open for people and shit. Sounds kind of lit. Dad made smoked ribs, so I smoked myself and ate. Dude, that sounds good though. Same shit y'all do on the 4th, get drunk and shoot fireworks. That sounds fucking dope. Do you guys do American flags too? Because I feel like Canada Day would be lit with a couple of American flags. And then maybe like a gun or something. Yo, Sauce, you as well, brother, you as well. I hope you're not driving or anything tonight because I'm gonna be real, bro. I think I'd rather have extra Emily on the road at the same time comparatively to midnight July 4th drivers. People are going to be off their fucking gourds tonight. And I'm gonna be sitting at home smoking Bolskis. I discovered something today, by the way. Apparently, like, stores don't close on the 4th of July. I thought, like, I thought most things were closed on the 4th. Some close early. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like Christmas, where everything was just like shut the fuck down. Like, I thought we weren't gonna be able to go to like Walmart or anything. Bro, everything was open. Like, deadass. The only thing that was closed was like a goddamn pizza place. Other than that, everything was everything was completely open. Everything here was shut down for Canada Day. See, I grew up in a small town. And when I was a wee lad, when I was a young warhog, I remember the whole goddamn town shut down. We did like parades and shit for 4th of July. We were getting fucking lit. And now nothing's closed down. I'm not quite sure like what happened. I'm not certain. But what's Strike gotta do to groups? Can you guys fucking relax a little bit, please? Can you lick my nuts? I would like it if you chilled the hell out. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Defense, then offense.
Does that make you feel strong? Do you feel strong? Oi! Miss me with that shit. I see you, you fuckstick. Miss me with that, please. Thank you. I appreciate you.
This is my wrath.
I was talking to the other guy, not man with pull. I need to use stability against you. And I'm not trying to get involved in that. Hey, follow me. Follow. Alright, well, this is gonna be interesting. Hope you don't have stab. Haha. This isn't good. Nah, actually, we're fine. Excuse me, sir. I don't think you have stab, do you? Oh, there are more! Why do you guys just leave them here? Jesus fucking Christ, I hate it here. Was that just wolves howling at the moon? Did I just get executed by the alpha wolf howling at the moon? What the fuck was that, and why was it so lit? That was beautiful. That looked like a t-shirt. That shit was gorgeous. It was like 3 wolves fucking howling, dog. I'm actually happy. Just got back from the dispo. I thought it was gonna be closed. Interesting. Is the 4th of July one of those like dispo does stuff for holidays or not? Because I'm gonna be completely a buck. I'm not sure which I would lean towards. The place is open too? Word. Word. Interesting. Yeah, I found out that like Walmarts and shit are open, but I don't know. I just, for whatever reason, when I was a kid, I just remember literally everything being closed. And I guess that's just like not the case now. I don't know, man. I guess maybe I truly am just a fucking boomer out here. Maybe I am old and my spine hurts and shit. I don't know. I don't know. But let me tell you what. Things have changed. We walked directly into a store today. They weren't closed or anything. Maybe even mine was just business as usual. Isn't that just fucking strange, dog? Ow. That shit hurted a little. I believe in us to get 1 singular X. Almost. Almost. Went to the dispo yesterday. When was the last time I went to the dispo? It was a little bit before we went to Tampa for the Kanye concert. But, Jesus, you're just moaned in my ear. The fuck? But we also traveled a little bit, so un-American, barbecue hating, tofu eating, root beer hating, snail eating, football playing, non-fishing boat loving. Wait, that's Blotto. Blotto. We're playing the football. And we're doing well at it. Hold on. We're dominating this.
Sharper still.
Outing myself as a douche, but the vape store was open too. No, it's okay. It's okay. You go get your box mod. You blow your fucking thick clouds. Do what you need to do, brother. I'm not gonna lie. I would rather have people that are like giant ass box mod vaping stuff that smells like grapes than have somebody walking around with like ciggy smell lingering off of them. That shit. Fireworks. Okay, never mind. 1 pop, somebody got shot. 2 pops, fireworks. We're good. We're fine. Anyways. Anyways. You know if I'm human? I am a big titty Norn. Although I don't really have a slut mog on right now. It's kind of a shame. I went the way of the drip. But yeah, I'm a big titty Norn.
Nothing can bring me down. Stand.
No, you're in there. I can smell the vanilla vape. Listen, it's a nice smell. It's a nice smell. I'd rather have that than the ciggies. I'm not even gonna lie. Canada lost to Morocco today. Canada made it this far in soccer? What do you guys do? Just use an ice hockey team and kick the shit out of everybody? When did we get good at soccer up here?
Things out. Blade sharp.
Furthest I've ever gone. Like, how does that... When did that happen? They allowed an extra 16 teams into rounds this year. Oh... Yes, my field of view is max, by the way. That makes so much sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. If this was broken up into smaller countries, do you think NFL would die or get more hype? What do you mean broken up into smaller countries? Like, if it was Europe? I mean, personally, I don't know what like the viewership implications would be, but like the pool of people in the area is the thing that determines the NFL, I think, but hydration breaks. Listen, hydration and marketing breaks are incredibly important at all points in time. I'm not gonna lie. Very important to have all of your hydration and marketing. And if you don't have your hydration and marketing breaks, then how is FIFA going to afford all of the tape for the ketchup bottles? They need to have the ketchup bottles taped, or people will die. And if you want people to die, then by all means, you continue on your non-FIFA loving ways. But I'll tell you what. If FIFA's here, we need to support our struggling small independent business kings. They're just trying to keep this tiny sport of football alive. Strag, I'd like to say we did some living that time, buddy. We did some good living. Was ketchup tape lore? So basically, FIFA branding for all of the stadiums in the US requires them to hide any other sponsors that aren't like FIFA affiliated sponsors. So effectively, a lot of stadiums had to drape things over any like sponsor names for the stadiums at the venues, but they also had to put black tape over like ketchup labels and stuff like that. So it's a little bit like crazy how far they go, if I'm being honest. But Sig smoke is low-key hot as fuck. No, it's not. No, it's not. Like, are we talking like a musky, tobacco-y smell that's like a fresh tobacco? Or are we talking walking up to somebody and they smell like they just smoked a ciggy in their car with the windows up and they smile at you with the two teeth? Cause like, I'm be real, I went to the Lil Wayne concert in Bangor, Maine, and I can tell you a damn thing or two about two teeth and cigarette smell. Anyway, more bread smokers smelling good. Yo, that's fucking crazy. Listen, it gets worse than the Marbreads. I'm not gonna lie. I told this story before, but one time when I was in college, one of my roommates and I would always go and smoke after practice and shit. We'd drive off campus and we'd smoke and then we'd like drive back, right? And basically, one night one of our teammates came out and he was like, yo, can I come out with you guys all? I'll bring some smoke. We're like, bet you offer to bring some. You offer to carry your weight. I'm fucking down. Like that sounds great to me, right? So we pull off campus and rolling up a joint, packing a bowl, the usual. It's typically a joint and a bowl, and a little bit of a smoke spot, and then we'd go back to campus, chill for the night. And we're rolling up, and my dog in the back seat hits us with the, yo guys, I got you. And he hands us a Black and Mild. And we're like, oh, you brought a blunt. And he's like, no, I brought a Black and Mild. I smoke Black and Milds. And he's like, do you guys want to light it up? Or like, you want me to? And me and my roommate was in the driver's seat. I was in the passenger seat. We look at each other, both out the corner of our eyes. And we're like, we're going to let you spark this one, dog. So we give him the lighter. He smokes it. We're smoking. We're vibing. And the entire time, we trying to like hint at Brody to roll the windows down, but like it's basketball season in Maine, bro. It's fucking negative 10 degrees in the middle of the night, and we're trying to smoke. Brody doesn't want to roll the window down. So Jesus Christ, I keep thinking people are getting shot. Listen, fireworks don't make you double take until you had gunshots outside your window, and then you're like, someone getting shot again? It's like, excuse me. Pardon me. Just gotta make sure. Well, people. So gotta make sure we're not getting blasted at. Be a man and smoke the bash bowl. No. I refuse. Bro, we let him sit back there chiefing on that bad boy by himself for like 20 minutes. He was just vibing. The heady is unreal. Dust, I told you about the American Spirit Spliffington that I unwillingly smoked, right? Who keeps sending me mail? Thank you, Grenade. My fucking goat. Thank you, Veltros. I appreciate you as well. Chat literally telling me to die. American Spirit Block will make you change as a man. Do you need to hear my American Spirit story? So, this is not going to be good for people to hear. But this also ties into my first bong rip story. So, same scenario. Bunch of college basketball players went off campus. And it was me and my roommate, same thing. We smoked together pretty much every night after practice. But also, we had this dude on our team. And he was about 5'8", maybe 120 pounds. And send me katas. You need katas? How down bad are you? Up, up. And then take all. Swift Pine. What a cool name. That shit's fucking sick, dude. Mail item 2, Swift Pine. Oh. Let me know if you got it, Strag. Just want to make sure it got to the right spot. Can you confirm your delivery code? By very emphatically reading the subject line. Please. So, one night after practice, we're going out, and we had this dude on the team. He was probably like 5'8". Actually, I won't be real. He was like 5'10". I'll give him credit. He was like 5'10", and probably like 120 pounds, soaking wet. Like he was a stick of a human being. We called him Dakodak Black. He was a white dude, skinny as fuck, loved drugs. I don't even really know how he ended up playing college basketball in the first place. He was not that fast, not very athletic. Really, I don't really know like what he did much of, but he loved drugs. So basically, one night, the Kodak Black finally is like, yo, I want to come out and smoke with you guys. We were like, all right, bet, no drugs. He's like, no, it's fine. I'll bring my bong. I'll smoke you guys up. I got you. We're like, bet. So we go out to smoke. And I was with my roommate, yapping, shooting the shit. The Kodak Black's packing a bowl. And he sparks it. Passes to my roommate. My roommate finishes the first bowl. Right? Pack another one for me as we're yapping. And I see them just, you know, grip and rip. This is my first bong rip. And I'm like, all right, bet. I can handle this. It's probably like a 12-inch bong, nothing crazy. I milk that shit. Like, we're talking like milky. It was thick smoke. I gotta inhale. Immediately it hits. Something isn't right. I've smoked weed before, but my lungs are on fire. I immediately experienced the worst taste that I have ever had while smoking. Yo, Materful, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. The worst flavor in my mouth. My lungs are burning. It feels like I'm fucking drowning in smoke. I'm coughing up a storm, and there's still smoke in the bong. So I hear from the front seat, Dusty, you gotta suck it. Word for word. So I gotta go finish the bong rip. And I soldier up, finish the bong rip, and I try to figure out what the fuck just happened to me. It was like a witch had cursed me with the worst possible experience that I could ever have via bong rip. It was remarkably bad. Lo and behold, the Kodak Black neglected to tell us before the sesh that he only smokes spliffs, which his choice. is half weed and half American spirit tobacco. He just kept the pack in his backpack, and he would just pull it out and just crumple that right on top. And I was still a weed baby at the time. I didn't know the identifying factors of this. What is that? Wait, what's green got going on in there? Is that their defense? Do they have like golems and shit? Or what do we have there? Someone said back wall. I think back wall might be open. But we should probably just keep this one down. I'll stay here with the boyos and make sure that we're chilling. Back. All right. Let go. Let go. We got green over here, but oh god. This might be less than ideal. We just gotta make sure we don't get flanked from this side. Because our right is a little open. Uh-oh. I'm getting the fuck out of there. Nope. 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 Might be using that selfishly, but hey, I'm gonna do what I need to. We are starting to get picked a little bit. And we're gonna wanna make sure that we do have stab out. Yeah, we're starting to lose numbers. We're starting to lose just a couple of numbers out here. We might be playing a little bit too passive. Everything's fine. Everything's perfectly okay. I believe in us. We have plenty of sustain for this, my boys. We just dick up. We just hold it, boys. I believe in all of us. Never mind. We might be cooked. Oh. We might be cooked. I think we took a little bit too long there. I won't lie. I think we could have gotten around the back. A little bit earlier. But I mean, Strike's in VC. Could always like hop in and calm with him there. He reads and sees as well, but I don't really know like how back got opened up or anything, but all I know is there was a call out that back was open. And then I look and there was a sea of green. And then we just started getting picks. Back wall's down. Was the back wall down the entire time? Because I'm gonna be real, I'm a neutral party here. I'm just here to support. As long as I have people to press abilities on and I get fights, I'm happy. So I'm happy to mediate. Got back there with the big ass robot. I did wonder what the big ass robot was doing inside and how that got in. I will say. I saw it through the crack, but then I'm stupid and thought it was Green's robot. I actually commented on it. I was like, oh, there's a robot in there. And then I saw Green and I was like, oh, that sucks. I think it's Green's robot. That one I need to pick up on, but oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Oh, watch our booty. Watch our booty. Everything's fine. Everything's not fine. This is bad. We gotta get off of that. Everything's good. Everything's good. I pump out heals for all of us. Everybody walk back. Everybody's fine. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good. I'm not gonna lie, we might not be good. Excuse me. Oh my god. Listen, I'm not gonna lie though. One thing I can say about this. I feel the consistency of my third virtue skill way heavier than I did with my old build. This new build is fucking nutso from a consistency standpoint. I feel like I have way higher stability uptime now than I did before. Even in fights where we're getting overwhelmed, I feel like I'm putting out a shitload of stability now. My R is up effectively on the same cadence as my shouts, which just gives me another stability cooldown, whoops, that I can rotate in at all points. It's fucking sick.
Lend me your keen insight.
Oh, excuse me. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Oh. What is the play?
Because I won't lie, I feel like we can win the fights. I just feel like we're getting split. People are kind of dilly-dallying. We're getting a big tail, and then the tail's just getting eaten.
And we only have 20 people, so. Wait, one more switching to druid? I don't think we can ever have too many druids, honestly. So, right now, what are our groups looking like? Druid DH. Or, sorry, Druid Firebrand. We have Druid Lumi with a DH. And then a Druid with no Firebrand, and then Maples with Firebrand. Because we could... Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. So we need troops. Like, we don't have troops at all right now. Which, I think this is great. The fact that we have druids and guardian supports, even just for a few groups, is absolutely massive. But I think we need troops at this point for our groups. Low in the classic tornado / severe thunderstorm warning, and I hear has a chance to produce baseball-sized hail. Why wouldn't you just go out with a glove and then catch the hail? I feel like that's a perfect scenario. If you are athletic at all, this is a chance for you to demonstrate how worthwhile you would be to the Canadian Major League Baseball. I don't know, like... I don't know what's going on with it, but... My name Babe Ruth? I actually don't know what your name is. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I have no idea what your name really is. But... I'd probably not in today's day and age, especially in Canada. I'd say it's pretty, like, unlikely. We need troops now. Okay, well, hear me out. We need troops all the time. And then if we have a lot of people that switch to troop off of Guardian, then we're gonna need Guardians again. So, like, we need both Troob and Guardian, if that makes sense. There's not really just a one thing that we currently have enough of or anything. We're kind of down bad on all of it right now, to say the very least. And we just need every one of our groups to have, you know, effective support in the first place. And that's going to take us far further than we currently are getting, which is a big thing. But yeah, right now, we literally just need whatever we can get to fill out our groups with double support. Well, technically double support and a druid for heals. Because we don't have a lot of that. I boost, but I don't know if I want to boost because I don't want to understand the class I'm boosting. Leveling does not take long, and if it's your first character or you're still new enough to be worried about that, I could only advocate for leveling instead of boosting. You can always boost later on with alts once you understand more, but leveling really doesn't take long, and it's a nice introduction to how your class is going to function along the way. Plus, I don't know what boosts end up giving you for hero points and stuff. There's a good chance even if you boosted, you still have to go get the hero points. I actually haven't boosted to know what it gives for hero points or whatnot. But even then, like, I don't think leveling's too much of an inconvenience. You may even have some boosters and whatnot that are like XP boosters, but not the full character boost too, so you can try a boost out before committing to it. Wait, you can sample a boost? Didn't think about the HP thing. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure about the hero point stuff, as I haven't boosted. I can only assume, though, that you would have to get hero points. I don't really think they're going to give you every elite spec completely unlocked. Maybe, but you still have to get them. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. You're drunk, and she's cute, and she smells like a cig a little bit. Gas mask, no. That's what we call a problem, brother. That's what we call a problem. Just get the course back till the farm hero points. Okay, cool. Yeah, not that that's like, you know, a game-ending scenario. Not that that's the hardest thing in the world. But at that point, if you're trying to learn the class as well, might as well just dump a few hours into leveling. And it's not the worst. When you boost a character, you get put in the silver waste, I believe, and you can look around. If you want to confirm that boost, you use it again. Oh, that's cool. It's actually a pretty nice feature. Sounds like it ends up with a guy down 10 Gs. Man, do you remember, I don't know if you were in here or not, when Henry got his car stolen
by one of his one-night stands. The Henry we always have to put in horny jail. He was on a one-night stand spree that he told me too much about. But one of the one-night stands ended up like after he passed out,
Nothing can bring me down.
stole his car and his wallet and spent like $10,000 on his card before he woke up the next morning because he was a heavy sleeper. I had my truck stolen. I didn't know what to do. How'd your truck get stolen? Did you leave the keys in it?
Stand your ground.
Or like what happened there? That is giving me weird vibes. What's he? Why is he right here right now? Why is that happening? Is that a portal?
What is possessing me?
I'm a little confuzzled. Just a smidgington. But all is well, I'm sure. I'm sure everything's just peachy. Oh, they're sneaking across that, huh? We're gonna fall.
Knowledge is power.
Someone jumped in my truck when I was moving shit. Oh, wait, what? So you got like GTA'd. Hold on.
Stand your ground.
The keys were in and he just took off. What'd you do? Did you try to chase it, or was it just like a sit there and whelp? I guess those are one of those you never really know what to do until it happens, huh? I sat there and called the cops. Jesus Christ, I was like, fuck. The actual acceptance that you have no capability to do anything about it is crazy. So many people would hit that like, no, my truck, and try to chase that shit down. I got you up. I love just owning it and being like, well, that's unfortunate. That's it's a slight tragedy. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't even know what I'd do. If I'm being honest, I have no actual idea how I would react. Because it's not like throwing a rock at the car or something is gonna stop it. And then you also you'd be fucking up your own car. So I feel like there's really no reason to try to pursue it to a high degree. I feel like you just kind of gotta like accept that shit. Like, the fuck are you gonna do? Just start blasting down the street? No. You're not throwing a fucking rock at that car and hitting it. I mean, maybe if they just get into it, but even then, what's gonna happen? Lost 2 sunglasses and $40. People went through my car one time, like my old car. Actually, no, it might have been my current car. And no, it was my old car. So this was a while back when, like, windshield GPSs were a thing, you know, because cars didn't have like navigation and whatnot very frequently. And somebody got into my car one night and I had like a few dollars in change in my center console. I had a backpack in the back of my car with like 2 pairs of basketball shoes in it. I had a laptop bag in the back of my car. And I had a window GPS unit, like a windshield GPS unit. They took the change out of my center console. And they took the GPS. They didn't even go into the back. I'm assuming like something came along and scared him or something. But they took like $3 worth of change in a GPS that I like didn't even bother making a report about or anything. I was like, all right, well, I haven't used that thing in quite some time now. Probably not a huge deal. So I called it good. And then made sure my car was locked every single night. Now my car auto locks when I walk away. So that's fucking phenomenal. One of my FedEx trucks got stolen by a crackhead. Seems like a really good thing to steal if you're a crackhead, though. Like, because FedEx drivers aren't armed unless somebody happened to order a gun and ammo and they're delivering that. Then your FedEx driver could potentially be one of the most armed people on the street. But most FedEx drivers
aren't. I thought this was this car. Might have been this car. Might have been this car. I just can't remember why I would have a fucking GPS unit in this car. She opened the back door and crawled through the full truck and took it for a quarter-mile joyride. Driver lost his job. Why'd the driver lose his job? Because of crackhead. The fuck do you mean? Cry, hope you're having a beautiful day. I feel like the crackhead probably should have got hired at that point. Like, FedEx could have had one driver that was really appreciative they still had a job, and then also could have had another driver that's clearly very enthusiastic about the job. Left the vehicle unsecured. Right, but scouting for talent is my counter.
Might makes me
Could have just found driver of the year. Crackheads would work like 20 hours a day if you pay them in crack.
stand your ground.
That driver probably could have done 6 routes up. And if they try to call out, all you have to do is tell them that they're not going to get their crack unless they show up for the day. It's pretty fucking foolproof, if I do say so myself. Fortnite! He got in, huh? You hate to see that. You really hate to see that. I feel like weaponized crackheads could truly be the future. I'm not even gonna lie. If the whole robot thing doesn't work out, crackheads, they are genuinely like superhuman. I think there will be a combination at a certain point in time of like, you know, the advanced, not the advanced games. What is it? Enhanced games, that one, where people can steroid. I think it'll be like steroid users versus crackheads before 2040. If I could just go out on a limb and throw a wager out there, I think we will absolutely have some form of competition around that. But genuinely, I do think crackheads are pretty much the future, dog. There's effectively no shot that they're not. The advanced games? Yeah, the advanced... the enhanced games. It's the enhanced games. Those go crazy. Baseball versus 90s basketball. I just don't understand why people can't use steroids in professional sports, if I'm being honest. Call me crazy, but sports provide entertainment value. And what's more entertaining than watching a 7'13" behemoth of a human being with a 46-inch vertical also bench press 722 pounds for reps? Nothing. We want to prepare for aliens. That's how we prepare for aliens. Flicks your heart up pretty bad over time. I'm not doing the steroids.
Nothing can bring me down.
I don't care what it does to their heart. They're the ones doing the steroids. Listen, if they want to do the steroids, let them. I'm not saying everybody has to do steroids in professional sports, but like, I feel like if they want to, they should be able to. It's really bad for them. Okay, so what if they want to make the choice to also use their millions of dollars to counteract the effects of the steroids? Hear me out. You're a player that's coming out of college, that's an undrafted free agent, right? You're not drafted for the sport of your choice. You have a month before preseason hits. What do? You pump so many steroids into your body to try to get to a point where you're considerable for pro sports that we would actually have competition from pick 1 to pick 1,000 of the drafts. It would be remarkable to witness the evolution. It would be crazy. No longer would LeBron be a freak athlete, even at 41.
Concentration.
Prime peak LeBron? Nah, that's like 3rd round talent. We're going to a new era, boys. Picture Wemby, but running a 2.6 40-yard dash and having a 52-inch vertical. Literally jumping out of the building. That's where steroids could get pro sports. I'm just gonna have too big of an advantage, so there's no choice. Listen, the illusion of choice is still choice. I say let them choose. If everybody wants to do steroids, then let them do steroids. You know what I mean? I'm not one to I'm not one to complain. I think they're all adults. What's the horse guy?
I chose you.
Secretariat?
Getting poisoned.
What horse guy?
Stand your ground.
Like a guy that's a horse or a horse that's a guy? That's the father of horses. So who's the horse guy? A centaur? I mean the NBA guy that just wants to race horses. Oh, Jokic! Nikola Jokic. Okay, hear me out. The best thing that you could do with Nikola Jokic isn't even steroids. It's like clone him and then somehow condition the clone to actually have a work ethic for basketball. And then we may have a new like archetype of player that just exists out of nowhere. Truly something never before seen. It's very high potential. Very, very, very high potential. This has just been going on as like a little poke back and forth for so fucking long now, man. I really don't even know what's happening with it anymore. All that I know is that I press abilities and good things happen. Ow. Oh, shit! Alright, where's my team? Where's my team? We're up! Okay, anyways. So I press abilities and good things happen. Only good things as well. So that's nice. That's great to keep in mind. Ay, ay, ay. That wasn't the most well received from them. Wait, did we lose Streg? Oh, that makes sense. We lost Streg. That checks out. That's why it's been so stalemated. All right, hold on. We gotta push forward. We gotta push forward. Stay on me, lads. And then we're fine. Everybody just walks forward together. Because I don't know that we'll be able to get a res off anytime soon. We gotta clear off ramparts. Okay. Okay, this is good. This is good. Everything's fine for right now. We're walking backwards. This is still great. I believe in every single one of us. Look at a wall at the bottom of the stairs. Bro, this is stalemated for literally fucking ever. Everything's okay, though. Everything's just fine. Just peachy. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Everything hurts. Everything sucks. It's all pain. It's all pain. Although I might just be able to pump enough to get through this. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's starting to wear off for us, boys. The dream may be dead. But Jesus Christ, the stability uptime is not. This shit actually goes crazy. Ay, 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 ay. We're gonna wall back. Push up. Yeah, 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 yeah. We must. Uh-oh. Well, this isn't good. I'm gonna use this opportunity to get back up to my team here. Excuse me, pardon me. Something terrible has happened, I will say. That is just crazy set of circumstances. I will say, absolutely wild ones. Oh no! Oh no! Yep, this is the end. This is getting rough out here, boys. So, I think we probably had about 32 opportunities to leave this platform and push. I will say great for everybody to stay together, but without Streg there with his tag, everybody was so scared to move. Everybody was so sheepish. Jokic's gonna lose some of his advantage because he's skinny now. Yeah, well, what if that increases his flexibility? So now he's like bending over, putting the ball in his ass, and like farting it out from half court and hitting that shit. Like, what if he unlocks a new ability because of his skinniness? Crazy spec. I just learned it. I'm not even gonna lie. One simple change upped my stability output so fucking much, and literally chat taught me this shit yesterday, and it helped the build a lot. It effectively gets my R up way more and helps pump out Aegis for the group, which Aegis is blocking an instance of attack. So gain Aegis when I'm struck below 50% HP on a 30-second cooldown. And then when I cast my healing ability, I cure 2 condies from allies, 5 allies, so 10 condies. Gain protection when you block an incoming attack with Aegis. This has no internal cooldown, by the way. And then blocking an attack grants Aegis to nearby allies. 5 allies get Aegis on a 15-second coolie. Gain might when you block, which meh. And then Aegis you grant reduces the recharge time of Virtue Skill 3 when it blocks an attack by 1 second with no internal cooldown. So in these fights, as long as I can put this out at the start of the fight, which is typically a 46-second cooldown, I put that out on people. And then as soon as blocks go out, every single person that blocks is a second cooldown reduction. Then when I block off of that first block, I grant Aegis to more nearby allies, which gives them another set of blocks. So then that's going to be 10 seconds off the cooldown. And then I throw out another set of Aegis. And then that's another 5 seconds. So there's a lot of Aegis that I can throw out with this build. Multiple blocks, a lot of protection, a lot of defensives, a lot of stability as a result. That really clicked a couple of pieces into the build that, honestly, I was not using previously, which have helped a lot in these fights. It feels really good. What the fuck are you guys doing?
Recover. Return.
We're gonna feed you nuts. I don't know what you're doing over there, little guy. Okay. Okay. Well, he's rude. That's incredibly rude if I do say so myself.
Help me strike true.
None of these are even players. Oh wait, no, these are players. I thought those were all illusions. I'm gonna just let these guys chase after everything right now. There's a whole lot of hoopla and hullabaloo that's just gonna run back in the keep unless proven otherwise. I think we should probably just run past. Cause I don't think we're gonna do much. As a new player, is Necro gonna learn from PvP, but messing with the Ritualist and Reaper? Necro serves a really important role. So like, as a Necro, technically you can strip on multiple classes, but any form of boon strip is really nice to have for PvP. You can effectively never have too many strippers. As 2 Chainz said, yeah, I love them strippers. And we really do here. So the entire aspect of living in this game is facilitated through classes like mine, druids, troubadours, and other, other guardian supports and other supports in general that are providing stability, that are providing protection buffs, offensive buffs, all of that. There's so much within the game that is truly facilitated off of that support side of things. I already have 25 seconds remaining on my coolie. And that was my first round of stability. This shit's so silly, bro. I'm not even going to lie. That is quite nice to have. Quite nice to have. And then we get coolies up again. We'll pop that bad boy. We'll get more stab out for the group. I'll pop out of this. We'll heal. Get a wall behind these lads. Quick buffs for the boys that got canceled. That's fine. I have stab. And then it's time for some protection, my boys. It's time to protect. It's time to prepare to attack. Big heals going out.
Focus.
And
Concentration.
then a little bit of damage. And more heals going out. They're kind of all in on this, but we are also probably fine. If I'm being honest, I think we can just win this scrap. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling nice and beefy here. And as long as we stay directly on top of Stregma, I don't think that we're gonna die. Unless I let us. Never mind. Never mind. I will not let us. I will not let us. Maybe I will. We might be getting cooked here. We might have got surrounded. We might have got the cloud. You hate to see that.
Concentration.
We lived for a very long time. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know how much healing I was just throwing out or how much stability I was throwing out during that. But Jesus Christ. What, we lose half the ball or you get tripped and shit? Because I will say, I feel like the stab up time going crazy. Going crazy. But definitely... Someone's getting kept in combat. Oh. Uh-huh. So we're just getting like combat locked, you said, and like slowed down? Or slowed down? What you mean? Because honestly, roamers do be roaming. Roamers do be very much roaming in T1. That's one thing I discovered earlier. I couldn't go anywhere and cap any form of objective whatsoever without somebody sniffing me out and getting active. It was like, it was a constant. If I'm being completely real, it was scare bears. Scare bears. So, I say we get a quick regroup. I'm gonna go pee for a sec. And then we ball out. For USA, boys. For USA. I'll be right back. Un momento. Good day, hoes. Leon, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Sorry, I had to grind up some new flour. And by new, I mean the same shit that I've had. However, I got a nice little re-up. So, we're now up tremendous. Leon, hope you're having a beautiful day. Hank, hope you're having a great 4th of July as well, brother. I don't know why. Oh, God, excuse me. As it's not even dark, but people are already lighting off fireworks? I don't even really, like, understand the purpose of it. Like, you're not gonna see the visual impact of the fireworks during daylight? But maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I am just on ayahuasca. I don't know. But people are lighting off fireworks at like 7:30. So I'm not quite sure why. I'm not quite sure where it all came from. Oh no, it's their money that they're spending type shit. I'm fine with it, but because you guys like explosive more than anyone else in the world? No, DOS confirmed that Canada Day literally also has explosives. And also China likes explosives way more than us. We like guns more than anyone else in the world. China likes fireworks more than anyone else in the world. China literally invented gunpowder, but didn't invent the gun because they were too busy using the gunpowder for fireworks and making things go boom. Actual fact, by the way. Like, China loves fireworks. If there is something that they just, like, will go out of their way scientifically to make, it'll be a firework. China does drone shows and fireworks. Horse come and work out with me. You said that one already. I know that one, hardest. You broke that one out before. You can't fool me. I know your catalog. I've seen these jokes before. Right, MMO. Hot, sizzling, Applebee's, seared, garlic, oniony, crispy, fresh steak. What are we just saying buzzwords for? What up with it? You gonna tell me something about it, or you got a question about it? But listen, man, I'm just saying. If I could... You said China? Isn't, like, a good amount of the Riot MMO's development happening out of, like, Australia or some bullshit? Guys, we're not on tag. Por favor. Por favor. Everybody on Taggington, and then we can live this. We can keep him alive. We can survive this. I believe in every single one of us. Oh, they're starting to get kill thirsty over here. This is less than ideal. That's fine. Everything's okay. We ball. Look, we did it, boys! Oh my lord. Oh my lord, chat. Chat, we're not dead. We're not dead. It is possible. It is possible. A broken clock is right twice a day, and Cats with Abs has just won an actual fight. Holy shit. We are doing it in real time. And this is amazing. Oh god, everybody out there is gonna get killed. This is less than ideal. I can't have everybody dying. That's not one of us. Alright, let's go. Onward. Everybody out. I got a Fortnite. Oh, wait, I got a wall of doom. Oh, look what I did, boys. Look what I did. I brought you gifts. Everybody, can we kill these guys? Come on. Come on. Nice. 3 of them got away, but hey, I'll take that. I'll take that. I delivered those kills on a silver fucking platter. I just wish I did more damage. I legitimately... Bro, I hit for a laughable amount of damage. To the point where even saying my damage is complimentary would be a lie. My damage is like... next to nothing. If I'm being real. It's, buns. buns is how I would kindly describe it to myself. If I find a roamer, I have to hope that they get bored or somebody else comes along to kill them, or it's just like I don't kill them, they don't really kill me unless I fuck up. Your stability is 100 though, so positives. Oh wait, are you logging?
Quickly.
Is that like a confirmed? Because I'm not gonna lie, my stability feels fucking nuts. I'm not? Oh, word. My stability feels insane with this new build. I am not getting CC'd in the actual fights whatsoever. Using my R, I'm just providing positive reinforcement. Listen, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That's all I need. I got a half chub off that. So basically, the big change with this build is that I'm throwing out my R as like my primary form. Bruh. Of that mitigation. Can you fucking relax, brother?
Fury is mine.
I'm literally just gonna walk away. I don't know why. I don't know what your problem is.
You don't need to run in there. He's fine. He's just being extra to be extra. Hi! Wait, who dat? Iggy, is that you? Alright, one of those is friend. Ay. Tag. Motherfucker, you can't just yell tag if somebody gets jumped. So, like, if somebody gets hit from behind, then they might be slower. We can't just yell tag. That doesn't help. If somebody gets left behind, we gotta, like, peel back for the tail. So, if we just leave people like this, like Zop is right now, without fighting, then we just lose our entire raid before we actually get into it. We gotta hit a point where we, like, we push them off and then regroup like this. Yeah. That's perfect. I just feel like sometimes when we get split, it can be a little annoying to try to regroup. I totally feel that, especially if we keep getting split like 17 times in a row. But it's definitely something that, you know, we don't want to be leaving people to die, I don't think. Which is a big thing. Now we dip. Now everybody dips out. And then we're fine. Get everybody out, we can get over to the water. We have some on our back. And we can probably kill. There's only like 2 over here. So that's not a big deal. What are you doing back there, man? Can you chill? This lad can probably die. I think they're just being annoying back there. We're probably fine. We're probably just peachy here, if I had to guess. Just if I had to put out a general... Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. We have nothing to worry about whatsoever.
You'll be feeling that one for days.
Okay. I don't even know why people disappear half the time. Yo, Burr, what up, brother? Oh, you be playing Scars of Honor? Have they announced anything about, like... I just got my ass ate by Jaws. Bro, what is up with this SEAL Team 6 ass gameplay? I like underwater combat. I don't enjoy it at all. This isn't fun underwater gameplay. I've never even been knocked underwater before. Underwater gameplay's ass. I think it is quite possibly one of the worst things in human existence. But it's better than not having combat in the water, I will say. It's just, golly. Not what I would describe as my favorite to get jawsed underwater and then touched in my unhappy places. Because that's what I feel like happens, but... 250 years of humans existing just to get underwater combat developed, chat. Happy July 4th. This is my happy noise. Wait. Is that a different noise? I feel like it's girthier if I do it this way. Maybe I'm tripping. I might be losing my mind. I may just be going full on delusional at this point in time. Good news! We regroup. Hey, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Even when I get the underwater fractal, I'm just like unhappy about it. I don't think I have... Well, this might be embarrassing, actually. Alright, well, I have level 80 weapons at least. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't really have an excuse. If I'm being completely honest. I'm not gonna try to, not gonna try to defend this. Because honestly, I shouldn't. Most of us have white underwater gear. That's actually crazy. Elephant. Yes.
Pure defense.
What's going on here? Found like the backside of their roam.
Stand your ground.
You guys lick my noodles. The super speed will continue to carry me. Stragma and Gro. Hello. That's a great attempt, my boys. Genuinely. Much love, much love, much love. I do appreciate the escort in. I might be new, but I do understand that I play a class with heals. I've got that going with me at least. I appreciate that though. It's refreshing to have to work for it sometimes. And then we have more stab out for the boys. I got some heals going. That's maybe not the best idea, Dusty. I'm not gonna lie, that might not be the greatest thing that I could do at this point in time. We can try to get them around this LOS if we pull back a little bit more. But we need to get them somewhere where we have a little bit of an advantage. And then we need to get a turn on them, I think. Yeah. We can pull back and then we need to crash into them. Oh, this could actually be good. If we crash right here. Yes. Walls behind them. And then we start to walk up, crash down the hill. Yes, Strag, I like this, brother. This is good shit. This is very good shit. We can crash back and secure kills. Use these LOSs just like that. Every time we pull them around it, we can crash into them and secure a couple of kills. That's the biggest thing. The more that we can crash and secure, we're good. We're vibing off that. Because we should have heals and sustain to get through this. We've just got to stay in and slowly pull them around the LOSs. And then bring them around to where we want them to be. And then we at least have a little bit of a fighting chance. This is good. It's better though. I like this. I think getting used to this movement, you get around an LOS and then you crash out. Yeah, I got you. I think we probably die regardless, but that was good. I think with this, that's a really good movement to get into the habit of around these like corner fights. And then when we get into the habit of everybody moving around the LOS and identifying those LOSs, you know, out and about, that's when we can find ourselves playing a little bit more, you know, go around the LOS and then crash into them and engage, get a couple of kills, secure those kills, and then dip back around the LOS. And we can almost play that same pillar as an army back and forth and fight for momentum every single LOS, if that makes sense. So that's kind of like, at least that's where I see us going with it. That was really good though. I like the way that we hit that movement once we got it going. I think it kind of like clicked mid-fight. That was solid. We gave ourselves opportunities to get kills, and I actually think we got a couple there. And as we get more people, again, familiar with everything is supposed to be an LOS. One thing I've learned with these fights in particular, just for example, like if we go over to this pillar real quick, if we're fighting here, we're doing it wrong. We want to be either fighting here and crashing out into them, or we want to be fighting here and crashing out into them usually, unless we're, you know, breaking around to the other side. But most of the time, if we're in the spot where we're here and we're out in the open, we have nowhere for people to dip to break LOS. We have nowhere for any of that. So our new players try to get in the habit when we're in these fights try to identify where those little like line of sight breaks are going to be, and then get comfortable there. You know, be so easy to pew pew someone on July 4th. No, I know. I'm going by a rule of if it's 1, then somebody might have got shot, but if it's 2, it's probably fireworks. If I'm being honest. So far, seems like all fireworks. Seems like not really get shot, but they're clouding. Wait, so are these Maguma people or what? Is this just like an unorganized thingy? What if it's 3? 50-50? And then if it's a lot, like a lot, it's about how long it's sustained for. If it's a lot of popping and it's only like 5 seconds, then it might just be quick exchange to gunfire. If it's like 15 seconds, probably fireworks. 30 seconds or more, we never really know. Then it's back to 50-50. So, it's not Maguma, but it is Maguma. So, like, based on a Maguma story. Cute. Wait, don't hurt the cat. That's bad luck. No, the cat didn't do anything wrong. It's sacred. Don't hurt the cat. Oh my god. I want to say it was a random. It was the person whose tag is vile. You hate to see that. You hate to see that. You're not entirely wrong. Okay. So, you guys basically... The way I've understood the cloud is that you still have a main caller, but effectively you play within your 5-person groups, and your 5-person group has a general part of the fight that you want to cover. It's like instead of moving as one ball, it's like everybody kind of has like a zone of sorts. Prosciutto, hot honey pizza. Are you asking me to make some tonight after stream? Because I can do that and then a pepperoni after stream tonight. If that is what you were requesting, because we do have 2 remaining flatbreads that must be used. I am. Okay. I can do that. Requestion? No, I get it. I get it. I get it. You're doing your best. You're doing your best. It's hard out here. You've been losing in League of Legends. You got a 24-hour ban for saying that you were going to feed. You did nothing wrong, by the way. That wasn't you, that was them. That was them. So, with the cloud, does every group kind of have like a pseudo-assigned place that they play? Or is it truly just, we find a way in here and sneak through? Are you a big fan of pineapple? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I personally, hear me out, I'm a food enjoyer in general. Just like, I really enjoy food. It's a miracle that I'm not a big back at my core. And pizza in particular, I think the ranch on pizza debate depends on what kind of pizza is it, right? To start with, just very baseline, what kind of pizza? Certain kinds of pizza, very great with ranch. Certain kinds of pizza, less than ideal with ranch, if I'm being completely honest. So basically, certain types of pizza, great with pineapple. Bacon pineapple, I firmly believe, is one of the finest forms of pizza that exists. Just ever. I think a bacon pineapple with a sweet tomatoey sauce, like a marinara. Oh my god, I love... Anyways. That's a really nice play. It's sweet, it's salty, it hits. But I'm not gonna get too crazy. I mean, like, I'm not out here throwing heinous shit on pizzas. The thing is, I've had some pizzas with some pretty heinous shit thrown on them, and it just kind of makes sense. I don't know why, but I've had a pizza that the sauce was basically like squash, like the veggie, just on the za, and it was an insane pizza. insane pizza. It was wild. Wild. I don't want to give too many details so you fuckers can't know. But it was really good, man. Self-divert, tired of supporting. Motherfucker bipolar as shit. Goddamn. Just hitting the tail until the group is small enough to walk over to the rest. And you run away when the group looks at you. Oh. So you're effectively, you just spread, you get looked at, and then you skirt. Clouding is a bunch of pugs that are knowledgeable enough in fights to kind of surround the group and start whittling them down without dying without support. Right. So like in an organized cloud, you would effectively still have a structure for your ball, but within that ball, you would have a bunch of different micro groups that are navigating your structure and your formation to make sure that everybody, Antioch, what up, dude? You would have people, you know, navigating that structure to make sure every group is in the right place. And then as soon as a group starts to get targeted, you just dip back and peel around to another group, get the target off of you, and then fill back in. Got ads done, but more organized clouds can have parties, but that's not typical nowadays. Interesting. Yeah, so like cloud gameplay almost sounds more similar to a lot of the games that I've played in the past. The only thing is with cloud gameplay, I would assume if your groups are not completely on point and they overextend, then every individual part of your cloud would be inherently weaker and easier to burst because you have fewer targets to kind of like target spread the damage with. So if you have a part of your cloud that gets, you know, boon stripped and then locked down, seems like part of the cloud could get eaten, but that's also part of the advantage with the cloud is that even if people die, only a certain percentage of those people die. That's interesting. It's kind of like with Ashes. We had a very like spread out fight. I mean, New World even more so, if I'm being completely honest. Not quite cloud-like with just the, you know, amorphous fill to it, but still this level of covering a lot of ground in very specific areas. It's really interesting. When people were... Listen, man. Listen. I'm just gonna walk away with all my friends. We're just gonna continue on our journey. And we're not gonna be bothered. What even are you? A catalyst. What do you do? Zop! Jesus Christ. Zop this way. Come on. Strike's gonna yell at you. Strike gonna yell at you. More PvP games need tags. Largest thing I wanted in New World was a tag to easily follow. Yeah, New World, like, New World had this really weird thing where technically every single person in your group had a, like, tag, right? Because there was a shape that was associated with each group, a color and a shape. The only thing is it was about as large as my cock, so you could barely see it. And there was no way to see a tag for your main collar. I still, to this day, laugh my ass off. A bit of New World lore, right? So, at a certain point, there was a South American guild that came up to North American servers called PingDiff, which was an assembly of South America's best New World players at the time. And Alpha, their point tank, still comes into chat to this day. With New World, the emphasis of a point tank was you could hold your active block, and you would lose stamina only if you got hit. So if you got hit, it would negate all of the damage. But the thing was, if you were holding your active block and you got hit in the back, then you gave all of the benefits of your block, which included mitigation to all of your allies, right? So you gave a lot of mitigation out to allies, just holding your block. You'd take hits in the back, literal back shots, and you would just sit there and pump that, and then people would stand around you for all of those mitigations. So this motherfucker Alpha, right? He would sit on point, and he would type in all caps his name over and over and over and over again like this, and post it above his head and just copy paste that multiple times throughout every single war, so everybody knew exactly where he was. Because you didn't want to spend time hitting the tank, because the tank wasn't gonna fucking die, because they also had healer support. And he would just post it, everybody would see where he is, and he'd be like, alright, we're not going there. Oh my god, what the heck? What the heckington? What'd it do? There's 7 pulls, and you can whittle the cloud down pretty easily. Primary pulls What, DH? Dragon Hunter? Because then you have a pull on... What, your greatsword has a pull for like 5, but that's relatively close range. Necro? Trying to get tickets to the Odyssey and there's no available tickets.
Might makes me right.
Is that the one with the Trojan horse? Because... No. Which one's the Trojan horse?
I'll be nothing.
Look up the trailer. I think if I watch a movie trailer on stream, somebody will cut out my kidneys. Can I watch movie trailers on stream? I feel like I can't do that or I will get my kidneys cut out. Especially multi-streaming on YouTube. I don't see why you can't. Copyright. I think it's a TOS thing. I literally don't think I can watch movie trailers on stream. I think I can watch game trailers. But like watching TV and movies and stuff on Twitch is very bad, especially since it's something that I'm like profiting off of, I think, is the big thing, right? I think there's actually like a large thing around that. I don't know though. Either way, what is it? The VOD will just get cut. Yeah, I'd rather not chance it. Wait, so that's not the Trojan horse one? What the fuck is the Trojan horse one? Because now I'm curious about a different thing. Which one was the Where did the Trojan horse come in? Troy? So is there no Trojan horse?
Stand your ground.
Or... Dusty, look at your DMs. This is so wild. What? Where is this? Available as front row only or handicap seats. I mean, like... Hear me out. I'm pretty sure I have crutches in the basement. Like, is it technically fraud if we say that I broke my leg and need the handicap seat for extra leg room because I can't straighten my leg?
Fury is mine.
Target identified.
My mom just texted me. That's not a good sign. My phone literally just lit up and my mom just texted me. Hold on, I'm gonna reply. All right, maybe we shouldn't commit fraud. Goodness gracious, BLY. Do Friday at 11 a.m. and get back before stream. What day's Friday? It's Saturday right now, so yesterday?
Nothing can bring me
Except in the future? Yeah, that's probably fine. 17th. Oh, shit, the 17th. God damn. It's like 2 Fridays in the future. Holy shit. Oh, golly. Golly. Does World vs. World start in 2 minutes or 1 hour, 2 minutes? Yes. You can just join on Strag. These tickets are going so fast. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. We can get lunch or some bullshit. Because there's plenty of food out there. Is there not a reset? No, there's... like, never really downtime or anything. Like, they don't ever take, like, the game down or anything for resets. Everything just goes live. With World vs. World, it's just the ongoing timer and ticker the entire time. I think it's just, like, the weekly, like, recalibration thing where it, like, relegates. Maybe monthly. But I think even monthly you were able to play pretty much right up until the end of the month, right? Or, like, right up until the reassignment of the teams. Come. Around the corner. We've gone so far, none of us are here anymore. Gotcha, bitch! That's my wall. Dude, I fucking love wall. I love this shit. Yo, Frozen, what up, brother? Just want to say thank you for the fights earlier. Fun and good fights. I was with Mint. You guys have great sustain. I appreciate you, dude. We are still... Hey, don't evaluate this. This was the remnant of a pug group. We're kind of like filtering our people in, but we're still so new. We're trying to get all of our comps in place and everything from a, you know, just a general standpoint. We still have so much to learn, so we're glad to be fighting in general. And the fact that we're like, you know, we're getting to a point where we're not instantly dying is great. Our comps are getting closer and closer by the day. We're getting more supports up. And I do think people are starting to see that. I appreciate you coming through. We're having a lot of fun with it. Tier 4 was a lot more forgiving. And we also noticed in Tier 4 that there were usually a lot more, I don't know, just commanders running around with open tags. And it kind of sucks that there aren't a lot over here. I don't really know why. But no matter where we go, it's kind of like, it's hard to find commanders actually running at this point in time that we can join up with to get reps when, you know, when we don't want to command our own groups or when we want a sidecar for someone. So we're trying to get ourselves into a better spot. There's definitely going to be a whole lot of learning, though. I just got a new server, too. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, back when we were in T4 with the old set of groups, we always had pub commanders running around. And now there are none. Take cats to Solo Guild? Yeah, so my big thing on like alliances and shit. First things first, I'm gonna be completely honest. I know what we actually bring to the table right now. And there's like not a ton that we bring to the table right now, other than a lot of people that really want to learn, which is great. And I think we're off to an awesome start because we have a lot of people that are really realistic about where we're at and where we want to be in the road to that, right? But also with alliances, with the games that we've played in the past, we're kind of like, you know, very long-term oriented. So we'd like to be in a spot where we can learn, you know, what we need to, and then be at the point where we're not going into alliances as like little bro cats. We're going into these as like an actual equal with things. So before we look at alliances, we need to grow to be able to, you know, walk with our own feet. And if we try to run before we have our feet underneath us, then it's only going to be like detrimental to us. So there will be a time that comes where we're ready to, you know, organize battle guilds with other people and have more people join the Cats battle guild with us and make sure we're on the same team. But for the time being, we're really just feeling out, you know, relations with other guilds, other communities. And in the games that we played in the past, you know, we have a ton of top-end players. A lot of our players have been on the cutting edge of games that they've played. With Ashes, we were... Strike, something terrible happened! Something awful has happened. I swear to God, this wasn't my fault. I don't know how to say this, but this one was not my fault. That is awful luck. I'm not even gonna lie. I wasn't even that far behind. I was like mostly right with you guys. Anyways. Goddamn. It can be hard to find open tags with alliances nowadays. Yeah, that's the big thing. Also, we've seen... I don't want to like rat anybody out, but we've seen some bitch-ass motherfuckers that are like, oh my god, green's so stacked, make sure you guys don't take any objectives or actually like try to compete this week so we can dodge down. Bitch, we're probably losing anyways. At least show out and play. People are literally advocating to like not play World vs. World this week so we can relegate downward easier. And I don't know, I don't vibe with that very much if I'm being completely honest. I just feel as though that's such a cop-out approach and such a cop-out attitude to where, this is bad. I can't really get behind that. And when I saw that, I was like, damn, man, like, is that really where we're at, you know, as a community? And I'm very happy that most of the Guild Wars comm is not like that. And, you know, I'm happy that we are going to have a lot of people in our community that are also in it for fights like this, where everything starts to feel just a little bit better and everything. No!
No, I must protect Strag. Oh god, I don't have any stab for like 2 seconds. Oh! Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. This is all rough. Everything's rough out here. I get a wall out. Everything's fine. We might have to get out. Excuse you? No! Oh my god, what is that range? Oh my Jesus Christ. Holy shit, I got fucking yoinked from a different area code. Brother pulled me from New World. What the fuck? I just got Steph Curried, bro. Holy shit. Oh my god, I thought I was out that bitch. I literally thought I hit the slickest escape. Bro, I'm about to open my dumbass mouth and be like, man, I guess we're playing pretty smooth. Nope. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Listen, stability uptime. Never stop your stability uptime, boys. That motherfucker didn't hear a whistle. It was really fun fights. I appreciate you. And keep in mind, we still have a week. During this week, especially hearing that there are people literally scared to fight green right now, we're really excited to fight green so we can learn. We were getting like full portal engaged on and shit today, and it was something we didn't see in T4, was that level of like coordinated, everybody through the portal, everybody in full dump very quickly. It was fun to react to, and every fight after that starts to feel a little bit easier, right? So we're excited for the remainder of this week, even if we get relegated down to T2, which is very likely next week, to get as many fights in as we can and learn from that. We joined the game last month and didn't even have all of our people under the same, you know, battle guild. So the fact that we actually have our people, that was us. Oh no, dude, that was sick as fuck. So like, hear me out. That's fun to play against, because first things first, that can be countered, right? And our people need to play against that so we can understand when you get jumped, the instinct isn't like split up and scatter and but to clump up. And if we see a portal, we jump that fucking portal and we just slam every bit of damage and CC that we have on top of that. As soon as you come through, we strip, we CC, we spike that portal location. We know where you're gonna be. It's just the comfort of like, we get jumped, we know our supports are gonna keep us up. They can't really try to make it unexpected. Exactly, and that's the fun in it. And I think we need to see stuff like that and fight against stuff like that. And that's really good for us to experience, because again, even if we go down to T2 and people aren't doing that in T2, we now have that in the back of our mind, as initiates can happen that instantaneously. So now if we have somebody that's just running up to us, it just makes it easier for us to react, right? So the jump from T4 to T1, obviously it's a very, you know, large jump, but it's one of those where we have so many people that really want to learn. We have brand new players, we have returners, but most of all, we have a hell of a lot of PvP players from other games that understand the learning process is a long process, right? The pineapple. Pineapples are sacred. So there's always this element of learning with fights like that, where if you never get to play against that, then you'll never see it and you'll never have it in the back of your mind. So we're grateful to have had so many fights. I think the big thing that's really cool about the Guild Wars community is, in a lot of the games that we played in the past, right? New World had a very large reputation for players that were on the top end in a lot of the guilds that I played in. Whenever newer guilds would fight against us, a lot of people would just be like, get shit on, get the fuck out of here, uninstall your game. And then when newer guilds no longer wanted to war, every warring player was like, why doesn't anybody want to fight against us? Wow, it's only the same 100 people. Well, it's because everybody was a fucking dick. And our population in PvP suffered because of it. So, Cats with Abs was a community that originally on New World's launch, my friends and I made, just as it wasn't originally named Cats with Abs, that was democratic decision later on. But it was a community my friends and I made, and we just invited whoever wanted to play with us and check out a new game that was coming out. So I brought it back towards the end of my time in New World when the console launch happened on one of the 8 servers I played on at the time. And the entire intent was to get new people involved in content that they wouldn't otherwise see. So when I left New World, I brought it over to Ashes.
And it kind of took a month or two to really like set in Ashes that we were serious about it. And after people got over the fact that we have a funny name and that it's a streamer guild, right? People started to understand that we really wanted to be involved on the top end of things, and we were willing to have the organization, the repetition, and do what we needed to get there. And as a result, we fought with and against the best of the best guilds over there, and as it turns out, they published public ban lists, and pretty much every guild we were fighting against was RMTing or exploiting in some way and had people banned. And we never had a single person banned. We were literally the only guild on the top competitive end of PvP that never had a single ban in that game. So GG. Literally the best legit guild in that game. So Loki took off in Ashes. Well, it was also a good fit. It gave us enough time to actually solidify, right? So when I made Cats in New World, we didn't really have much time to take off there. And when I went to Ashes, it was kind of it was an unpopular choice with a lot of my community. People forget that I averaged like 30, 40 viewers in Ashes at a certain point in time. I thought that I wasn't going to be able to keep streaming full time when I went to Ashes from New World. So many people were just so skeptical of it, which, I mean, I totally get that. But yeah, Ashes was a very good time for the community, and we continued to bring in everybody that wanted to get involved, and we continued to teach them. And if you were a brand new player and you fucked up and misplayed, we weren't going to be out here roasting you because of a simple misplay. We're gonna look at it. We're gonna try to teach you what can be done to counter it, and we're gonna include people on the content if they want to show up and work with what we have. And it's been a very, very fun vibe. You know, I myself am somebody that most of my existence in gaming was so worried about optimization that I forgot to have fun. And at a certain point in time, I just kind of had this like epiphany where, you know, as games that I loved continued to die, the fun that can be had during optimizing was really the thing that lasted the longest with me. Instead of the outcome of being completely optimized, I started to enjoy the route a lot more, and I started to enjoy a lot of the accessory stuff, right? Within a lot of the gameplay loops that I was experiencing. So I started to have this love for shit like this, where I might not be in full legendary gear or anything like that. I might not be researching. Keep in mind, to this point in time on Lumi, I still haven't looked at a single guide. Now, I know that sounds crazy because I'm interacting with chat, but hear me out. In 20... Motherfucking piece of whore! Strag, hold on, I'm gonna need a second, big dog. I'm gonna need a second. I was not prepared for that. That was unfortunate. Hold the push! Hold the push! Hold on. Papa's coming. Fuck you in particular. Hold on. Hold on. Man! Please! I'm trying to do something. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Sorry, I'm back. I'm back. That was a super unfortunate set of circumstances, if I'm being completely realistic. Not the happiest about that, but you know, it is what it is. We do what we can type shit. That was just a really unfortunate one. Golly, I do say we should probably get away from this ledge a little bit. I see you going in, my goat. We push all the way up. We push. I don't know where Strug went. Strug went up. Got it. I see Strug. Beautiful. Everybody makes it up here, and then we ball. I believe so much that everybody makes it up here, and then we ball. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. If they walk up, we have actually an okay spot here. And we might just be able to make this work if everybody stays alive. Please! Please! Dude, I'm pumping every heal that I have for you, Strag. I want you to know if you die with everything in my kit. I tried so hard. My fucking god. I don't even know, like, what else I could have done there for you. But I just pumped every single thing that I had into you until my knees were wobbling. Try putting a personal target on the driver, so much easier to see where they move to. That's fair. People have also talked about an add-on that makes, I hate that you guys call it a driver, by the way. Sounds so weird. I'm not gonna accept that. I'm gonna call it the caller. Not doing that. I'm not gonna call him dad. Even if there's a fire. Anyways, Anyways, I heard there was an add-on that would just like enlarge the size of it. And honestly, like, I turned 30 last month. And like, after I turned 30, I kind of looked at this, like, this cursor thing, the little outline. And I was like, damn, that's kind of nice. And the worst part is, I started looking at this one, and I was like, ooh, you know, I'd never lose that one. Like, I started to actually consider the validity of playing high contrast. I swear to fucking God, 30 has changed me, bro. So, you know, back in my younger days, people would talk about the add-on to see the, you know, the commander tag a little bit larger, and I'm like, I probably don't need that. But also, I will say, I usually lose it not because of lack of attention. Oh, well, not because of not being able to follow it. More because of lack of attention in the fight. I'll be on Streg, and then I'm like pumping heals, and I'm in an animation for something. Like, I'll be in an animation for my goddamn power. I'll look over to read a message and yap. And then out of nowhere, Stregs run to a different fucking state. And then I gotta find him again. It's like a Where's Waldo in that bitch. I swear to God, his orange blends in. I don't know why. How are the fights? Surprisingly not that bad. If I'm being completely real. I have seen fights go far worse than this. And I think people are starting to understand that we actually have like very solid sustain and potential, if I'm being honest. I think at this point in time, people are starting to trust the supports a little bit. I'm not quite sure exactly what the feel is from being on the other end of it, but I'm gonna be real, even in these fights, like, I am finding myself staying alive far longer than I did at the start of these. I think my build has helped me sustain a lot more stability uptime for my group, which is huge. I don't know who else is even in my group, but giving it more casual or more involved. Do you have builds listed for your members' runs? Seeing some off meta class, which compounds itself with the inexperience of fighting? Both, if I'm being honest. So this isn't really like our official run or anything like that. We kind of took over a pug group, and people have filtered in and out throughout the day. We also, for our first month, didn't really put any emphasis on having proper comps. So now we're starting to get our people who are still here, since we've weeded out the, you know, the I'm gonna play for 2 weeks hype people that were with the announcement, and we can actually get some world versus world comps, right? We're trying to shore up a lot of Fortnite. We're trying to shore up a lot of our builds along the way and make sure that people are actually on, like you said, more meta classes for our main groups. And we even have signups in the Discord and stuff. We'll try to formulate some more competitive stacks, but this is definitely more of a hodgepodge of just whoever wanted to show up. But that's been our largest, I would say, obstacle so far, is trying to get compositions organized and trying to sort out, okay, you can play these 3 things. Well, I would like you on this thing out of all 3 of those things. It's a little bit of planning and organization where now that we're in a competitive tier and we have all of our people because the monthly reset happened, we can actually feel out what we need more of, what we have actively, what we have in a more casual manner. There's a little bit more information that's available for us to plan around now. So hopefully by the end of this month, our composition will look far better and more consistent. Even last night, we had like 35 people last night for reset night that were all, you know, in our guild. So even that's encouraging. We had over 100 people in the tag for this reset. So it's not even necessarily a numbers thing. I think it's just more of a getting people active and fuck you, by the way. I think it's more like getting people active and involved, getting people familiar with the movements, the shot calling, fighting against good players instead of just random groups of 5 or 6. There's so much that we're gonna work on this month, composition being one of them. But we should see a pretty large transformation over the course of the month, if I'm being honest. I'm already starting to notice it too. I think this stack in T4, fighting the way that we are right now, even surviving to the extent that we are, would be winning most of the fights. It's just the, you know, the very cloudy type gameplay. A lot of our people are confused by that. I can already tell. It doesn't make sense in some people's minds. So we just got to get more reps in. It's the largest thing. Merc, you good? What you got going on, dog?
Hell
Did nobody res Merc that entire time? You guys are assholes, bro.
Be restored.
Oh, I swear to God. Merc ain't do anything wrong. Team, did you guys end up joining for the season? So it automatically allocates people. We did? Ah, I didn't see it. I didn't see it, bro. Merc, don't let Strag lie to me. Did they try to help you? Or did they just leave you there to fucking die? We'll work on that. We'll run some reps back. Got my Evoker spec done. Can your stupid old fingers keep up with it, old man? The second he dropped that got him. I don't know. I don't know. It didn't look like it when he was still on the ground to me, brother.
Defense, then offense.
This is I need Scepter and Focus. How do I get that weapon combo? You shouldn't need to unlock anything for it, I don't think. Are Scepter and Focus both base game? Focus is base game. I didn't have to do anything for Focus. I'm like 90% sure you don't have to do anything special for those bad boys. And then everything's fine here. Everything's not fine, I'm not gonna lie. Everything is not fine. We did not move confidently. I think we may or may not have tanked the ever-loving shit out of that. We're getting better at staying in the ball, though. I feel like we're kind of lacking damage. Okay, so hear me out. First things first, we're lacking people. Second thing, people using their abilities. Third thing, people on ball. Fourth thing, like proper movement as a group. But we also could probably use strips and damage being used at the same time, coordinating that. There are so many things that I think need to go in cohesively to a successful fight unless you just absolutely outblob the other side. And I think we have been making progress even with smaller numbers in these fights comparatively. We had 35 that died faster in these fights than our group of 19 are right now. Last night. So like it's, you know, we can tangibly see the progress, which is good. Is there class debuffs / pops debuffs? If so, is it viable? Necro is what you're looking for. I mean, I guess you could also Virtuoso, which is a Mesmer. But Necro or Vert, well, honestly, like 3 different Necro classes. But you could also Spellbreaker, I guess. Spellbreaker is a warrior one that also has strip and CC and shit like that. And streets are saying that Spellbreaker is nasty as fuck. I don't play one myself, but Scourge will be ultimate debooner soon. Oh yeah, Scourge. Yeah, Scourge specifically. So, how crazy would it be to run 1 Scourge and 1 Spellbreaker per group if you had it available? Can confirm Spellbreaker is fun as fuck. Oh really now? Because hear me out, I will absolutely sell the dream of playing Spellbreaker to a lot of our kindred spirits of individuals. I'm fully confident that I can get at least a couple people in on this shit. All right, we're kind of up tremendous. We're living for longer than we did last time. Strag, everything's beautiful. We might have enough sustain to live just a little longer. Just a little longer. Oh, he's played that one possible. Oh, yeah. Depending on what you want to run, like, do you prefer more Fizz melee type stuff or do you like Castry stuff? Because if you like Fizz melee type stuff, Spellbreaker is stinky as fuck. Does a lot of damage. I'm not gonna lie. Like, a lot. Was Tome Dagger and Throne and did Incinerate? Oh, no. Oh no. Okay, so you might like Scourge a lot then. You may enjoy that a whole lot, if I'm being honest. If you just want to be annoying as fuck, Necro is traditionally condition damage. So there's like, you know, there are a bunch of stacks that you can throw out, and you can get those bad boys pumping very quickly. Strug getting dinner, we join up with who? Strug said? Oh, the life guy? Word. Alright. Join squad. We join up. Cat's always recruiting. Discord. Oh wait. Discord.gg/cats with abs. Thank you for coming. Strag is Canadian, but still celebrates the 4th.
He said thank you. He agrees with it. He agrees with it, boys. All right, so now
Nothing can bring
we
me
join the
down.
life stack. And we hope that we can bring some support in for Mr. Green Commander Tag. At the moment for group content, Powers King over Condi on Necro 2. Yeah, I think part of that too, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but as you go into higher and higher groups, you have a lot of classes like mine that, in addition to Druid, which are great at stripping off conditions. I strip conditions on my healing ability, I strip conditions on my F, I strip conditions on my fucking staff 3 into 2. There's a good amount of condition strip that exists within the game right now. I strip conditions on my, like a lot. Anyways, so there is a good amount of Condi strip where I feel like at a certain point you can lose your entire stack just off of a singular strip, and then you find yourself effectively doing nothing and having to rebuild. Now, in an ideal scenario, a Condi build can stack up insane amounts of condition damage if it goes, you know, unnoticed, and it can work out to be really, really great. I just feel as though that's not the route that it goes most of the time. Is there a way that I can acquire more of this magnanimous maintenance oil? Is that not soulbound? Chat, send me magnanimous maintenance oils. Put that inventory away. I'm leaving it up until I have oils in my inventory. His bags look like yours. What's wrong with my inventory? Brother, it all makes sense. My siege blueprints, my shovels for guild stuff. I do need to put some trophies away. I have consumables up here. I have some crates that I have yet to open. I have some boosters. I have mats that I can't fit into my storage yet. I have crates down here that I've earned. You have oils. I have 2 oils. I need more oils. Chat, you know my ransom. I'll be right back. I'm smoking a bowl. Also, Twitch Prime or you hate America.
Looking to spend some coin?
then offense.
Oh, good day, Goobers. So, how do I get more of these? Because I currently have none of these. And I would like to, if I'm being honest, have some more. Is this something that I can buy? Or is it just RNG out of crates or some shit? Because I would like... Can I buy it off the trading post? Magnanimous maintenance. 14 per. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Well. You hate to see it. Hate to see it. But that'll cover me for a while. And then... I wonder how this group's gonna go. They actually have, I think, decent comms. So we'll see how this ends up. Does anyone need from a guild except for cats? Wait. Does anyone need what? What did I miss out on here? Because I feel as though I may have missed out on something. Also, I probably need better food. I don't have the greatest food. I'm usually dependent on other people having good food. I ain't about to lie. Chat, how do I get those good foods that you can like place on the ground type shit? Because those are nice to have. Session got me almost full set of jewelry. Oh, dude, the progression really doesn't take that long. Also, keep in mind, if you don't have boosters... experience boosters and world XP mini boosters, you can have those up at the same time and you can stack the duration on these. So I would highly recommend making sure you have any form of booster up that you may have while you're in those sessions too, especially if you're trying to get your rank up, get more crates, shit like that. It doesn't affect your pips or anything, but that'll help get mastery and whatnot, which can actually be pretty useful. So definitely not a bad thing to work on. But yeah, once you get the rest of your gear, you'll be fucking vibing. Where are we? Oh, we are like far ahead. I gotta catch up to the lads real quick. Good news, I won't have to worry about oils again. I'll get some food in my inventory and then I promise, chat, I will clean out my inventory. Like, genuinely, I promise I will clean that shit out. Because honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like looking at it any more than you do. And I acknowledge that it's not... Okay. Are we getting slaughtered up here? Or what do we have going on? That's a respawn angle. Got it. Got it. Such a big improvement from beginning to end. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Even, keep in mind, some of that improvement was familiarity for people. Some of it was just something as simple as changing compositions up. And starting to get people in on the right places, right? And the first thing that has to happen is building confidence in calls, building confidence in the army that will be able to sustain through calls, which is great. Also, Michael over on YouTube, dude, GG's, brother, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. No, don't worry, my callouts are usually just me yapping anyways. I'm not even gonna lie. Streg calls for us when he's tagged up, and half the time you guys can't hear him anyways. So, honestly, I ain't even worried. GG's, brother. I greatly appreciate the fights. We are learning a lot as we go. I've already changed up my build this week a substantial amount. Like, I had a core overhaul to the build that has me feeling absolutely phenomenal in these fights. My stability uptime is more consistent than it's been. I'm starting to get in the right muscle memory as well. There were a couple times where I misplayed and I put out, you know, I had my R off cooldown
which is my virtue skill 3. And I want to put this out first, get the Aegis, and then I want to use my other Aegis on my mace and my shield to capitalize on the cooldown reduction on my R. Because otherwise I'm gonna be, missing out on that just in the first place. So there were a couple times where I misplayed that, but other than that, I was really good about managing the, managing the combo there type shit, which I was really happy with. The build feels phenomenal right now, and the impact is great. I feel like I can live through so much. I feel like I'm keeping Strag alive through a lot. Like, we're on our way, which I think fighting against better competition as well, and honestly, having the opportunity to fight against something non-traditional like a Cloud is going to be fun for us. That's going to be something where when we go back into, lower level competition against, lower level guilds, just gonna be free 99. We're just gonna be able to outball the ever-loving shit out of them. So, Fupo, thank you for the 250-day streak. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Yes, I must be careful tonight. I was thinking I'd do a few more minutes, and then our fireworks usually start up at 9. So I might make some pizza, and maybe we watch fireworks and whatnot tonight, Carla and I, because I don't think she's seen fireworks before. Last year we were on the go for 4th of July and whatnot. So, I thinks I might firework watch. I don't know what you guys got planned tonight, if you got fireworks near you or anything. I also don't know how long our fireworks are set to go. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Because I might be able to, like, AFK for, like, 10 minutes. What about fire brokens? Wait a minute, let's see. $9:30. Lit. 9:30. I think. Let me double check. Yes. I think 9:30. Oh god, I just got flashbanged. Jesus fucking ow. What the hell, man? Okay, yeah, 9:30. Is it 9:30 to 10? Is it a half-hour fireworks thing? Jesus Christ. Oh god. Oh, ours got delayed because it's pouring. Wait, is it really? Hold on. I don't think we get rain for a few days. Yeah, no, it's 87. Well, not 87 right now. Right now it's 74. We're in Indiana. Where's Indiana? What Borderland you guys on? I thought we were going to red, but I think I got a bad link. I'm not gonna lie. In between Chicago and Ohio. Not ringing any bells. North of Kentucky. Like south of the Great Lakes type shit, or like what you got going on? What's the dealio there? Brother, I will help you! I will help you! I will fight with you! You must man up! Okay, he did not want to man up. I tried to help. Bye! Say about... fucking excuse me. In what world would I have died there? Is it because I traveled while I was in combat? Or what's the dealio there? Yes. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yep, Pwn noob. I tried to do things unethically and I was punished for my unethicality. My name is DustyWhy, and I am a cheating little bitch. I accept the error of my ways. I've done this to myself. How much concentration do I have with this? I have... Oh my god. Wait, so how long is my quickness?
It's like 11 seconds. What the fuck, man? That shit's stinky. So quickness is like 11 seconds.
Might makes me right.
And then we have another like, that's actually true to the 3 3/4. That's fucking crazy though. I have such a high quickness uptime. Okay. Okay. So what do we have going on over here perchance? It's Desert Borderlands, so there's probably gonna be next to nobody. Which means we maybe, are we going for points over here? Or are we going to find fights? And no, please, for the love of God, I don't mean 3 thieves. Please jump my asshole right now. 2 commanders, 1 map. Well, isn't this just a mind twister? Bro, I keep thinking somebody's shooting up the block. I swear to fucking God. I swear to Christ. It's gonna be a long night. I'm not even gonna lie. I was about to start throwing fucking Lindor truffles towards the window. There's a handful last night. What? Blappings? I'm gonna have a Lindor truffle to prepare. You never know when shit's gonna get real. Chat, have I showed you guys my box of 100 Lindor truffles that I got?
Now we'll show you. Synchronize. The unkindest cut of all.
One of the best purchases we've ever made. I'm not even gonna lie. We got a book about Lindor truffles. We spent so much there. Hold on. I'm on tag and I'm ready to fight. Go with a double chocolate, the classic, the mint, and the sea salt. Oh, what a wonderful, wonderful collaboration we have here. I don't really know what the difference is with the double chocolate versus like their normal chocolate truffles. Cause like, they're both technically double chocolate, I think. I'm not really sure. Oh, sounds like fucking Harry Potter's fighting Voldemort out there. Doesn't even sound like gunshots. Sounded like a fucking tally-ho cannon going off. I swear to God, brother. Sounded like a fucking, like, Civil War era warship. Do they have warships in the Civil War? Or was this fought on land? Yes. Really? Like, mostly land.
The unkindest cut. Justice, courage.
How?
We want beyond. On your knees.
The first submarines were in that war. The civil one?
This is my wrath.
That's not cap?
Getting healthy.
Nothing can save you.
Submarines? Like, in what sense? Do we... What did our tag just do?
Spirit, to me.
What did I just witness? They didn't go deep, they submerged though. Okay. Okay. That's why Carla calls me the Civil War submarine when we're fucking. That checks out. I was wondering, but it all makes sense now.
The unkindest cut of all.
Boats themselves weren't that crazy yet to be reaching deep onto land. Well, theoretically, boats don't really reach deep onto land at any point. That's why they're boats. I feel like you don't need to be a 3-star general to know that, bozo. Of course the boats weren't good at land. Cannon-wise? Ah. Well, that makes sense. But hear me out. What if the boats don't bring cannons, but they bring the people that operate the cannons?
And then they wheel out the people, who then bring the cannons. Tomahawk missiles, disagree. I don't think we had Tomahawk missiles in the Civil War era.
Rushing light.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but like, I'm like relatively confident that there weren't Tomahawk missiles being launched off the decks of ships in the Civil War.
Restore. Cleanse. Believe.
There were definitely Tomahawks. No missiles. Like, I think people were killing each other with shoes in the Civil War. Like, hitting them with them. I think boats don't reach far into land in general. Okay, well, hear me out. The boat doesn't reach far into land. Tomahawk missiles in the modern day reach far into land. Show me a boat that's reaching far into land. There aren't many. What was the last one that tried? Like the Ever Given in the Suez Canal? How'd that go? Paul Walker could? Could Paul Walker? Because, like, hear me out. That one time Paul Walker couldn't. How confident are you? Because right now I think at best it's 50-50. And at worst a little bit worse than that. 2 out of 10. Not the worst odds he's ever had. Oh, shit. This guy's just kicking the shit out of someone over here. Oopsie daisy. Okay. Tag's going in. I'm going in, baby. I am so here for this. This actually might be just a general massacre. I'm not even gonna lie. This was not well. I don't think most of the group was together at any point in time. Alright, that's fire. I love that. That's huge. Chased after the tag and he was by himself. Yeah, I went to get to the tag and I think like everybody else stayed up and might have started building like catapults and shit. Dude, I feel for pug commanders. It's tough. It's tough. You will try to move in the slightest and nobody follows. Like no matter how hard you try. It can always just end up being all for naught to a certain extent. It can feel kind of bad. So I definitely I feel for Big Dog. I genuinely to the bottom of my heart do. He's out here struggling. And honestly, we all struggle from time to time. We all struggle every now and then. But it's okay, we got 21 people. 21 brave soldiers. And this is our time to shine. We may be getting cooked. Oh, wait. Everybody else went to bed. This one skirmish is going our way. Holy shit. Tag means you're never wrong. It's the people around who have failed. No, dude, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, there is a large element where that time nobody followed our tag. He made a simple movement and everybody just sat there like, doing nothing. I felt so bad. I jumped down with him just to like, just to be there and provide him some moral support. I felt like it was the absolute least that I could do. Sorry, I stream sniped. Wait, who stream sniped? When did this happen? Dusty, what? Did you stream snipe? Wait, when did you? When did? Well, that's not nice. But thank you for apologizing. But when did you stream snipe me? When the heliante did that happen? That was me. Who was you? That was my group that just killed you. Oh, killed this group? Oh, Oh, that's fine, dude. I don't mind. I come into World vs. World to try to get fights in the first place. I'm just running around with a pug group right now. The more fights that I get, the better off I am to try to learn. I do not take any offense whatsoever to fighting in a mode that I, sign up to fight in. That's kind of the cool thing about Guild Wars, right? Like, stream sniping over here can happen, and, like, honestly, I don't think it really happens much at all. But even if it does happen, it's like, I came over here to play World vs. World in the first place. It's not like I'm shying away from any PvP or anything. I appreciate fights. I get better off of those. I get an opportunity to see how other groups are playing, but, it is what it is. I like fighting. I feel like there's so much to learn over here. Victor, what you up to today, my boy? What are you up to today, my boy? I'm kind of excited for fireworks, I'm not gonna lie. Carla mentioned the fireworks, and now I'm kind of excited for them. Went from pressing random buttons to sometimes pressing something useful. Listen, man, it's all that level of comfort, baby. That's all that you need to get down to. Those Canadian? Your mom's Canadian, bitch. I'm crazy with fireworks right now. Hold on, what map you on? Red. One sec. Okay, good day, I've returned. The real streamer is here. No, it's okay, it's okay. I went out to see what the fireworks were doing. Cause like, people started blasting some off, but the show's not supposed to start, like the actual like area show isn't supposed to start until 9:30. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? Turns out like our neighbors just fucking blasting shit. So, people are starting their pregame. There's some dude in the road, like on the side of the road with a grill in the back of his truck. Things are going wild. So I'm probably gonna pack up in a couple of minutes and then go watch those bad boys and hang out with Miss Corla for the day. And then get a long boy of a stream in tomorrow because it's gonna be another hot one. Actually, I think the heat breaks tomorrow. But I want to get a nice long boy in tomorrow. So that way we can blast. Fireworks started last night here. We didn't hear much last night. I wonder if it was because of the heat or like what happened. But where'd everybody go? Oh, they're in there. Okay. But yeah, I'm not quite certain if I'm being completely real. But I didn't hear a ton last night. I actually slept quite well. Granted, I was on stream most of the night. But usually when things start sounding like fucking gunshots popping off, I I hear them. I'm not lighting off fireworks out. I'm getting lit, Book. I hope you do get lit, brother. We had storms all night here, so people have stockpiles and have been popping off since 7 a.m. Jesus Christ. Like, why fireworks during the day? What's the benefit of that? Just so you can get through the shit in the first place? Cause honestly, like, I'd totally get that shit. I'd totally get it. Had a few 100-pound tree limb fall in my yard last night, so my entire fourth was cleaning that up. You should have put gunpowder in it and lit it on fire. That would have been American as fuck, if I'm being completely honest. That would have been so sick. Completely minimized it this year. Fire hazard way too high. Oh, lordy. Lordy, yeah, I mean, that does make sense, so especially with, like, the heat wave hitting. I don't know how it's been, but a lot of states are on fire. There's a heat wave in the Northeast. Everything's kind of fucking cooked right now. Nah, I'm not even gonna lie, brothers. I'm not even gonna lie. Chat, tomorrow, we have a plan. I have to clean out my inventory. I have to do fractals. I have to finish my gloves. Which I am currently 100 fractaline dust from. That shall be finished tomorrow. And we will approach that with great haste and even greater determination. And we shall go say what up to Mr. Madigan for the evening, my boys. That's 20-ish fracs. Fucking easy. We'll take that on. I'm gonna send you over to Maddie to hang out for the rest of the evening. I'm gonna go make some food, watch some explosions, and get fucking lit for the USA, boys. I greatly appreciate the support for the last 250 years and more if you're European. Couldn't do it without you. Here's to another 250. DustyWhy on top. Twitch Prime. If you don't have Twitch Prime, T3 sub, or your parents always hated you. Boys, if you're new to the channel, do me a favor before I head out. Make sure you drop the follow so you don't want to go live daily. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. Today was day 1100 in a row. The streak continues. Tomorrow I shall be here. We'll get a long boy in. I usually stream between 8 and 10 hours a day. We shall be vibing. Boys, we have much to look forward to. I greatly appreciate all the love, all the vibes today. Thank you guys for all the good words with the World vs. World as well. Truly been a pleasure. I will be back for more fights, more knowledge, and more vibes tomorrow.